right. Well, welcome to the beginning of this adventure. We're going to start with the book of Daniel. The general idea of the book of Daniel is to give a very wide swath of history so that it creates the foundation for everything else. That's very important to understand. The time period that the book of Daniel deals with is from Babylon, empirical Babylon, to all the way to the end where Jesus returns and destroys this Babylonian system. Daniel gives us very big things, empires coming and going, how Satan is using various kingdoms, and how his general kingdom deteriorates over time until it's finally destroyed. Daniel also gives us an idea of the persecuting power that happens in the church age. Although it's not as obvious, and this is the point. The light of the moon isn't as bright. You can't see that well at night. But nevertheless, it's still very useful in triangulating the light of the sun. So Daniel gives us a lot of very important things, to which then John comes in with the light of revelation and fills it in with color and a lot of beauty. Now, the general format of this is going to be, we're going to go through just segments of verses that I've selected. I will read them to you, we'll do some commentary, and we'll just go from Daniel 1 all the way through Daniel 12. So let's hit the road, starting with Daniel 1. This is going to be verses 1 through 7. This is now the context for Daniel and how he comes to be in Babylon and a prophet and so on. Daniel's taken to Babylon. In the third year of the reign of King Jehoiakim of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand with some of the vessels of the house of God, and he brought them to the land of Shinar, to the house of his God, and placed the vessels in the treasury of his God. Then the king commanded Ashpenaz, the chief eunuch, to bring some of the people of Israel, both of the royal family and of the nobility, youths without blemish, of good appearance and skillful in all wisdom, endowed with knowledge, understanding, and learning, and competent to stand in the king's palace and to teach them the literature and the language of the Chaldeans. The king assigned them a daily portion of food, and the king ate, and of the wine that the food that the king ate of, and of the wine that he drank of. They were to be educated for 3 years, and at the end of that time they were to stand before the king. Among these were Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah of the tribe of Judah. And the chief of the eunuchs gave them names. Daniel he called Belteshazzar, Hananiah he called Shadrach, Mishael he called Meshach, and Azariah he called Abednego. So obviously this is just giving you context for how did Daniel come into Babylon. What's the historical context? You will see, just a quick pause here, that both of these books have very interesting, again, remember the movie example, right? There is a big picture view, and then there's a zoom in scene where we cut away, okay? You're going to see a lot of that in these books. In Revelation, for example, there is a lot of, here's what's happening in the timeline of history, so zoom out view. Then suddenly there's a cutaway scene to a timeless view in heaven to remind you of God's sovereignty, of his power and his justice and so on. So there's a constant scene change between, okay, we're in the timeline, now we're out of the timeline, we're in the timeless view. In the book of Daniel, there's some of that. However, most of the time what's happening is we're in the timeline, and then we cut away, and now there's something historical that happens with Daniel that is actually happening in his life. It's a first-person view, right? We're there with the camera very close. And it's serving to create typologies and pictures of important things. For example, Daniel, in this case, obviously he's a prophet, so therefore he's a type of Christ. Christ is the ultimate prophet. He's the Word of God, made flesh. So Daniel and all the other prophets were types for Jesus. And of course, one thing that's very interesting here is that the youths were supposed to be without blemish. Now, where have you heard that before? You've heard it with the lamb sacrificed for Passover. And of course, Jesus is the Lamb of God. So these things are typological. There are historical things that are happening, but we can also extract important typologies with it. And you'll see as Daniel comes into Babylon, he's given a new name, and he's being integrated into this worldly system, and there's going to be conflicts between the worldly system and the righteous. And that sets precedents and typologies for the mark of the beast, and of course, our conflict with this worldly system as it comes to an end. Very important to remember that Daniel is very intelligent. He was very learned. He's probably part of the nobility or the royal house of Judah. He's a scholar. Remember that, because there's a couple of things where we come down the road where people question the veracity, the truthfulness of Daniel, whether it was actually even written in the time that's supposed to be, and so on. So we will look at that. Daniel was a very intelligent person. His other friends you've probably heard of, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they will be in the issue with the statue coming up in a couple chapters. So, moving on. Verse 8 through 16 now, Daniel's faithfulness. But Daniel resolved that he would not defile himself with the king's food or with the wine that he drank. Therefore he asked the chief of the eunuchs to allow him not to defile himself. And God gave Daniel favor and compassion in the sight of the chief of the eunuchs. And the chief of the eunuchs said to Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who assigned your food and drink, for why should you see that you were in worse condition than the youths who are of your own age? So you would endanger my head with the king. So really quick, he's basically afraid that, hey, listen, if you say no to this food, you're going to get skinny, and then my head's going to come off because I'm supposed to take care of you. Verse 11, then Daniel said to the steward from the chief of the eunuchs, had assigned over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, test your servants 10 days. Let us be given vegetables to eat and water to drink. Then let our appearance and appearance of the youths who eat the king's food be observed by you, and deal with your servants according to what you see. So he listened to them in this matter and tested them for 10 days. At the end of 10 days, it was seen that they were in better appearance and fatter in flesh than all of the youths who ate the king's food. So the steward took away their food and their wine they were able to drink, and gave them vegetables. So you have an immediate example of Daniel's faithfulness to set the stage, because Daniel is a picture of the righteous, and of course he's also a type for Christ. And God creates many miracles. He gives him favor in the eyes of the eunuchs. He creates a miracle with the food to reveal his power and provision. And of course, all of these things are typological for the believers interacting in the worldly system. God is going to provide. When you will be kicked out of society, if you are still left alive, God will provide for you one way or another. So very important to see that these are typological in nature. They're not prophecies in the sense that we're not in the timeline view yet. We're not yet there. Still, God is working through these images to create nonverbal prophecies, typology, of pictures that are very important. So index them as you go along. Now, verse 17 through 21. Let's continue. As for these 4 youths, God gave them learning and skill in all literature and wisdom, and Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. So God is the one who gives gifts and intelligence and awareness. Therefore, God is the one who causes you to be born again also. Verse 18, at the end of time, when the king had commanded that they should be brought in, the chief of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. And the king spoke with them, and among all of them none was found like Hananiah, Daniel, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore they stood before the king. And in every matter of wisdom and understanding about which the king inquired them, he found in them 10 times better than all the magicians and enchanters that were in all of his kingdom. And Daniel was there until the first year of King Cyrus. So Daniel was part of this system and was very elevated because of his skill and knowledge that God had given them. And of course, God is also using this as a way to reveal his sovereignty over the mystery religion, over these enchanters, the magicians. And you'll see many such examples like this in Daniel, where again, God is proclaiming his sovereignty over the mystery religion and showing that he's superior. What did I have for this one? Yeah, this is again just more context for Daniel's visions and interpretations, because he's very close to the king. And of course, the king has a vision and he's the interpreter of the vision and so on. And Daniel and the other 3 together are very close to the highest authority, and that sets them up to create certain situations where God can use, various things that the king is doing, like throwing them into the fire, to make a type and shadow for believers being preserved through persecution. Again, notice that it's God who gives discernment and knowledge and gifts. Therefore, that's consistent with what the New Testament tells you, that God is the one that grants repentance, that gives you an awareness through being born again, and causes you to walk in his statutes. Now we're on to chapter 2, and of course, this chapter is the next this is the first big chapter in Daniel where we're talking about the historical timeline. And this sets the foundation, is the first foundation in the cake for everything else. So getting this right is extremely important. And you'll see what I mean by that because we're going to watch a Catholic interpretation of Daniel 2 and see what they have to say about it, because it's obviously very wrong. And there's a reason for that. There's an agenda with everything. So Daniel 2, Nebuchadnezzar's dream, verses 1 through 11. In the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, he had dreams, his spirit was troubled, and his sleep left him. Then the king commanded that the magicians and enchanters, the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans be summoned to tell the king his dreams. So they came in and stood before the king. And the king said to them, I had a dream, and my spirit is troubled to know the dream. Then the Chaldeans said to the king in Aramaic, O king, live forever, tell your servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation. The king answered and said to the Chaldeans, the word from me is firm. If you do not make known to me the dream and its interpretation, you shall be torn limb from limb, and your houses shall be laid in ruins. But if you show the dream and its interpretation, you shall receive from me gifts and rewards and great honor. Therefore show me the dream and its interpretation. They answered a second time, and let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will show its interpretation. The king answered and said, I know with certainty that you are trying to gain time, because you will see that the word from me is firm. If you do not make the dream known to me, there is but one sentence for you. You have agreed to speak lying and corrupt words before me till the times change. Therefore tell me the dream, and I shall know that you can show the interpretation. The Chaldeans answered the king and said, there is not a man on earth who can meet the king's demand. For no great and powerful king has asked such a thing of any magician or enchanter or Chaldean. The thing that the king asks is difficult, and no one can show it to the king except the gods, whose dwelling is not with flesh. So Nebuchadnezzar knows that these snakes in his court are just charmers and basically speaking lies most of the time. So this is the test, is like, if you can tell me what I actually dreamed, then obviously you have some supernatural gift, and you can interpret that. I can trust your interpretation. So this is the test. And of course, none of these enchanters can, pass the test because they don't have the power of God. And that sets up Daniel now to come in and basically, reveal God's glory and sovereignty over these things. The dream is from God. God gave Nebuchadnezzar this dream, so that's very important. And God hid the understanding from all these other pagan sources so that Daniel could come and reveal the glory of God to Nebuchadnezzar, and through that to create a typology of many things. So this is basically ultimately to shame the wisdom of the world, because they say not a man can do this. Well, of course, yes, God is the one in control, and he's going to reveal the power through Daniel. So if we move out to 12 through 16, we continue into this situation. Because of this, the king was angry and very furious and commanded that all the wise men of Babylon be destroyed. So the decree went out, and the wise men were about to be killed, and they sought Daniel and his companions to kill them. Then Daniel replied with prudence and discretion to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, who had gone out to kill the wise men of Babylon. He declared to Arioch, the king's captain, why is the decree of the king so urgent? Then Arioch made the matter known to Daniel. And Daniel went in and requested the king to appoint him a time that he might show the interpretation to the king. So now we have the situation wrapping up to put Daniel in the position to hit a home run. Of course, God is hitting the home run, but he's using Daniel to reveal his glory. This sets the stage for the first major and key vision of Daniel, which is the vision of the statue. And of course, this statue forms the first layer of prophecy and has to be understood correctly. So if we go back to our end times prophetic timeline, which is here, you can see this is Daniel 2. And if we zoom in, at the end, at the sides of this form, you'll see the chapter. This is Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, all layered on top of each other. So Daniel 2 is the first layer, which is this statue. And this statue goes from the current time of Daniel all the way to the return of Christ, whenever that happens to be. And it sets the stage, and it gives you the order of the empires that happen after Babylon, which is very, very important, because it will help us identify what empire are we under in today. That's the important thing. But of course, if you read it like a Catholic, you will not understand that. You'll see exactly what I mean in just a second. So onward to 17 through 24, God reveals Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Then Daniel went to his house and made the matter known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions, and told them to seek mercy from the God of heaven concerning this mystery, so that Daniel and his companions might not be destroyed with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. Then the mystery was revealed to Daniel in a vision of the night. Then Daniel blessed the God of heaven. Daniel answered and said, "Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, to whom belong wisdom and might. He changes times and seasons." Keep that in mind. This is a very important phrase. He removes kings and sets up kings, also very important. And he gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him. To you, O God of my fathers, I give praise and thanks, for you have given me wisdom and might, and have now made known to me what we asked of you, for you have made known to us the king's matter. Therefore Daniel went out into Arioch, whom the king had appointed to destroy the wise men of Babylon. He went and said thus to him, "Do not destroy the wise men of Babylon. Bring me in before the king, and I will show the king the interpretation." So, notice again, it's God who reveals all things, but he reveals them on his own time. So if you have knowledge, if you have awareness, if you have come to know Jesus, that is God who has revealed it to you. You have not come to it on your own free will choice. Now that's a very controversial point today, but it is what Scripture testifies to in every situation where such a thing is mentioned. All the time, God is the one who is the source. Daniel did not immediately understand the revelation, which also is important. It was revealed to him. He didn't understand. He didn't just figure it out. It was revealed to him. So God is the one who authorizes revelation. In the same way, as time passes, more things are going to be revealed to us in this age. Of course, there's not much left. That's just an important point. There's not much left, and you'll learn that today. But nevertheless, there are certain things that do need to be revealed. The reformers, again, didn't know what the image of the beast was or the false prophet, because the 1260 period wasn't over yet. Do you get it? But they did see that they were under the beast, and they identified this beast very accurately. So everything has its own time. Remember verse 21 where it says he changes times and seasons, he removes kings and sets up kings. This is what the Antichrist power will claim to do when it comes along. And of course, that Antichrist power is the papal institution. It's the institution that says that it can raise kings and put them down, that it changes the times and seasons. It's fulfilled all of these things. And you'll see that in the little horn, where it says it will think to change times and laws. So all of this will come together. So we're going to get to it eventually. But nevertheless, the context is now set for Daniel to reveal God's glory. Verse 25 through 30. Then Arioch brought in Daniel before the king in haste and said thus to him, "I have found among the exiles from Judah a man who will make known to the king the interpretation." The king declared to Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, "Are you able to make known to me the dream that I have seen and its interpretation?" Daniel answered the king, "No wise men, enchanters, magicians, or astrologers can show the king the mystery that the king has asked. But there is a God in heaven who reveals mysteries. And he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be in the latter days." So again, we're dealing with end times prophecies. "Your dream and the visions of your head as you lay in bed are these. To you, O king, as you lay in bed came thoughts of what would be after this," i.e., he was wondering, what's going to be, is my empire going to survive? "And he who reveals mysteries made known to you what is to be. But as for me, this mystery has been revealed to me, not because of any wisdom that I have more than any of the living, but in order that the interpretation may be known to the king, and that you may know the thoughts of your mind." So, God has revealed this thing to Nebuchadnezzar as a show of his sovereignty, as a show of God's glory, of his sovereignty over time and space, sovereignty over all these empires, and also his mercy. You'll see, I think that there's something with Nebuchadnezzar that's very interesting, which is I believe that Nebuchadnezzar was saved, which we'll document because he has his own journey with God. But the last image that we see of Nebuchadnezzar is a very repentant one and one that is in faith. So it would be very interesting to me if in the eternal state we saw Nebuchadnezzar and the king of Babylon, who's supposed to be the pontifex, the continuation of Nimrod, of this rebellious system, that God, of course, God is going to have victory over this system. When he returns, he's going to destroy it. That's the point of the vision. But he's also gotten victory over the head by softening the heart and giving him the ability to believe, which I think is so poetic. I think it's just incredibly poetic. Nevertheless, Daniel's again, showing very humble humility, again, type for Jesus as a humble servant. And he's reminding Nebuchadnezzar of God's sovereignty. Now, let's continue into the interpretation, 31 through 35. You saw, O king, and behold a great image. This image mighty and exceeding, image is like statue, which keep that in mind for image of the beast. When we get to Revelation, exceeding brightness stood before you, and its appearance was frightening. The head of this image was of fine gold, its chest and arms of silver, its middle and thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, its feet partly of iron and partly of clay. Now, really quick before we continue, how many items do we have? Because we're going to be seeing an interpretation by the Catholics that is going to twist this and make it suit their own agenda. How many items do you have? Let's count. This image, the head of this image was fine gold. Okay, 1. Its chest and arms were of silver. 2. Its middle and thighs of bronze. 3. Its legs of iron. 4. Its feet partly of iron and partly of clay. There are 5 distinct divisions in this statue. Very important. There is a similarity between the 5th empire and the 4th empire, but there are 5 distinctions made. Moving onward, couple more verses. As you looked, a stone was cut out by no human hand. Important. And it struck the image on its feet of iron and clay and broke them to pieces. So where does the stone strike? It strikes on the feet, not on the legs, not on the thighs, not on the chest, but on the feet. The 5th and final distinction made. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold all together were broken into pieces and became like chaff of the summer threshing floors. And the wind carried them away so that no trace of them could be found. But the stone that struck the image became a great mountain and filled to the whole earth. Again, you see what? You see iron 1, clay 2, bronze 3, silver 4, gold 5. There are 5 groupings mentioned to you, so we are consistent in our interpretation. And all of these groupings, these various metals and minerals, are destroyed and blown away, and the rock that's cut by no human hand, i.e. the Messiah, that is divine, that is God, self-existent, destroys this system and becomes a great mountain. Mountains are pictures of kingdoms, and of course that's a picture of the eternal state. So, a lot to unpack on that one. We'll have the interpretation of this fleshed out to us as we go along. But Daniel is revealing the actual dream that Nebuchadnezzar had. This is what Nebuchadnezzar saw in his mind. Again, it talks about cut by no human hands. This is a typology of the Messiah. You will see through Daniel many indications that point to the Son of Man, the Messiah figure, as being a God on earth, being divine, self-existent, which is very important because the Jews of today still reject what Daniel has to say, what Isaiah has to say, and what all these other prophets have to say about the Messiah. The Jews of today have inverted what the Jews of before Jesus came, the ones who translated the Septuagint and so on, what they believed about the Messiah. Because they believed in one Messiah that was divine. Whereas the Jews of today have 2 Messiahs that they're political. Anybody could be a Messiah. They don't have to be divine, which of course is not what the Torah and the Old Testament teach you. So, where were we here? Yeah, the rock also, keep in mind that there's an image here of the rock, which in Scripture, of course, is God, Yahweh, Jesus. And of course, mountains again mean kingdom. So when the rock comes and hits this final iteration of this empire, it will grow into a kingdom. And what that means is that we're dealing with a very wide swath of history. From the very beginning of this, you can tell, even without learning the interpretation yet, that we're dealing with a very long period of time. We're dealing with kingdoms, we're dealing with powers, we're dealing with big ideas here, not something that's local to Daniel. Very important. Now, moving on to 36 and 38. This was the dream, now we will tell the king its interpretation. You, O king, the king of kings, to whom the God of heaven has given the kingdom, the power, and the might, and the glory, and into whose hand he has given wherever they dwell the children of man, the beasts of the field, and the birds of the heavens, making you rule over them all. You are the head of gold. So you are the one that begins this system, and don't forget that God is the one who's put you here. Because Nebuchadnezzar will forget, but he's going to be reminded, which is very interesting. So now Daniel's interpretation confirms that this is a historical prophecy. You, O King of Kings, you are the head of gold. So we are dealing with an empire that transforms into basically other kingdoms and other empires that degrades, obviously because the metal quality is depreciating over time. Silver is less valuable than gold, bronze is less valuable than silver, and so on and so forth. So that means that these are 5 kingdoms in total that are degenerated over time, but nevertheless, they all are also part of the same reality because it's one statue, which is a very brilliant way to put it. You get it? One statue means one system, but it has different packages over time, which is really interesting. Verse 39 and 40. Another kingdom inferior to you shall rise after you, and yet a third kingdom of bronze, which shall rule over all the earth. So we're dealing with kingdoms that are coming one after another, and over a long period of time. Verse 40. And there shall be a fourth kingdom strong as iron, because iron breaks to pieces and shatters all things. Remember this as well for when we get to the beasts. It breaks to pieces and shatters all things. And like iron that crushes, it shall break and crush all of these. So the historical order of the kingdoms after Babylon were Persia, Greece, and Rome. Interestingly enough, there's also metals that are associated with these various empires. Babylon was very wealthy, had a lot of gold in its architecture, in its various arts. Persia used a lot of silver coins and really mastered administrative things and bureaucracy. Greece used bronze in their armor and their weapons, which is also very interesting. And Rome, of course, perfected the use of iron. So it's very interesting that, again, Rome is the Iron Kingdom, and it dashed into pieces all these other kingdoms. It conquered the known world at that time, and it perfected the use of iron. So there are metals that are associated with these various empires, and those metals are... So the point is that the metals in the statue are not just like these poetic metals designed to show you that there's a depreciation. They're actually relating to these empires and the way that they used metals and the metallurgy and so on, which is fascinating. So there's a both metaphorical and physical relationship in the statue that Nebuchadnezzar saw. 41 through 43. And as you saw the feet and toes, so now we're at the 5th kingdom, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, it shall be a divided kingdom. But some of the firmness of iron shall be in it, just as you saw iron mixed with soft clay. And as the toes of the feet were partly iron and partly clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly brittle. And as you saw the iron mixed with soft clay, so they will mix with one another in marriage, but they will not hold together just as iron does not mix with clay. Now, very important that you understand that out of all of these that we just read, the 5th and final kingdom of the iron mixed with clay is the one that gets the most real estate. Do you get it? There are 3 verses that I read to you that have to do with this final kingdom. So there's something very interesting about it. And as we go through these prophecies, you're going to learn more and more that the final kingdom is the one that you need to know which it is, because that's the one that concerns the church age. The final kingdom is the one that occupies the most time out of all of these empires. So that's why God has given more information about it. The other 3 were just, okay, this is what this one is, this is what this one is, this one is. And now, as you saw the toes, the iron mixed with clay, well, let me tell you a little bit about it. They're going to mix with one another in marriage. It's going to have a little bit of the iron in it, but it won't have the same firmness. So it's going to come out of the iron kingdom. It's going to have qualities of the iron kingdom. They're going to try to intermarry with each other. And of course, they're also, you see 10 toes, which is interesting, meaning there's 10 parts to this kingdom. Keep that in mind. Now, very important to realize that the first 4 empires listed here are undeniable with history. That's very well proven and asserted. There's no other empire to discuss. Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome. This is the order. Okay? But the 5th kingdom is the one where the shenanigans begin, folks. And the reason is because the Antichrist power is the 5th kingdom, and it has hidden itself. It has hidden itself in history. But the 5th kingdom is the one that God has given us a lot of information on so that you do not miss it. But of course, you need to use the witness of history. And like I said, with all of these scriptures together, to use them together so you understand who the 5th and final kingdom is. Very clearly, Daniel has made a distinction between the iron kingdom and the 5th kingdom of the iron and clay. That is a different kingdom. Very clearly, you saw two places where that was the case. So we have to be consistent with what the scriptures tell us. The consistent interpretation is that there is a fifth and final kingdom after the Roman Empire that has some of Rome's strength, but is also loosely tied together. Of course, we know after Rome crumbled, it became Papal Rome through the Holy Roman Empire. It had nation states. It had 10 nation states. Then eventually the European Union was formed. And of course, throughout all of this time, all the nobles tried to intermarry and reunite their empire, but they failed many times. So all of these things are fulfilled in history. Now the problem is this: if you read that there are 5 kingdoms, then you're looking for the power that's after Rome. But Rome, being the 5th kingdom and the power, the Papal Rome, doesn't want you to read that. So Rome is going to be very invested in twisting this prophecy very, very slyly, very shyly, or I should say slyly, that's the word I'm looking for, so that you do not understand what happens. So with that, let's take a look at this particular video that I saw, which popped into my feed. I'm like, perfect. I can use this for my presentation. So I think this is a guy named Dr. Taylor Marshall, who is a Catholic. Let's see what he has to say.
The prophet Daniel says there will be 4 kingdoms, one of gold, one of silver, one of bronze, and one of iron and clay.
Wait. Did you see what he did there? Almost choked on my tea here. Do you see what he did? There are 4 kingdoms: gold, silver, bronze, and iron and clay. Whoa, wait a minute. No, there's not 4 kingdoms. The 4th kingdom is iron. The 5th kingdom is iron and clay. Let's see how they spin it.
The time of the 4th kingdom, the Messiah will come. In fact, he'll send a stone that'll break the 4th kingdom. The gold was Babylon. The silver was the Medo-Persians. The bronze was the Greeks. The iron and clay was the Roman Empire. Caesar Augustus had a census, and Jesus was born under that census in Bethlehem. The kingdom of God entered during that 4th kingdom. He also renamed one of his apostles Stone and sent that apostle to where? Rome, the capital of that pagan, evil empire that had seduced Jerusalem. And then Daniel says that that stone, when it goes to Rome, it'll fill the whole world. The pagan kingdom will become the kingdom of Christ. He'll win it back. He made it the capital and the epicenter of his kingdom on earth. That's why we're Roman Catholics. The prophet.
Oh, Lord, you have to know your word so well. You have to know what the word said. You have to know what God said, and you have to know history. Otherwise, this snakery will get you for a real spin. It really will, because this is very cleverly argumented. And if you don't know what these verses say, if you don't see the very clear distinction, where Daniel spends 3 verses on the 5th kingdom, and he distinguishes it twice from the other ones. If you don't see that 5th kingdom, this is very easy to be manipulated by. Very easy. Because it seems true. Oh, sure. Oh, that makes sense. Jesus conquered the Roman Empire, and the kingdom of God went out, the gospel came, and now we have Christianity, and paganism has been conquered. Well, yeah, sort of. Yes, God has declared his plan of election, and he has declared victory, because God won before time began. But there is a 5th kingdom where the books of Daniel and Revelation tell you, especially Revelation, that Satan gave his power to this kingdom, and it's a counterfeit church. It's a counterfeit Christian reality, because that's the final iteration of this pagan system. It went underground. Yes, paganism was destroyed visibly, exoterically, but not esoterically. Paganism is just clothing itself with institutionalized religion. So I hope you see the inversion. I hope you see the inversion by condensing the 4th and 5th kingdom into one reality and saying it's the Roman Empire. They move the period of the arrival of Jesus from the 2nd Advent, which is what this is talking about. Remember, this is the first vision of Daniel, meaning God is laying to you, here's the entirety of human history. There's a bunch of these empires, there's 5 empires, and Jesus is going to return at the end of the 5th empire. That's the first layer of this cake. They invert that, and so they make the return of Christ into the 1st Advent, and the mountain becoming the institutional church. Oh, we conquered paganism. Do you see the inversion? That the Catholic Church becomes now the highlight of this prophecy as the good guys that conquered paganism, when in fact the Catholic Church is the final iteration of paganism that Jesus conquers when he returns. This is describing a future physical ultimate defeat over the mystery religion empire. They invert it and they make it a spiritual defeat over paganism. But it's wrong. They spiritualize this by making it a preterist situation, meaning in the past. And as a result, the Roman Catholic Church can elevate itself as the mountain that Christ chose. And of course, there's so many things wrong with this. First off, Peter is dead. Peter is awaiting resurrection. He's not the rock. Peter did not go to Rome and create this mountain. It says the rock cut by no human hand. Peter is not self-existent. So you have to be consistent, Catholics. The rock in question is cut by no human hand. What rock in Scripture do you know that fits that category? There's only one, and that's God. And of course, Jesus is God. The Messiah is God. Therefore, this is the Messiah who comes and sets up the mountain, not Peter, who is the rock and goes to Rome and eventually gets crucified and awaits to be resurrected. Very, very important. The mountain is not the kingdom of God because Jesus is ruling in heaven. The mountain is the eternal state where God will return on earth, destroy this power, establish a perfect government for eternity that we get to be part of. I'm sure we're going to have things to do, roles, there'll be cities, who knows how it's going to work, but nevertheless, it'll be a perfect government. That is the mountain being discussed here. It's at the end because the rock again comes and hits the toes. It doesn't hit the legs. Very, very important also because the Roman Empire did not, so here's a way that you can refute this also, another way that you can refute it. The Roman Empire had a phase of about, I think, 500 years or something. When Jesus came, the Roman Empire was in the trampling phase, meaning it was dashing to pieces everything around. It was in its heyday. The Roman Empire was in the iron stage. Do you get it? It was not barely hanging on and trying to intermarry and all these different things. That was not part of the Roman Empire. Towards the end, after the Roman Empire was dissolved and it was crumbling from within, yes, you had nation states, people were the nobles were trying to marry, but that was well after Jesus. So when it tells you that the rock hits the statue on the feet, and Daniel gives 3 verses on what the nature of this feat looks like. People are intermarrying. It has some of the firmness of the Roman Empire, but not really. It's kind of coming apart. It's very loosely organized. It's not as, strong as the Roman Empire was. That's the point. So the rock does not hit the legs of iron. It hits the feet. Do you get it? If the statue, in terms of if we just go back to this thing, it's easier to show you. Here's the statue, and the reason I laid it horizontally is I think it's better because then you can see the timeline. The statue is, and these are metals. I kind of made a color so you can see head of gold, chest of silver, thighs of bronze, right? So these are metals. If the statue represents a timeline, with the head of gold being the past, the most past, and through these various metals we go through time, the rock hits the feet. At the feet. It's at the end of the timeline. It doesn't hit at the legs of iron. Do you get it? Jesus came during the legs of iron, not during the feet phase. So this is a very important point to understand because the Roman Empire was not crumbling during Jesus' time. It was not intermarrying. It was not iron mixed with clay. It was iron dashing to pieces everything. So the Roman Catholics are wrong, but of course they have to invert this prophecy because if you read it correctly, do you get it? If you read it correctly, then there's only one option for the 5th kingdom, and that's papal Rome. Because only one kingdom came out of Rome and has been ruling ever since and has had its, similarities to Rome, but it's kind of, loosely organized. It's also the fulfillment of these other pagan empires, which we'll look at quite a bit. And all those series that I mentioned, like Synagogue of Satan, End Time series, so on, they all document these things very clearly, folks. Papal Rome is the final iteration of this pagan system. With the obelisk and their sun worshipping and their pine cones and their Dagon hats, this is the final iteration of the pagan power. With the Roman pontiff being Pontifex Maximus, the continuation of the priesthood all the way from Nimrod and the sun-worshipping religion. This is the final iteration of the empires given to you. And if that's the case, even with just this one single vision, the Roman Catholic Church has a real problem. And of course, there's more visions that testify against the Roman Catholic Church, and that is why the Roman Catholic Church has invested so much into twisting these prophecies so that she can hide herself and either make things about the past or about the future. Don't look in history, God forbid, because then you'll see the Antichrist snake slithering around. Now, another thing that's very important is this idea so the iron mixed with clay, another way that people get snared with this is with transhumanism. So notice, again, the Roman Catholic Church's version is the over-spiritualization, right? By mixing the iron with clay into one empire and spiritualizing the mountain to resemble the Catholic Church. That's an inversion. The other inversion, so one is to the past, the other one is to the far future, which is having to do with transhumanism. People believe that iron mixed with clay is like AI, microchips, some human, half-human dystopia, machine dystopia where people are basically cyborgs and everybody's going to be chipped with this and that's the mark of the beast. This is sci-fi fiction. Now, there are going to be things like that going to be used to enforce the mark of the beast, absolutely. But the mark is spiritual. And we talk about the End Time series and my Sabbath series quite a bit. But this whole AI, transhumanism, dystopia thing is a dark situation. It's very obviously evil. The Bible doesn't warn you about obviously evil stuff. You should have discernment to know what obviously evil stuff is. The Bible warns you about false light, which people are going to marvel after. They're going to marvel after. They're going to be in love with this system. That's what the Bible warns you of. They're going to be seduced into it. You're not going to be threatened into it. That's the point. So all of this is not correct with the whole transhumanist agenda. Again, there may be some things that they will use, obviously technologies, to enforce behavior, but the end is not a dystopian technological communist situation. The end is the world marveling after the papal power as a resurrected Catholic Church. So, another thing too is that this is about kingdoms, as you can hopefully tell. These are different kingdoms, not technology or genetics or something happening way in the far future. If the iron mixed with clay, this is another important way to refute this teaching on transhumanism. These are all kingdoms, and they are continuous one after the other because they're all part of the statute. Do you get it? That's another point, too, to keep in mind is that these prophecies are always continuous. When we get to Daniel's 70 weeks, you'll see what I mean by that. Because dispensationalists create a gap there, which, of course, is nonsense. But anyway, back to the story. Everything is continuous. So, if the iron mixed with clay is a kingdom that comes after the Roman kingdom, well, Rome hasn't been a kingdom since, the 6th century, 5th century. So, that's 1,500 years. Transhumanism is barely, it's a recent thing in the last maybe 20 years or something with all the things that people have done. Even so, even if you want to count cell phones, okay, the 1990s, whatever, there's many ways you can define transhumanism because technically me having a phone and typing into Amazon what I want, that's something that people couldn't do, 30 years ago. I am transhuman. I'm transcending, the human capabilities that people had 30 years ago. So anyway, there's a fine line with that, but let's say it's recent, in the last 20 years. Well, what do we do with that gap? Do you get it? That's a problem. That's a problem for that interpretation. So the iron mixed with clay is not about people putting jib-jabs in their bodies and becoming cyborgs, okay? The iron mixed with clay is a kingdom. It's a kingdom. It's not a transhumanist kingdom because that hasn't happened yet. So there's a big gap between Rome and this supposed transhumanist kingdom. You can't have that. This is a continuous prophecy. The iron mixed with clay, the reason it's told to you iron mixed with clay is because this particular kingdom that comes after Rome, which is the highlight of all of these prophecies, the 5th kingdom, that kingdom has a relationship to the one before it. That's how you know. It's not something that comes out of the blue. It's something that comes from the previous kingdom. Do you get it? It has some of the iron in it, meaning it is Roman in nature. Well, there's only one candidate for that, and of course, that's the Roman pontiff, the papal Rome system, the Roman Catholic Church. So this is about kingdoms and powers and great history periods, not transhumanism and little tiny periods in the future or past. So notice again, transhumanism is the future. Spiritualization and saying that the Catholic Church is the kingdom is setting everything to the past. Anything to take your attention off of history. So both of these are wrong. Now, verse 44 through 45. And in the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that shall never be destroyed, nor shall the kingdom be left to another people. It shall break in pieces all these kingdoms and bring them to an end, and it shall stand forever, just as you saw that a stone was cut from a mountain by no human hand. Hello, that's not Peter. It's not Peter we're talking about Jesus. And that it broke in pieces the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold. There again you have how many divisions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If there are 4 kingdoms, why is this highlighted to you? Why is the clay kingdom? Because it's really the clay kingdom, but the clay kingdom has part iron in it. Do you get it? It's a clay kingdom because clay is like the most, it doesn't have any value really, right? Iron has some value, but then clay is like, okay, whatever. You can make some pots out of that, but it's a clay kingdom. And that clay kingdom has a little bit of iron in it. But nevertheless, again, it's highlighted to you. 5 kingdoms, folks. 5 kingdoms. A great God has made known to the king what shall be after this. The dream is certain and its interpretation sure. Obviously, the Roman Catholic Church will apply this to themselves, that they're the great kingdom, that, nobody's going to be victorious over it, which of course is a delusion. It's deception. It's the counterfeit. This kingdom breaks into pieces all the kingdoms before it and brings them to an end. This statue is one system and it degenerates over time. So the Roman Catholic Church has to prove that it is completely different than these pagan empires if it wants to apply the prophecies of a kingdom breaking into pieces the ones before it. Did the Roman Catholic Church break into pieces these other pagan empires? Well, in some sense, yes, paganism had to go underground. But in another sense, no, because history proves this is not the case. Watch my Synagogue of Satan series, End Times, all these other things that I've talked to you about before. The Roman Catholic Church is the final iteration of these pagan empires, is that it has integrated all of these things. And as you'll see, other prophecies like Revelation 13 testify to the truth that the Roman pontiff and the papal power, the papal institution, the Roman Catholic Church, is the integration of all of these empires into one final system before the end. So the Roman Catholic Church is not the kingdom that breaks these other kingdoms into pieces. We see again a distinction of 5 kingdoms. And this means that the Roman Catholic Church is the 5th kingdom. It is the counterfeit that it is warning you of in the very beginning in Daniel 2. Once again, I mentioned the stone cut by no human hands. That means you are dealing with the uncreated God Messiah. Not Peter, not anybody else, but Jesus. Jesus is the one who breaks this system. That means that if that rock hits the clay kingdom at the end of time, then we are still yet to arrive, and we are in the 5th kingdom right now. Not something that's in the past, and now, oh look, it's the best is yet to come. It's just going to grow a mountain. This is what I mean when I said in the beginning, what you believe about the end times determines your actions. If you believe the Catholic view, that, oh, well, yeah, Jesus came and spiritually conquered all these things, and the kingdom is just getting bigger, and now the best is yet to come, and we conquered the deep state, and so now prosperity is coming. Yeah, that's in alignment with what the Bible says. No, it's not. In some sense, it is in alignment because the Bible warns you about a false golden age, a false prosperity. Yes, absolutely. But not the way these people think. These people think, oh, we just got to conquer the 7 mountains of society, and, God's kingdom is getting bigger and bigger. The mountain is growing bigger. Yeah, the counterfeit mountain, the Antichrist mountain, which is going to be destroyed by the real mountain that comes very shortly. So, verse 46 through 49, Daniel's promoted. Then the king Nebuchadnezzar fell upon his face and paid homage to Daniel, and commanded that an offering and incense be offered up to him. The king answered and said to Daniel, truly your God is God of gods and the Lord of kings, and a revealer of mysteries, for you have been able to reveal this mystery. Then the king gave Daniel high honors and many great gifts, and made him rule over the whole province of Babylon, and in chief prefect over all of the wise men. So, God is glorified with this. God shows his sovereignty over these empires. The vision is now done, and Daniel is promoted. Now, chapter 3 then begins with Nebuchadnezzar, basically with the statue issue, where he builds a statue and he forces people into false worship. So, let's read. All right, Nebuchadnezzar's golden image. Verse 1. King Nebuchadnezzar made an image of gold whose height was 60 cubits and its breadth 6 cubits. He set it up on the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Then King Nebuchadnezzar sent to gather the satraps, the prefects, the governors, the counselors, and the treasurers, the justices, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then the satraps, the prefects, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the justices, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces gathered for the dedication of the image that the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. And the herald proclaimed aloud, "You are commanded, O peoples and nations and languages," pay attention to this language, "that when you hear the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music, you are to fall down and worship the golden image that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall immediately be cast into a burning fiery furnace. Therefore, as soon as all the peoples heard the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music, all the peoples, nations, and languages fell down and worshipped the golden image that the king had set up." Very important image we see. Now, we don't know how much time passes between chapter 2, where Nebuchadnezzar, realizes that God is sovereign, and chapter 3, where he's immediately going back into idolatry and forcing people to do this thing. But nevertheless, notice that Nebuchadnezzar gave glory to God, but yet he didn't show fruits of his faith. You will see another situation after he's humbled where he repents genuinely, and that's the last picture we see. So that's why I said, in my opinion, I am leaning strongly in the favor that Nebuchadnezzar was saved, which would be really very poetic and very fascinating as part of this whole story. Nevertheless, this image has this picture of Daniel 3 now goes into another historical situation. So we're out of the timeline. In Daniel 2, we were in the timeline of history. Now we're back into a historical situation. Remember, the camera changes back to Daniel's life. And what's happening is there's a statue being built, a huge statue, where counterfeit worship is being enforced. Which again, these things are real things that happened, but nevertheless, they are setting a type and shadow for future people. And because most of these prophecies have to deal with the church age, and the fifth empire is the one ruling during the church age, what do you think this has to do with? It has to do with counterfeit worship being enforced upon you. And of course, the ultimate climax of that is the mark of the beast at the end of time. So prophecy works in waves and threads, not dots. You have to think of that also, that there are many fulfillments of something. So when you see something like this as a typological picture, you will see it running through the Roman kings enforcing worship to themselves as gods, to the papal institution enforcing Sunday legislation, Inquisition, and so on. There are threads and threads throughout time. And of course, that thread will be maximized at the end, where there is complete control over the money supply through a digital currency, through a digital ID, where Satan can basically enforce your spiritual worship and kick you out or throw you, quote unquote, in the proverbial fire. So from the very beginning, the mystery religion has always enforced worship. So God is now layering another layer. Of course, this is not on the timeline, on the end times prophetic timeline. You aren't going to see this chapter, but nevertheless, it is a spiritual layer. It's a typological layer to show you that from the very beginning to the very end, the mystery religion that you just saw manifesting through Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and then a kingdom after Rome, that system is enforcing worship, and it will enforce worship. The element of music is very interesting because it shows that there's a manipulation of people with music and the fear of punishment, rewards, culture. They say peoples and languages. So this is a very, of course, local thing to Babylon, but Babylon was kind of all over the civilized world at that time. But nevertheless, this is a foreshadowing. Peoples and languages and nations and tongues. The world will marvel after the beast. It will cause all, both rich and poor, free and slave, to take the mark. So this is a worldwide thing that is fulfilled in Revelation, that is pictured here very early on in Daniel. Now, let's continue through the fiery furnace, 8 through 15. Therefore, at that time, certain Chaldeans came forward and maliciously accused the Jews. They declared to the king Nebuchadnezzar, "O king, live forever. You, king, have made a decree that every man who hears the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music shall fall down and worship the golden image. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast into a burning fiery furnace. There are certain Jews whom you have appointed over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and these men, O king, pay no attention to you. They do not serve your gods or worship the golden image that you have set up." Then Nebuchadnezzar, in furious rage, commanded that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego be brought. So they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar answered and said to them, "Is it true, O Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my gods or worship the golden image that I have set up? Now, if you are ready when you hear the sound of the horn, pipe, lyre, trigon, harp, bagpipe, and every kind of music, to fall down and worship the image that I have made, well and good. But if you do not worship, you shall immediately be cast into a burning fiery furnace. And who is the God who will deliver you out of my hands?" Oh boy, doesn't that set it up for God to hit a home run? And that's exactly the point. This is setting up a situation, another situation, just like with the dream in Daniel 2, for God to reveal his glory and sovereignty over this Antichrist power. It's a constant dance where you are revealed the bad news, and then God reveals his sovereignty. More bad news, more typology, God knocks it out of the park. This is the dance that you have to see through these prophecies. And again, sometimes there'll be a timeless view, like in Revelation, you'll see a heavenly scene. Or in this case, in Daniel, there's a lot of historical scenes where it's Daniel's life. And these are being used to paint that picture as well. In either case, it's the same thing. It's always about God's sovereignty. You just saw a huge swath of history. And that system, basically the idea is that there is a system that's going to rule over men and women until Jesus returns. That's bad news. You want some good news. Now, the good news is through this picture that's being painted to you of the righteous being saved from the fire. During Jesus' time, people were betrayed by their own kind. So another important picture that's being made here is that you're going to be accused. Now, of course, the people who accused Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were pagans in this system. But nevertheless, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were citizens of this system. So they have something in common in the sense that, you're a fellow citizen. You shouldn't betray your fellow citizen. Nevertheless, they were jealous. They were evil. And so they betrayed Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego because they wanted to murder them. They're accusers. Their father is the devil. And they accused them to the authority. This is painting to you a picture that false worship is going to happen and that you will be accused and be brought forth before these various authorities. That is confirmed with other historical things that happen. Again, the New Testament with the early Christians, and throughout history, we see this, and even till the end, where the mark of the beast is going to be enforced, other Christians, quote unquote, of this system will betray you and accuse you and say, look at you, you're a legalist, you're a Judaizer, you are refusing to follow in the church's ways, or you're refusing God's word, or whatever other accusation they're going to make. They're going to lump you in with all the crazy sects like the Black Israelites, the Torah keepers, the Jews who refuse to repent and convert to the new thing. You will be lumped into it, my friends. And of course, I talk about that quite a bit, but you will be accused. So it's very important. Now, of course, the last verse that I read to you, verse 15, says, "Who is going to deliver you out of my hands?" And of course, that is just a nice setup for God to come in and boom, whack a home run, and for the king's pride to be destroyed, which we see in the next chapter with the vision of the tree. So, onward to verse 16 through 18. And verse 16 says, "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, 'O Nebuchadnezzar, we have no need to answer you in this matter. If this be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of your hand, O king. But if not, be it known to you, O king, that we will not serve your gods or worship the golden image that you have set up.'" Very important precedent between the people of God and this mystery religion. You're going to be accused. You're going to be brought before authorities. You'll be forced into counterfeit worship, and you'll have to make a choice. And of course, in this particular case, because it's continuing the theme of the persecution and the mark of the beast, in quotation marks, really, because that really is just the Antichrist power enforcing its way into the world. And of course, that will reach a climax in our generation. But this is showing to you the model of how the righteous will be. Whether God will save us or not, we know that he's sovereign. We know that he's perfectly capable to save us. But whether he saves us or not, we are not going to bow down to this system. If we are meant to die, then we will die. If we are meant to live, then we will live. Either way, God is sovereign, God is good, and God will work all things for the good. Moving on to 19 through 25, we continue with this situation. Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with fury, and the expression on his face was changed against the three. He ordered the furnace heated 7 times more than it was usually heated. He then ordered some mighty men of his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to cast them into the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their cloaks, their tunics, their hats, and their other garments, and they were thrown into the burning fiery furnace. Because the king's order was urgent and the furnace was overheated, the flame of the fire killed those men who took up the 3. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell bound into the fiery furnace. Then King Nebuchadnezzar was astonished and rose up in haste. He declared to his counselors, "Did not we cast 3 men bound into the fire?" He answered and said to the king, "True, O king." He answered and said, "But I see 4 men unbound, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt. And the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods." Which is very interesting because, again, the word there is Elohim, and Elohim is also used for God, as in the God. So it's interesting, the little play on words there could be son of God that looks there. So whether this was an angel, or Jesus, who knows? Ultimately, it's just more typology. Typology is the righteous will be saved. And the 4th person being the Savior, again, could be an angel, could be a pre-incarnate Christ. It doesn't matter. The wicked are burned in trying to condemn and destroy the righteous. They will actually be the ones who are burned by the flames. And of course, there's a spiritual and physical thing here because we know that a lot of people were burned at the stake for being Protestant or whatever else. They were killed by the Antichrist power, but those people will be resurrected in glory forever. And they will witness the justice that God has to burn the people who burn them, and that will be a lasting justice. So this is what's being painted for you here. Now, moving on a couple more verses, 26 to 30, it says, Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the door of the burning fiery furnace. He declared, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High God, come out and come here. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out from the fire. And the satraps, the prefects, the governors, and the king's counselors gathered together and saw that the fire had not had any power over the bodies of these men. Really quick pause. Notice that Nebuchadnezzar makes the connection that the Most High God is the one behind the situation. Keep that in mind for a future chapter. Continuing this, the hair of their heads was not singed, their cloaks were not harmed, and no smell of fire had come upon them. Nebuchadnezzar answered and said, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and delivered his servants, who trusted in him and set aside the king's command and yielded up their bodies rather than serve and worship any god except their own God. Therefore I make a decree. Any people, nation, or language that speaks anything against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be torn limb from limb and their house laid in ruins, for there is no other God who is able to rescue in this way. Then the king promoted them, and they were put in the provinces of Babylon. So another example, just like we have with Daniel 2, where God is ending the picture with God's sovereignty over evil. He's the Savior. He's the one that's reminding you that he's going to provide and protect you and ultimately deliver you from this Antichrist power. God will save the righteous, and they will not perish. In Luke 21, 16 through 19, we see an example of that, which is very akin to what just happened. You will be delivered up even by parents and brothers and relatives and friends, and some of you will be put to death. You will be hated by all for my name's sake, but not a hair of your head will perish. But by endurance you will gain your lives. Now, of course, many people perished in martyrdom, and so this is not what it's talking about. To God, who is infinite and who sees, infinity, the small blip of history that we're in right now is nothing. This is nothing to a God that lives forever and who has lived forever before creating the world. So we have to see things from God's eyes. And from God's eyes, what he's saying is, you will not perish. You'll be resurrected, and you'll live the rest of eternity with me, which is most of human history, right? Infinity versus one tiny percent of history, you can't even compare the two. So yes, not a hair of your head will perish. And in the same way, I think the language there is very similar to the language back in Daniel 3, where it says not a hair was singed by fire, which is interesting. So this gives us encouragement. Again, we see the bad news of the statue, that there's an Antichrist power ruling from Babylon all the way to the return of Christ. 2,500 plus years of history. That's the bad news. The good news is, don't worry, God is sovereign. He's going to take care of it. He's sovereign over these powers. He's the one who put Nebuchadnezzar in power. And later you'll see that Nebuchadnezzar, again, I believe, repents. So God is sovereign over these powers. Then you see the statue, and the enforced worship, and the accusations, and all the things that are coming. And then what happens? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are saved. Good news. God will provide. He's sovereign. So you see this constant dance, this duality between the bad news being revealed to you and then the good news. It's always this way. The bad news, then the good news. The bad news and the good news. Just like the Bible, right? The bad news, the mankind falls. If you're reading it from cover to cover, mankind falls. By the time you get to the New Testament, it ends with the good news. That is the point. That is the joy and blessing that we have in Scripture, that it's good news. It's hope, and it's not hope that's empty. It's a hope that you can truly count on, which is great. So now we go to the next chapter, which is Daniel 4, and we'll read verses 1 through 3. King Nebuchadnezzar, to all peoples, nations, and languages that dwell on the earth, peace be and multiplied to you. It has seemed good to me to show the signs and wonders that the Most High God has done for me. How great his signs, how mighty his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion endures from generation to generation. This sounds like something David would write. And yet you have a pagan king, Gentile, writing such things. So I think, again, there's very interesting situation. There is also, again, no sense of time between Daniel 3 and Daniel 4. We don't have an idea of how much time has passed from the statue incident that we just read to now Nebuchadnezzar is relaying something about his journey of faith. And this chapter seems to describe God giving Nebuchadnezzar a new heart, giving him the ability to believe and repent truly. So if this is true, it's going to be interesting because, again, first off, it sets a typology of the Gentiles being saved, not just the Israelites, which is important, but it also shows God's total sovereignty over this New World Order system, over the Pontifex Maximus, over the Nimrod representative, which was the king of Babylon. And of course, not all kings were saved by any means, but the point is that Nebuchadnezzar was the head. He was the head of this system, according to the vision. And that head was claimed by God, which is, again, just very poetic to me. It just shows that God's not only powerful and just, but very merciful. Now, moving on to verses 4 through 9, his second dream. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at ease in my house and prospering in my palace. I saw a dream that made me afraid. As I lay in bed, the fancies and visions of my head alarmed me. So I made a decree that all the wise men of Babylon should be brought before me, that they might make known to me the interpretation of the dream. Then the magicians and the enchanters and the Chaldeans and the astrologers came in, and I told them the dream, but they could not make known to me its interpretation. Verse 8. At last Daniel came in before me, he who is named Belteshazzar, after the name of my God, and in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. And I told him the dream, saying, O Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians, because I know that the spirit of the holy gods is in you, and that no mystery is too difficult for you, tell me the vision of my dream that I saw and their interpretation. Now, what we see here is the king has another dream, the second dream. Now, this one, the deal is not the same as the first. Like, he's not telling people to guess his dream. He's now telling the dream, and he just wants an interpretation. He's very worried about it, obviously. And as we'll see, this dream will be about his upcoming humiliation and basically being humbled. Notice very importantly that it says the spirit of the holy gods. O Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians, because I know that the spirit of the holy gods is in you. Now, I told you to remember in the previous chapter that Nebuchadnezzar recognized the issue that happened with the situation that happened with the statue had to deal with the God, as in the Elohim, the Most High God. He recognized that situation. In the beginning of this chapter, as Nebuchadnezzar is relaying this experience to you, kind of like a diary, again, this is a historical view. We're first person, we're in Nebuchadnezzar's study in his palace, and he's talking to the camera. And then it flashes now to this situation where he had a dream. This is what you're seeing. But it's a historical situation, but it's being used to create typology again. Nevertheless, interestingly, holy gods, holy Elohim, set apart Elohim, spirit, the wording there in the original language is the set apart spirit of Elohim, the Holy Spirit of God. And the interlinear translates it that way, which again, it's interesting because I don't think that he would be saying, oh, Daniel, I know that the spirit of the holy gods, as in the multiple pagan gods that we worship, is in you. I think this is a translation error because it's very clear Nebuchadnezzar recognizes Daniel as a separate God apart from these pagan gods. He recognized, number one. Number two, he recognizes that Daniel's God is the Most High God that is above all the other gods. So he wouldn't say, oh, I recognize that you have the spirit of all these gods in you. I think this is a mistranslation. It should say, I know that you have the Holy Spirit, which is, again, very profound situation that he would recognize that and that this is being discussed in the Old Testament of all things. So, very, very interesting. Now, let's continue 10 through 18. The visions of my head as I lay in bed were these. I saw and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. The tree grew and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. Its leaves were beautiful, and its fruit was abundant, and in it was food for all. The beasts of the field found shade under it, and the birds of the heavens lived in its branches, and all the flesh was fed from it. I saw in the visions of my head as I lay in bed, and behold, a watcher, a holy one, came down from heaven. He proclaimed aloud and said thus, Chop down the tree and lop off its branches, strip off its leaves and scatter its fruit. Let the beasts flee from under it and the birds from its branches. But leave the stump of its root in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze, amid the tender grass of the field. Let him be wet with the dew of heaven. Let his portion be with the beasts and in the grass of the earth. Really quick, just pause. Notice that up until this let him be wet, we were talking about a tree. Now suddenly it's a personal pronoun, and we're talking about a person. Verse 16, let his mind be changed from a man's, and let a beast's mind be given to him, and let 7 periods of time pass over him. The sentence is by the decree of the watchers. The decision is by the word of the holy ones, to the end that the living may know that the Most High rules the kingdom of men and gives it to whom he will, and sets over it the lowliest of men. This dream I, Nebuchadnezzar, saw, and you, O Belteshazzar, tell me the interpretation, because all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to make known to me the interpretation, but you are able, for the spirit of the holy gods, i.e. the Spirit of God, is in you. This is a mistranslation. So, this dream is going to be interpreted by Daniel, similar situation like we had with the previous dream. But this one has to do with Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom and pride. This is not going to be a historical timeline dream or a prophecy. I mean, it's a prophecy in the sense that it's relevant to Nebuchadnezzar. It's in his near future from this point. But it's not having to do with the grand time frame that we're looking at through these prophecies. But still, remember that there are types and shadows being painted here. Again, this is God's sovereignty. God is sovereign, so that you know that the Most High appoints whoever he wants and puts whoever he wants in power, i.e. all of the kingdoms that you just learned about until the end of time. God is the one appointing all of these powers, so that you know that, because it is typified through Nebuchadnezzar. Now, an important notice here is that the idea of watchers and holy ones is not something from the book of Enoch. The idea of watchers and holy ones is actually documented in the Bible, in the book of Daniel, in this chapter 4. People knew that there were different types of angels, and there were some intermediary angels that could come down to earth, look human, interact, do God's bidding, and so on. Watch my Nephilim episode. That's number 5 in the Afterlife series. We go into great depth about how to walk the narrow road with the supernatural conclusions that the Bible forces you into with the Nephilim, Genesis 6, watchers, and so on, because it's easy to either go to the right or to the left. Either these things are, they're not real and people have made them up, or, oh my gosh, let's read the book of Enoch and base our entire lives off the book of Enoch, or the book of Jubilees, or all these, book of Giants, or whatever else. These things are apocryphal works. So there's a narrow road to walk there. Nevertheless, watchers are not a term from Enoch. They're a term in the Bible. And of course, God is executing his decree by these angels. The dream is telling you that the watchers, these people in charge of watching the earth and doing various things, are executing the decree and bringing about these political situations, which is interesting because we see more of that later in Daniel 10. Now, Daniel interprets the second dream. This is going to be verse 19 through 27. Then Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, was dismayed for a while, and his thoughts alarmed him. The king answered and said, Belteshazzar, let not the dream or the interpretation alarm you. So he knew what he was going to say wasn't going to be very good. Belteshazzar answered and said, My lord, may the dream be for those who hate you, and its interpretation for your enemies. The tree you saw, which grew and became strong so that its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth, whose leaves were beautiful and its fruit was abundant, and in which was food for all, under which the beasts of the field found shade, and in whose branches the birds of the heavens lived, it is you, O king, who have grown and become strong. Your greatness has grown and reaches to heaven, and your dominion to the ends of the earth. And because the king saw a watcher, a holy one, coming down from heaven and saying, chop down the tree and destroy it, but leave the stump of its roots in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze, in the tender grass of the field, and let him be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field till the 7 periods of time pass over him. This is the interpretation, O king. It is a decree of the Most High which has come upon my lord the king, that you shall be driven from among men, and your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. You shall be made to eat grass like an ox, and you shall be made wet with the dew of heaven, and the 7 periods of time shall pass over you, till you know that the Most High rules the kingdom of men, and gives it to whomever he wills. And as it was commanded to leave the stump of the roots of the tree, your kingdom shall be confirmed for you from the time that you know that heaven rules. So when you repent and you figure out, what you need to figure out, of course, there's an allotted time for that, then you will come back. Therefore, O king, let my counsel be acceptable to you. Break off your sins by practicing righteousness, and your iniquities by showing mercy to the oppressed, that there may be perhaps be a lengthening of your prosperity. So, Daniel interprets the dream, another reminder of God's sovereignty, another also reminder that this is relevant for Daniel's time. It's not prophetic in the greater timeline of schemes, but again, it's typological that God has power over all these empires that are coming. All of the kings in history are appointed by God. All of the powers, all of the villains of the story, they are appointed by God. So remember that. God is in control. No matter what we learn through the various prophecies, God is always going to be in control. God did what he did through Nebuchadnezzar because Nebuchadnezzar was the head of this pagan system that begins the timeline. Do you get it? And so from the very beginning, God reveals his sovereignty through real people. These are real situations that God choreographed, but nevertheless also poetically included in the story. So that from the very beginning of this prophecy, of course, we know Babylon as a tradition, as a religion, goes much farther before that, from the Garden of Eden. I talk about that in my Synagogue of Satan series, but the point is that the beginning of this time, Nebuchadnezzar is the head. He's the beginning. And so God did what he's doing through Nebuchadnezzar to show you that from the head all the way to the tail, God is sovereign over the entire thing, which is a very beautiful situation. So these things confirm everything we've looked at and what we will continue to look at about God being sovereign. Now, Nebuchadnezzar's humiliation. This is 28 to 33. All this came upon King Nebuchadnezzar. At the end of 12 months, he was walking on the roof of the royal palace of Babylon, and the king answered and said, "Is not this great Babylon which I have built by my mighty power as a royal residence and for the glory of my majesty?" While the words were still in the king's mouth, there fell a voice from heaven, "O King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is spoken. The kingdom has departed from you, and you shall be driven from among men, and your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. And you shall be made to eat grass like an ox, and 7 periods of time shall pass over you until you know that the Most High rules the kingdom of men and gives it to whom he will." Immediately the word was fulfilled against Nebuchadnezzar. He was driven from among men and ate grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hair grew as long as eagle's feathers, and his nails were like birds' claws. So some sort of judgment punishment really, that came upon Nebuchadnezzar, where he was driven away. We aren't given too many details. He's driven away. He's kicked out of the kingdom, and he kind of goes insane, it seems like. He's basically crawling on 4s and basically just totally subjugated to teach him a lesson. Now, very important that we remember pride is the major sin of the Bible. And of course, Babylon, being the head, is a representative of the pride of this whole system against God. Later, when we get to Revelation 17 and we finally put that layer on it, you'll see that Mystery Babylon is a very arrogant system. She's the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. She's priding herself as being the mother church in this day and age. Of course, the final empire, the final iteration, is the mother church, the one that there's no salvation for you outside of, the one that is doing the exclusive thing with God. And of course, as a result of that harlotry, we can tell whenever a movement or a denomination is also a harlot. I'm special, there's no salvation outside of me, we're doing this exclusive thing with God, that kind of thing. And there's many things that fall into that category as harlots and harlotries. So nevertheless, pride is the major sin of the Bible. And pride, this is a typology for the pride of Mystery Babylon as a whole, in the satanic system. And of course, that pride is going to be very humiliated and judged. Now, verse 34 through 36, Nebuchadnezzar restored. At the end of the days, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted my eyes to heaven, and my reason returned to me, and I blessed the Most High, and praised and honored him who lives forever. For his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom endures from generation to generation. All the inhabitants of the earth are accounted as nothing, and he does according to his will amongst the host of heaven and amongst the inhabitants of the earth. And no one can stay his hand or say to him, what have you done? Very important verse right here, Daniel 4, 34 through 35. We still have a little more to read. Actually, I'll read it and then we'll comment on this. At the same time, my reason returned to me, and for the glory of my kingdom, my majesty and splendor returned to me. My counselors and my lords sought me, and I was established in my kingdom, and still more greatness was added to me. So Nebuchadnezzar repents, very clearly so. Now this time he seems to officially repent. After the dream, the statue dream in Daniel 2, he kind of acknowledges that there's power. Just like Pharaoh, by the way, at some point acknowledged that God had power because he was subjugated. But Pharaoh was still in rebellion. The only reason he was trying to go along was just for his own good, not because he actually trusted in God. So same thing with Nebuchadnezzar. This is painting to you pictures of faith and counterfeit faith, which are very much the issue of the church age. Nebuchadnezzar initially said, oh, Daniel, okay, obviously your God is the one, but then the next instance, he's building a giant statue and forcing people to worship over it. Then people get rescued. And then what does he do? After that, 12 months after that instance, now we're Daniel 4, he's on, the roof of his palace and saying, oh man, I'm just so great. Look at all this stuff that I've done. And then he gets judged. So then after this final situation, he had a lot of ups and downs. It seems he finally repents and gives glory to God and realizes the truth, which is a very interesting situation. But it shows you that just what you say doesn't mean you have authentic faith. Jesus said there's many that are going to come to him at the final day and say, Lord, Lord, did we not do many mighty works in your name? Right? So faith is not just saying something. It's not even doing works like religious works, because there are counterfeit actions. There's true faith that gives you true actions, and there's counterfeit faith that gives you counterfeit actions. What I mean by counterfeit actions is religious behavior. Religion and walking in faith are two different things. Religion gives you the illusion of busyness and spiritual progress. It's counterfeit actions. Oh, I did my rosary today. I crawled on my knees. I went to a pilgrimage. I went to church. I did all these things, but did you really do anything? These things are useless if you don't have genuine faith and genuine actions. And this is the problem. And so we see pictures of these little threads, little pictures of counterfeit faith, what it means to have genuine faith, repentance, and so on. So it's very, very interesting. But again, God is sovereign over everything. And the verse that I pointed out in question 34 through 35, there is nothing in this verse where it says, all the inhabitants of the earth are accounted as nothing. And he does according to his will amongst the hosts of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth. And nobody can stay his hand or tell him, what have you done? Now, later in the New Testament, when you have chapters like Romans 8, Romans 9, Ephesians 1 and 2, so on and so forth, John 6, John 3, John 10, John 17, all over the place you see God's sovereignty over all things. And in the Old Testament, especially in this example where you have a Gentile king explaining he's king of Babylon. He literally was called King of Kings, meaning he was the grand poobah of the world at that time. He was at the top. And that person tells you, after his experience with God and being humbled, that nobody can tell God what to do. Nobody can question his motives. Nobody can stop God. And everybody on the world, including himself, who was the King of Kings, and at that point he was the King of Babylon, they're accounted to God as nothing. This is, by the way, repeated in, I believe, one of the Psalms. I forget which one exactly, but this language might be in actually one of the prophets, Isaiah or Jeremiah. Somewhere this language is repeated again. It might be Jeremiah, that the nations of the earth are accounted less than nothing to God. Less than nothing. There's nothing less than nothing, but that language is used to show you that you are nothing. The Bible does not treat you as a self-determining, autonomous, sovereign being. You are a vessel in God's hands, and the nations of the earth are accounted as nothing to him. Now, of course, he loves the people he's chosen to save, absolutely. He's given them to Christ. And that love is there for eternity. But the point is that you need to remember that you are accounted to as nothing. That's why election is such a source of gratitude and appreciation and marveling. Because if God had not chosen you, God had not chosen to give you the ability to believe, like he chose to give Nebuchadnezzar the ability to believe. He could have left Nebuchadnezzar just like all the other kings to just be destroyed, like you'll see Nebuchadnezzar's grandson in just the next chapter. But instead, he chose to save Nebuchadnezzar, I believe again as a typological picture and as a show of his sovereignty through mercy. God can show you his sovereign either through justice or through his mercy. And in this case, he chose mercy with Nebuchadnezzar, which is a very beautiful picture. But nonetheless, God is the one who granted that wisdom, who granted that awareness. Just like it says in Acts 13:48 that those who were appointed to eternal life were the ones who believed. But people today fight this truth so much to their own discredit and instead embrace the Catholic view of salvation, which is that you are co-creating with God a reality, which is really just a mystery religion, folks. There's no difference. Synergism is a spectrum. On one side, you have, witchcraft and the occult and hardcore New Age stuff. You have Catholicism somewhere in there, and you have Arminian Protestantism. Arminians will say, no, that's not us. Well, you are, because ultimately what you're doing is saying that the outcome of salvation is not possible unless you do something. It's not possible. God cannot save you if you refuse to believe. But yet that is the whole point of the Bible, that God can save you even if you choose to refuse to believe, even if you harden your heart, which everybody has a hardened heart to the truth. God reveals his sovereignty by softening your heart and transforming you. Like he did with Saul, like he did with Nebuchadnezzar, like he did with so many people, where he displayed his sovereignty by crushing their heart of stone and giving them a heart of flesh. This is the consistent message, and you see it very clearly laid out in Daniel 4, where the king of the earth, basically, admits to you that people are accounted as nothing to God. So, very important to remember these verses because God's sovereignty is always under attack, and in the day and age we live in, arguing for God's sovereignty and election and predestination are very controversial issues, unfortunately. Now, Daniel 5 is the next chapter, and I want to, we go to Daniel 5, here we go, the handwriting on the wall. I'm going to read these first 4 verses, and then we'll talk about it. King Belshazzar made a great feast for 1,000 of his lords and drank wine in front of the 1,000. Belshazzar, when he tasted the wine, commanded that the vessels of gold and of silver Nebuchadnezzar his father had taken out of the temple in Jerusalem be brought, that the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines might drink from them. Then they brought in the golden vessels that had been taken out of the temple, the house of God in Jerusalem, and the king and his lords, his wives, and concubines drank from them. They drank wine and praised the gods of silver, of gold, of bronze, of iron, of wood, and stone. So, we don't know what the time frame is after the last situation we saw, but this is yet another historical view. The camera is now in the king's court. There's a party going on. It's Daniel's life. But again, there is typology being played out through and painted through these situations. Not sure how many years went by since the last situation with Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar, which you'll see is probably his grandson. But either way, it's some years in the future. And there's a very different quality going on, right? Belshazzar has not learned from his grandfather, and he's very idolatrous. He's very disrespectful. He's using the things in God's temple to basically get drunk and have a party and all kinds of things. So we see, again, the conflict between the pagan power and God's people and righteousness. And we will see again that this is setting it up yet again for another home run for God to reveal to you his sovereignty over this pagan system of pride. So, verses 5 through 12. Immediately the fingers of a human hand appeared and wrote on the plaster of the wall of the king's palace, opposite the lampstand. And the king saw the hand as it wrote. Then the king's color changed and his thoughts alarmed him. His limbs gave way and his knees knocked together. The king called loudly to bring in the enchanters, the Chaldeans, the astrologers. The king declared to the wise men of Babylon, whoever reads this writing and shows me its interpretation shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around his neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. Remember this part, the third ruler. It's going to be important later. Then all the king's wise men came in, but they could not read the writing or make known to the king the interpretation. Then King Belshazzar was greatly alarmed, and his color changed, and his lords were perplexed. The queen, because of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banquet hall. And the queen declared, O king, live forever. Let not your thoughts alarm you, or your color change. There is a man in your kingdom of whom is the spirit of the holy gods. Again, I think that they knew who Daniel's God was, and so this is a translation error. In the days of your father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of God, Elohim, this says gods, but I think it should be God, were found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your father the king, made him chief of the magicians, enchanters, Chaldeans, and astrologers. Because an excellent spirit, knowledge, and understanding to interpret dreams, explain riddles, and solve problems were found in this Daniel, whom the king named Belteshazzar. Now let Daniel be called, and he will show the interpretation. So, again, setting the stage for Daniel to come in, to reveal God's glory, to humble the pagan power, and to remind you that God is sovereign. The handwriting on the wall is interesting for several reasons. First off, there's parallels to me of Jesus writing in the sand, which again, nobody really knows what he wrote. There's a lot of interesting theories on that, but certainly that's a very interesting situation. And also God writing the 10 tablets. There's this, you see, again, like God, there's so many ways that God could have done it. Like God could have just said, all right, open the sky, here's these perfect tablets, come down in an array of light, and here they are. But he chose to write them for Moses with the finger of God written, supernaturally on a stone tablet, which is very interesting, very intimate to me. It just shows an intimate concern. When Jesus, kneeled down and wrote in the sand, it's a very intimate moment. He could have done a supernatural work there. He could have said, blown in the sand and created some supernatural writing in the sand, but he chose to get down and dirty, right? He to get down in his creation and interact with it, which is very intimate. This is no different. There could have been just like fire and lightning that came down on this king immediately and destroyed them. And yet there was this hand, this human hand, just wrote very patiently on the wall, like, you're doomed. It's just very, very poetic. I think God also has a sense of humor also that we can see through these things. And again, it just shows God's mercy and patience too, as well, even with pagan powers that are just in total rebellion. Notice again that the spirit of the gods is used versus spirit of God or the holy God. I think that considering that everybody knew of Daniel, of all the things that happened in the previous chapters with Nebuchadnezzar, they knew who Daniel was and what God he worshipped, and that his God was different from the others. So I find it hard to believe that this is translated correctly. I think this should say Spirit of God, because when they were saying that, they're referring to the God of Daniel, who Daniel worships. So very important. Now let's continue 13 through 30. He interprets the handwriting. Then Daniel was brought in before the king. The king answered and said to Daniel, "You are that Daniel, one of the exiles of Judah, whom the king my father brought from Judah. I have heard of you that the Spirit of God is in you, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom are found in you. Now the wise men and the enchanters have been brought in before me to read this writing and make known to me its interpretation, but they could not show the interpretation of the matter. But I have heard that you can give interpretations and solve problems. Now if you can read the writing and make known to me its interpretation, you shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around your neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." Verse, where are we at? All the way to 30. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, "Let your gifts be for yourself, and give your rewards to another. Nevertheless, I will read the writing to the king and make known to him the interpretation. O king, the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar your father kingship and greatness and glory and majesty. And because of the greatness that he gave him, all the peoples and nations and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he killed, and whom he would, he kept alive. Whom he would, he raised up, and whom he would, he humbled. But when his heart was lifted up and his spirit was hardened so that he dealt proudly, he was brought down from his kingly throne, and his glory was taken away from him. He was driven from among children of mankind, and his mind was made like that of a beast, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. He was fed grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, until he knew that the Most High God rules the kingdom of mankind and sets over it whom he will. And you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, though you knew all this." So you're accountable because you knew what Nebuchadnezzar went through. "But you have lifted up yourself against the Lord of heaven, and the vessels of his house have been brought in before you, and you and your lords and your wives and your concubines have drunk wine from them. And you have praised the gods of silver and gold, of bronze and wood and stone, which do not see or hear or know, but the God in whose hand is your breath. Does it sound like Daniel believes in synergism? And whose are all your ways you have not honored. Your life is in God's hands. All of your ways are in God's hands. You are not a sovereign, autonomous, self-serving, self-actualizing being. Verse 24. Then from his presence the hand was sent, and his writing was inscribed. And this is the writing that was inscribed. Mene, mene, tekel, and parsin. This is the interpretation of the matter. Mene, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end. Tekel, you have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. Perez, your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. So this confirms historical track record. Then Belshazzar gave the command, and Daniel was clothed with purple, and a chain of gold was put around his neck, and a proclamation was made about him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. That very night, Belshazzar and the Chaldean king was killed, and Darius the Mede received the kingdom, being about 62 years old. So, a lot to unpack on that one. Judgment on Babylon comes at this time, basically. So this is now in the future, after Nebuchadnezzar, obviously, and it's right at the junction where Babylon becomes Persia. So we're going from kingdom 1 to kingdom 2, from gold to silver. So, reminder of God's sovereignty throughout all this, obviously. And another verse in this, just like in Daniel 4, where Nebuchadnezzar is saying that the kingdoms of the earth are counted as nothing. In Daniel 5, you have another great opportunity for God's sovereignty, a verse on God's sovereignty, where Daniel says, basically, look, your very ways are in God's hands. Your breath is in his hands. You don't have control over anything, and you haven't given God glory. So you're going to be destroyed because you knew differently, and you chose otherwise. The Bible teaches that we are vessels for God. We are not sovereign. We are not free of influence. We are always choosing on the influence of something. You are choosing, before you're born again, based on your flesh, based on the world, and of course, the devil and his legion of demons influencing your thoughts, tempting you, frightening you, all kinds of things, kind of giving you revelations and spiritual things to deceive you one way or another. You are not free from these influences. You are born into a cursed world. By the time you're even 1 year old, you develop an ego and you learn how to manipulate your parents for attention. You develop certain reactions to, ways of being, and you develop your persona. So we are not able to choose free of influence, folks, which is what libertarian free will, Arminianism, synergism, all of these things espouse, that you can choose free of influence, which is not true. You can't. That's why you need a savior. The interesting part is that you get free will, you get freedom when you are under God's influence. When you become born again, God gives you the ability to choose free of the influence of those big three. Does that mean you're perfect? No. It just means that you now have the ability to choose free of their influence because you're aware of them. You're not in the matrix anymore. But your freedom comes as a result of your dependence on God. Do you get it? The fact that God gives you his spirit and gives you awareness allows you to be free of those previous influences. And ultimately, you'll be totally free when you get resurrected. But either way, you're never free of influence. So the question is, are you under God's influence? Or are you just relegated to the world like the reprobate? That's the question. That's why the Bible tells you to confirm your election and to embrace the gift that you've been given. And walk the new walk so you can talk the talk. So all of this is very interesting because, again, it shows all of these things, God's sovereignty, talking about election, salvation, all these things that are very elucidated upon and documented in the New Testament. There are threads in here that you can take as Old Testament pictures of the plan of salvation. It also shows God's mercy. Again, he could have just destroyed Belshazzar immediately, but he chose to be very poetic about it. Of course, Belshazzar was judged, but nevertheless, God was still patient and merciful with the situation. Another thread that's also interesting here is, again, you have to see these, even though their historical situation is relevant to Daniel, they're in his timeline, they're also typological for the rest of history. This king is incorporating the vessels of the temple with pagan practice. You have a mixture of truth with error. You have a usage of things that are supposed to be used for holy things, misappropriated to unholy ways. And this is exactly what we see later in the book of Revelation with the compromised church, with Catholicism, with the final fifth kingdom that takes over. These are shadows. These are prophecy waves, little shadows that Right now, when you read this through, without any context, it's hard for you to understand that this might have a typological significance with the Catholic Church. But as you'll see, as we put those layers one after another, just like those cartoon films or whatever, you'll see that there's a typological significance here, because the constant theme throughout history is God's worship of God being mixed with paganism, being mixed with error, truth with error. Cain was a worshiper of God. He presented himself as a worshiper of God. Cain was not an atheist. Cain was a worshiper of God, but he wanted to do things his own way. And that set the system for the rest of human history. You have the Abel system, right? People who are righteous and obey God and trust God and do what God asks. And you have the counterfeit system, the one that tries to do things their own way, tries to achieve the outcome on their own, doing their own thing and pretending to be worshiping God. Synagogue of Satan. I talk about that in my Synagogue of Satan series. So very, very interesting. Now, a couple of important historical notes for this particular chapter before we go to the next one is that a lot of modern critics say that Daniel's story about Belshazzar here is a fiction. It couldn't have happened. Maybe it did happen in some regard, but Daniel's mixed up. He's got some wrong facts. Daniel was probably written in the 2nd century BC. There's a lot of claims that are made against the book of Daniel that you need to be aware of how to refute them and why they're wrong, because Daniel is first-hand eyewitness. And if we can prove that, then we can bring legitimacy back to the book of Daniel. Of course, it has legitimacy. The point is there's a lot of critics that want to attack what the book of Daniel says. So I want to go to this article. This is from Daniel. This is from Evidence Unseen. It's on Daniel 5. And the question is, did Daniel err in making Belshazzar the king at the fall of Babylon? It says, claim. For years, critics held that Belshazzar was a historical invention. The fall of Babylon is dated to 539 BC, and critics noted that the king Nabonidus was in power as the final king of Babylon. In fact, Belshazzar was not mentioned in any extra-biblical documents except for the book of Daniel and the works dependent upon it, such as Baruch and Josephus' writings. Since Nabonidus was the final king to be mentioned in the Babylonian Empire, critics charged that this was an error from Daniel. Response. Let's consider several questions surrounding this complex topic. Was Belshazzar a historical invention of Daniel? No. Contrary to the critics, many extra-biblical findings have demonstrated that Belshazzar not only existed, but he was a co-regent during the time of his father Nabonidus. That is, these two kings ruled at the same time. Miller writes, quote, 37 archival texts dated from the 1st to the 14th year of Nabonidus now attest to Belshazzar's historicity. Indeed, the Nabonidus cylinder states, May it be that I, Nabonidus, king of Babylon, never fail you, and may my firstborn Belshazzar worship you with all his heart. While Nabonidus ruled 500 miles south in Tema, Belshazzar ruled the kingdom. So Belshazzar was a co-regent, which is why, you'll see, there's an important little detail that I told you to remember. Thus, the recording of Belshazzar helps to support an early dating of Daniel. After all, Belshazzar had fallen out of the historical memory of both Herodotus, 5th century BC, and Xenophon, 4th century BC. This means that Daniel accurately mentioned the historical figure of Belshazzar when other historians didn't. If Daniel was written, here's the point with this, if Daniel was written in the 2nd century, there'd be no way for him to know the truth, because everybody writes based on what other people wrote before them. So Xenophon and, was it Herodotus, did not make the connection that Belshazzar was a living king. But Daniel did, and that proves to you that Daniel, an early date of Daniel is more accurate than a later date, meaning Daniel was written much older than what these critics are saying, because Daniel was first-hand eyewitness testimony. This helps give credibility to the fact that Daniel was an eyewitness of the events in question. Think about it. If Daniel was writing in the 2nd century BC, then how did he correctly identify this historical detail when other historians omitted this for centuries before him? Was Belshazzar the son of Nabonidus or the son of Nebuchadnezzar? Belshazzar is called the son of Nebuchadnezzar several times in this passage, not the son of Nabonidus. How can we resolve this dilemma? Several options are plausible. Option 1. Nabonidus married one of the Nebuchadnezzar's daughters. Thus, Nabonidus would be Belshazzar's father, and Nebuchadnezzar would be his grandfather. Of course, the Hebrew word ab or abba can be rendered as father or grandfather, so either or. Option 2. The terms father and son can sometimes refer to a predecessor, not necessarily a blood ancestor. Archer writes, by ancient usage, the term son often referred to as successor in the same office whether or not there was a blood relationship. Miller notes that other ancient Near Eastern passages use the term father and son in the same way. Quote, in the Assyrian text commonly referred to as the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser III, Jehu is called the son of Omri, although Jehu is not a descendant of Omri. He was of another lineage altogether. Son is unquestionably used in that text, as elsewhere, in the sense of successor. Steinman writes, the normal formula to indicate a father-son relationship would be Belshazzar, son of Nebuchadnezzar. But that formula never occurs in Daniel. Since the formal father-son designation is never used, it is quite probable that the term father here signifies predecessor and son means successor. The Bible does this quite a lot too. God uses spiritual parentage to connect people quite a lot, like Mystery Babylon, mother of harlots of the earth. So if you're a daughter of Mystery Babylon, there's a spiritual parentage there, right? When Jesus says, you are of your father the devil, he's not saying, hey, you lizard people, I know what your actual DNA is. He's saying, look, you are spiritually aligning with your patron, which is the devil, the murderer, and the liar, because you're doing his works and you're aligning with that spiritually. So spiritual parentage is a very common thing in the Bible. And of course, because the standard people, you have to remember, people were very particular about genealogies back then. Very particular. And so because the formula is not used, Belshazzar, son of Nebuchadnezzar, to indicate, okay, there's a biological situation here, very likely this is saying Nebuchadnezzar was his predecessor. So that's the point, that these kings were coming through time. And look, you did not do as your predecessor, who was very intimately aware of God, and you knew that, and now you failed. Moving on. Daniel understands the other details surrounding this account accurately. Consider just a few. Daniel seemed to know that Belshazzar was a co-regent with his father. This is why he could only promise Daniel to be the third ruler in the kingdom. This is what I told you to remember, rather than the second ruler. Hoffmeyer comments, quote, clearly Belshazzar was the crown prince who was de facto king in Babylon during his father's absence. Amazingly, not only does the book of Daniel know that Belshazzar was the ruler, but it also contains a clue concerning his status. When Belshazzar summoned his wise men, he declared, whoever reads the writing and tells me what it means will be clothed in purple and a gold chain placed around his neck, and he will be made the third ruler in the kingdom. Because Belshazzar was in reality the second ruler, he could only elevate the successful interpreter to the third spot. So this is a cultural clue that Daniel was a first-hand eyewitness testimony, because these are very highly specific historical details to the situation. Profound. Daniel knew that Babylon fell instantaneously. That's another fact that's documented here. The Nabonidus cylinder, the Cyrus cylinder, Herodotus, and Xenophon claimed that the Persians trampled the Babylonians without any serious fight. For instance, Herodotus records that the Persian invaders entered Babylon where the Euphrates used to be, but the water only came up to their thighs. Regarding the Babylonians, all this time they were dancing and celebrating a holiday which happened to fall then until they learned the truth only too well. Now, this is a very fascinating statement to me. We still have a little more to read, but this is such a fascinating statement because now we're dealing again with typology. How did Babylon get overthrown? Well, first off, it got overthrown very quickly. In the book of Revelation, you'll see that it says all her plagues will come in one day. I don't think that's a literal statement. I don't think all the plagues are going to come in one day. However, I don't think it's going to take years. I think it's going to take maximum a couple months. Once the bowls hit for them to be done, it could be even shorter than that. It could be a couple weeks. I really don't know. But certainly they seem to mirror the Egyptian plagues. And those didn't take very long, probably 40 days. So the point is that there's parallels between the physical Babylon and the spiritual Babylon coming to an end at the end of time. Physical Babylon was conquered very quickly. Spiritual Babylon will also be conquered very quickly. Physical Babylon was eating and drinking and giving in marriage. And they're having fun. They're totally blissfully unaware. A lot of them were drunk, so that way when the Persians came in, they could take them out very easily. They didn't have their armor on or anything. They were unprepared. And what does Jesus tell you? It will be like in the days of Lot. It will be like in the days of Noah. People were eating and drinking and giving in marriage. And before judgment came, they thought nothing would happen. When they say peace and safety, sudden destruction comes upon them. Which tells you what? It paints a picture, through history in this case, that the end is a golden age. It's an age of prosperity, of delight, of comforts all left and right. And of course, when people finally think that they have made it, sudden destruction is going to come upon them, just like it did for the real Babylon. Isn't that fascinating? I think it's just so fascinating. We don't learn this exactly from the Bible, although there is a clue. There's a clue. This is going to talk about in just a second with the party at the very beginning in Daniel 5. Moving on, Xenophon records that the Persians rerouted the Euphrates River, and the king was consequently killed. He also states that the Persians invaded on the night of a certain festival and had come around to Babylon, during which all Babylon was accustomed to drink and revel all night long. Cyrus told his men, "We are going to fall upon them at the time when many of them are asleep, many drunk, and none of them in the battle array. And when they find out that we are inside the walls in their panic fight, they will be much more helpless still than they are now." This fits the context of Daniel 5, being in a drunken party, and it fits the description of the Persians taking over and killing Belshazzar without a serious fight. Did Daniel copy Xenophon and Herodotus? This doesn't fit with the notion that Daniel knew Belshazzar's name. So Daniel knew many specific historical details that were not included in other historians like Herodotus or Xenophon, which were, in the 5th and 4th century. So if Daniel was written in the 2nd century, it's very unlikely that they would have these very nitpicky, very, very highly detailed things that only somebody who was an eyewitness could tell you. So it proves the historicity of the Bible. And of course, again, the typology of the celebration when they were being judged is a typology of the final system. It's just amazing how God does this, how he weaves so many pictures through physical things that happened. And these pictures are telling you things of future events through representation, through typology. It's truly mind-boggling. So, context is king as always, and critics never take the Bible in context. Anytime you have a critic, guaranteed they will never take the Bible in context because they don't believe the Bible is God's word. So they're not looking to defend it, they're trying to look at it in a way to tear it apart. There has never been a claim or a historical discovery, like a historical claim, that has come to prove the Bible wrong, ever. History only proves the Bible. And the more you dig into history, the more you realize that the Bible is completely without error, which is profound. The history, again, is the second witness that testifies to the truth of the Bible. The Bible is used in ancient Near East archaeology as a witness because many texts, think about it, the Bible is the one text that has survived the most out of all time. So it's a historical document too, especially for the Old Testament. And so even if they're secular archaeologists, they still use the Bible because the Bible is very accurate. Whereas a lot of these other empires were judged and they weren't preserved like God's word. So it's very interesting. And Belshazzar was a co-ruler, probably grandson of Nebuchadnezzar, but either way, some sort of lineage there as well, regardless of biology or not, but definitely a predecessor spiritually and, politically that he should have paid attention to. So now we're onward to chapter 6. And this is Daniel and the Lion's Den. So I'm going to read 1 through 5, and then we'll talk about it. It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 satraps to be throughout the whole kingdom, and over them 3 high officials, of whom Daniel was one, to whom these satraps should give account, so that the king might suffer no loss. Then this Daniel became distinguished above all the other high officials and satraps, because an excellent spirit was in him. And the king planned to set him over the whole kingdom. Then the high officials and satraps sought to find a ground for complaint against Daniel with regard to the kingdom. But they could find no ground for complaint or any fault, because he was faithful, and no error or fault was found in him. Then these men said, "We shall not find any ground for complaint against Daniel unless we find it in connection with the law of his God." You see the pattern? You see another typology emerging from this new situation. Persia has now come. Babylon is gone. What do we see? We see accusation in relationship to your relationship to God. Accusation, creating legislation, you'll see, and enforcing a particular way of worshiping so that you can be condemned. Again, this is a situation that's relevant to Daniel's time. This is a historical piece where we are following Daniel in his life through these various empires. Persia has now come. He has the same situation as he did with Nebuchadnezzar, where he's placed above people. He's in a high-ranking position. He's very intelligent. He's doing a good job. And of course, people want to accuse and murder him for it. Daniel is a prophet, of course. And God, if you understand that God in many cases with prophets, he makes them live out certain things as to create a precedent for the prophecy that's coming. Like he did with Abraham and Isaac on Mount Moriah. With the physical act of offering Isaac was a spiritual type and shadow of how Jesus would be offered on the cross. Like he did with Ezekiel, where he had him lie on one side, for a certain amount of days that were day to the year principle as a judgment for Judah, and a certain amount of days for judgment against Israel. So these things are acted out through prophets physically, and they represent spiritual, political, historical situations happening. And this is exactly what's happening with Daniel. Daniel's a prophet, and he's going through situations, but through him as a representative, God is painting a picture of spiritual and historical realities that are soon to come over this entire period of history from Babylon to the return of Christ. Very, very profound. Daniel's accusers are trying to accuse him falsely, which of course paints another picture of the Messiah typologically, and of course by extension us, the elect, who are being conformed to the image of Christ and will be accused falsely and will be legislated against and so on. But either way, the point is that the righteous will inherit the kingdom. The enemy is always going to look for a way to falsely accuse you and condemn you and even throw you into the lion's den, just like he did with Daniel. But God will provide. He'll give you courage. He'll give you strength. He'll give you bread. Whatever you need, he will give you. And of course, everything is appointed and God is sovereign. And whatever happens, we know that we will see Christ and live. That is the important message of all of this. So we're going to look at more of these things, but keep in mind that this is a second thread now that ties into this mark of the beast prophecy thread. And we can see it from the very beginning. As it was with Babylon, now the next empire comes, and what do you see? Immediately, the first picture you see is in trying to enforce worship and trying to attack your relationship with God and make you do it a certain way. And so there's nothing new under the sun. Keep that in mind. Let's go to verse 6. Then these high officials and satraps came by agreement to the king and said to him, O King Darius, live forever. All the high officials of the kingdom, the prefects and the satraps and the counselors and the governors are agreed that the king should establish an ordinance and enforce an injunction that whoever makes a petition to any god or man for 30 days except to you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions. Now, O king, establish the injunction and sign the document so that it cannot be changed and according to the law of the Medes and the Persians, which cannot be revoked. A conflict between the pagan system laws and God's laws. Therefore, King Darius signed the document and injunction. When Daniel knew that the document had been signed, he went to his house where he had windows in his upper chamber open towards Jerusalem. He got down on his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave thanks before his God as he had done previously. So just like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, where they said, you know what, you can do whatever you want. We're not going to bow down and worship your system. Did Daniel do the same thing? Yes, he continued to worship God as he was doing before. Verse 11, Then these men came by agreement and found Daniel making petition and plea before his God. Then they came near and said before the king, concerning the injunction, O king, did you not sign an injunction that anyone who makes petition to any god or man within 30 days except to you, O king, shall be cast into the dens of lions? Slither, slither. The king answered and said, The thing stands fast according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which cannot be revoked. Then they answered and said before the king, Daniel, who is one of the exiles from Judah, pays no attention to you, O king, or the injunction that you have signed, but makes his petition 3 times a day. What are you going to do about that, king? And of course, again, we see the same elements as we saw with Daniel in Babylon, this pagan system trying to legislate and enforce worship and falsely accuse, and the believers are going to be rescued from death. And the people who accuse them and falsely accuse them are wicked. They're the ones who are going to eat the fruit of their deeds. 14 through 28. Then the king, when he heard these words, was much distressed and set his mind to deliver Daniel. And he labored till the sun went down to rescue him. Then these men came by agreement to the king and said to the king, Know, O king, that it is the law of the Medes and Persians that no injunction or ordinance that the king establishes can be changed. Then the king commanded, and Daniel was brought and cast into the den of lions. The king declared to Daniel, May your God whom you serve continually deliver you. And a stone was brought and laid on the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet, and with the signet of his lords, that nothing might be changed concerning Daniel. Then the king went to his palace and spent the night fasting. No diversions were brought to him, and sleep fled from him. Then at break of day, the king arose and went in haste to the den of lions. As he came near to the den where Daniel was, he cried out in a tone of anguish. The king declared to Daniel, "O Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to deliver you from the lions?" Then Daniel said to the king, "O king, live forever. My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths, and they have not harmed me, because I was found blameless before him. And also before you, O king, I have done no harm." Then the king was exceedingly glad and commanded that Daniel be taken up out of the den. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no kind of harm was found on him, because he had trusted in his God. And the king commanded that those men who had maliciously accused Daniel were brought and cast into the den of lions, they, their children, and their wives. And before they reached the bottom of the den, the lions overpowered them and broke all their bones into pieces. What a way to die, man. Then King Darius wrote to all the peoples and nations and languages that dwell on the earth, "Peace be multiplied to you. I make a decree that in all my royal dominion people are to tremble in fear before God, before the God of Daniel, for he is the living God, enduring forever. His kingdom shall be never be destroyed, and his dominion shall be to the end." Just like Nebuchadnezzar says, he delivers and rescues, and he works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth, he who has saved Daniel from the power of these lions. So this Daniel prospered during the reign of Darius and the reign of Cyrus the Persian. Another interesting situation, again, very similar to Nebuchadnezzar and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Daniel's rescued by an angel. Whether that was Jesus or just a messenger angel, who knows? It's not clear. I don't think it's important to be dogmatic about it. It would be nice to think that that was Jesus again. This is a pre-incarnate Christ, the Savior. But either way, God is glorified, and these are important typological pictures of the mark of the beast, the persecuting power which demands worship. Every iteration of the empire, there's always been the same thing. The Roman Caesars enforced worship because they were God. The Persians accused Daniel and enforced worship through a particular degree. The Babylonians did the same thing with their statue. It's always enforced worship. And of course, that worship becomes more and more and more as we go to the fifth kingdom, which is papal Rome, which is the Roman Catholic Church. So very, very interesting stuff. There was something else here also. Where was I going to look here? Oh yeah, the thing with Cyrus. Cyrus, there's other times where, like, Cyrus seems to acknowledge God. He definitely didn't feel right about condemning Daniel when he didn't realize what they were up to, so they kind of tricked him into it. So he felt bad. He seems to acknowledge God. God also talks about Cyrus as the instrument of his will, and there was like, there's some affinity there, which again, it would be interesting to see if Cyrus makes it to the eternal state as well, too. That would be just fascinating. Because again, Cyrus was kind of the poobah of Persia, just like Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon. He wasn't the only king. Cyrus wasn't the only king, but he was the one that conquered Babylon. So again, God is painting the same pictures to you. The empire just has come over now. The Persians have just come over. They've switched from gold to silver. They're enforcing worship, the same old patterns, and then God reveals his sovereignty, both in rescuing Daniel and maybe perhaps giving Cyrus a heart to believe, which would be very, very poetic. So that's it for Daniel 6 of the chapter. And now we're going to Daniel 7, which is, of course, is the next very important chapter in this timeline sequence of events. This is the vision of the four beasts. So I'm going to read the first verse, and then we'll talk a little bit about it. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel saw a dream and visions of his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. Now, really quick, important to notice is to notice the time of the year, or the time that this is at. This is in the first year of King Belshazzar of Babylon. Belshazzar ruled, I think, for a couple years, 3. I could be mistaken about that, but he ruled for a couple years. So either way, the point is that now we're going back in time. We were with Daniel in his life. Persia had just taken over. And now the camera cuts away to a backstory. We're going back in time to the first year of Belshazzar. Before that dinner where they were drinking out of the temple, sacramental cups and so on. Back in time, couple years, and now Daniel has a vision during this time. And this vision is going to be another layer to the cake because we're talking about beasts that are powers and kingdoms, and it goes again from Daniel's time all the way to the very end. Daniel 7 is the next major prophetic vision after Daniel 2, and it gives us another dimension to the 5 kingdoms that we saw. It corroborates the same pattern of empires laid down that we saw in Daniel 2, and also that history confirms. And it's also a very critical chapter to understand Revelation 13 with the beast very clearly. It is very important to get this right. Daniel 7, you have to be correct in your interpretation. You have to be consistent with the 5 empires that you saw in Daniel 2. They are the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just a different angle. Even if you're using history, people often have different interpretations of Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and Daniel 8. They have, oh, this is that kingdom, this is that kingdom. No, it's not. These are layers to the same sequence of things happening, but each layer gives you a different look of what's going on. And that's the important part to remember. In other words, the thing that I'm about to read to you in this chapter is a recapitulation. Do you get it? We're going back in time, number 1, to when Daniel was in Babylon, the time of the vision. But as far as the actual prophetic timeline, we're going back and writing another layer on top of the whole thing. We're not doing some other different thing. We're not over here somewhere. We're not talking about, the far future. We're putting another layer on the cake. So if we go to our prophetic timeline, where are you? Oh, little prophetic timeline. There you are. Here we are. So this is Daniel 2. The next layer to this is Daniel 7, which is right on top. This is the various kingdoms. Babylon. You see, this is the head of gold, the lion. Bear. We'll read about this in just a second. Bear, leopard, terrible beast, Rome. And of course, there's more things that are qualified to you that you don't get in the statue. The statue goes from iron to iron mixed with clay. Here it goes from the 4th beast to the little horn power that removes 3 kings before it. So there's more layers added to you in the same sequence. You still have 5 powers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's still 5 powers. The difference is that now we have a few more details about this 5th power. What is the nature of this 5th power? All we know from Daniel 2 is that this 5th power comes out of the 4th kingdom because there's a similarity. It has some iron in it, meaning it's Roman in nature. Well, that narrows it down to only one candidate already. Now you're going to see even more qualities about this 5th empire on the earth, which of course is Daniel 7 and the beast. So back to our chapter here, 7:2, verse 3. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. Now the sea here is a symbol of the wicked, of very populated areas. Remember that. We're going to come back to that. It's also in Revelation that this is cited, but we'll give you a couple of verses for that. And four great beasts came out of the sea, different from one another. So really quick, Isaiah 57 verse 20, but the wicked are like the tossing sea, for it cannot be quiet, and its waters toss up mire and dirt. So the wicked are the sea. Revelation 17:15, and the angel said to me, the waters that you saw where the prostitute is seated are peoples and multitudes of nations and languages. So very populated area full of wicked people, paganism, that kind of thing. It's a very politically important area when the sea is mentioned in a vision. So the beasts coming out of the sea means there are empires arising from very populated, important areas, i.e. the Middle East, which is all the center of the action. And remember this part for Revelation 13, because Revelation 13 contrasts 2 beasts, the first beast and the second beast. One of them comes out of the sea, the other comes out of the earth. In order to understand what the earth is, you have to understand what the sea is, because the earth isn't given to you that much context. But the sea is, and by contrast, you can discern what the earth is. Now, verse 4 through 7. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then as I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and the mind of a man was given to it. And behold, another beast, the second one, like a bear. It was raised up on one side. It had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth, and it was told, arise, devour much flesh. After this I looked, and behold, another like a leopard, with 4 wings of a bird on its back. And the beast had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. And after this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, terrifying and dreadful and exceedingly strong. It had great iron teeth. That's an important detail. And it devoured and broke into pieces. Does that sound familiar? And stamped what was left with its feet. It was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. So we see the 4 beasts, and the 4 beasts match the 4 metals of the statue: gold, silver, bronze, iron. How do we know that? Well, we can see a lot of parallels between these things historically. The lion with wings was a symbol often seen in Babylonian architecture and art. That was originated, I believe, in Assyria, but the Babylonian Empire took it and incorporated it into their own architecture. The lion is also the king of the animals on the land, and the eagle, of course, is the king of the birds. And so you have a lion with eagle's wings is a picture of, just like the head of gold, it's a picture of, dominance and, the cream of the crop. And of course, Babylon was the cream of the crop, and that only degenerated since then. Babylon being plucked of its wings and basically being, made to walk around like a man is basically showing that it was defeated. It was humiliated. The bear raised up on one side is interesting because the Persian Empire was it was a conglomerate empire. You'll see a confirmation of this with the next chapter on Daniel 8, with the ram and the goat vision. But Medo-Persia has a conglomerate type of situation where it's really lopsided, right? So it's a bear on one side is a lopsided situation. And we know that the 3 ribs that are in its mouth and it's devouring, well, it devoured a lot of territory. The territories were Lydia, Babylon, and Egypt. They were all devoured by the Persian Empire. After the Persians were the Greeks, and of course, Alexander the Great conquered the world in 10 years, very quickly, rapidly, insanely fast, which of course is pictured by a leopard, which is the fastest land animal, with 4 wings. Not just 2 wings, but 4, so it's super fast. But it also has 4 heads, which is interesting, because in this particular vision, see, again, these are layer upon layer, just like those cartoon films, like where it had the Pink Panther and it had a little table, but then it put a little, a teacup on it, so you know what's on the table, so you know what's going on. The table could have anything. It could have flowers, could have, markers, could have whatever else. In this case, it had a little teacup on it. So in this vision, you see a picture of the Greek Empire, but it doesn't give you an idea that there's Alexander the Great and then his 4 generals. It just tells you there's 4 heads, and that's exactly what happened after Alexander conquered the world. He died very quickly, and his 4 generals basically took over and the empire split into 4. So this is referring to you to that picture. But you'll see in Daniel 8 that we go again with another layer, and this time you see that Alexander the Great is highlighted as the first part of the Greek kingdom, which is very interesting. Now, the terrible beast really drives all of this home, that this is, again, the same sequence of empires because there are many similarities. Obviously, this is Rome. The iron teeth, as in the iron in the statue, that's a clear relationship. Breaking into pieces, just like in Daniel 2, how iron breaks everything into pieces. It's very similar language. And of course, Rome did break into pieces everything and conquer the known world. So all of this checks out with history and is consistent with the statue dream. We are now recapitulating and adding another layer. Why? So that we can learn what the 5th power is all about. This is the point. It's the 5th power. Remember, all of this history is really just context so that you understand what's happening in the church age. Because the 5th power is the one that rules for the longest. And unless you understand the history that leads up to that 5th power, it is hidden in plain sight. And that's why there's all of this context. So, now that we see the same thing coming out in this vision, it's time to move on. Let's read verse 8. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another horn, a little one, before which 3 of the first horns were plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth like speaking great things. So now we have a very interesting development. By the way, I forgot to mention this, but another similarity between the 4th beast and the statue, that you know this is Rome, is Rome, the 4th beast has 10 horns. And again, Rome eventually degenerated into 10 nation states. Just like the Iron Kingdom degenerated into the iron and clay with the 10 toes. Do you see the similarity? It's truly profound how God paints these pictures. And so now what it's telling you in this last verse is that the nature of this 5th power that comes up is personal. It has the eyes of a man. So it has a personal quality to it, even though it's a power. And it's one that's going to rule until Christ returns. We haven't seen that yet, but you'll see it's the same thing. It will rule until Jesus returns. has a personal quality. It comes out of Rome, the fourth beast. And specifically, there are 3 horns or powers that it uproots before it and until it takes power. And of course, those are the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, and the Heruli. And if you don't know what those are, don't worry about it. I talk about it in my End Time series quite a bit. But there are 3 powers, 3 nation states that were uprooted before the papal institution became the grand poobah of the Roman Empire. Verse 9, the Ancient of Days reigns. So now really quick, before we go into this, you notice the pattern. Again, God is completely consistent. He just gave you all of history from Daniel, or in this case, from Persia really, but Daniel's still here getting, he's in Babylon, my correction. Because remember, the vision is in the first year of Belshazzar. From Babylon all the way to the little horn power at the end. This is the typewriter. We just typed one line on the typewriter. Now it goes ching. Now the good news to show you God is sovereign over all this stuff. There's always going to be a reminder of God's sovereignty after you've seen the big bad boogeyman of, the ages. This is what it is now. Verses 9 through 12. The Ancient of Days. As I looked, thrones were placed, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. His clothing was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. His throne was fiery flames. Its wheels were burning fire. A stream of fire issued and came out from before him. 1,000,000 served him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The court sat in judgment, and the books were opened. I looked then because of the sound of the great words that the horn was speaking. And as I looked, the beast was killed, and its body was destroyed and given over to be burned with fire. Similar judgment to Mystery Babylon. As for the rest of the beasts, their dominion was taken away, but their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. Another important point. So this is our first timeless view in the book of Daniel. Remember, there are historical things that are pulling away from the timeline, like Daniel's life, that are typological in nature. God is painting typologies through them. And there are timeless views, like this one, the Ancient of Days, like the Son of Man, like Daniel 10, where we are seeing heaven and God's sovereignty in full display. This is the first one of its kind. Verse 12 is very important. But their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. So their dominion was taken away, but their lives are prolonged. How does that work? How does it work for a dominion of a kingdom to be taken away, but their life is prolonged? Well, it works because if you remember the statue paints a continuous picture of ruling. It's one system. The idol, right, rules throughout all of history. But that idol, the packaging changes. It degenerates over time. But it's one system. And in this line, it tells you that what you just saw with those 4 beasts, though they are coming one after the other, their lives are actually prolonged just in the same way that the statue is one statue with different metals. And you will see this continual theme in Revelation 13. You'll see that the beast of 13 is a conglomerate of all of these beasts, so remember them. You'll see that Mystery Babylon rides all of the empires of history. So it's the same idea. There's a spiritual hand of evil, right, satanic kingdom, behind all of these worldly empires. It's the same thing. Because the message of these entire prophecies, from Daniel 2 to Revelation 17, is the thing that's coming to power is the thing that's always been, even though it's going to look like the real thing. Do you get it? That's the message. The thing that's coming to power that people are marveling at, it's actually the old thing. It's not the new thing. The new thing is when Jesus returns and actually makes things new. So this is the point. And you see this continually through all of these visions. It's one spiritual reality degrading physically over time, but it's one system. Now, here's our second heavenly vision, the Son of Man. This is, 13 through a couple. We'll stop at a couple places in this. I saw in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven, there came one like a son of man. And he came to the Ancient of Days, and he was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and a kingdom, and that all peoples and nations and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom one that shall not be destroyed. Now, this is very important to get right for many, many reasons. We're still in the timeless view, but now it kind of, the camera goes, whoosh, there's another scene in heaven of the Son of Man coming before the Ancient of Days on a cloud. Again, you have typologies here of the Messiah being incarnate in human form and also God. The rabbis put a curse over people reading the book of Daniel, especially trying to calculate the arrival of the Messiah in Daniel 9, because of course these things point to Jesus. But these visions, this vision of the Son of Man specifically, was fulfilled at the ascension, when Jesus was taken by a cloud in the book of Acts away from the apostles. So that's the interesting thing. Daniel was seeing the book of Acts being fulfilled. When Jesus said, my peace I leave you, he basically leaves them, and a cloud takes them up out of their sight. That cloud now is what Daniel is seeing, taking Jesus before the throne and basically receiving all dominion and power and glory. Now, why is this really important? Well, number one, it's an important proof for the deity of the Messiah, which of course, again, the Jews today deny, but the Jews of Jesus' time believed that there was a deity quality to the Messiah. That's why when Jesus appropriated this particular passage to himself, they tore their robes and accused him of blasphemy, because they knew that there was a divine quality to the Messiah. Today's Jews don't believe in that anymore, for good reason, right? Because they would acknowledge Jesus if they did. So this is a proof for deity. But even more importantly, it's a very important proof for eschatology and understanding what the reigning period of Christ is. What is the period that Christ is reigning? Most people believe that Jesus has to rule on earth for 1,000 years in a golden age, where there is still sin and death happening. And of course, that is the deception. That is the NAR, Christian nationalist, premillennial, dispensationalist, whatever other version of the truth ist that you want to be. That is not true. The 1,000-year kingdom does not exist. It's a made-up thing. And some people believe it's way in the past, like the hyper-preterists who believe in Tartaria, and all these great architectures were just, that's the 1,000-year kingdom, and Jesus took everybody with him, and now we're in the little season of Satan, which, of course, that's been around for more than 1,000 years, so you can't really be a little season if it's that long. But nevertheless, that's what people believe. Some people believe, it's a future kingdom, and Jesus has to come and rule physically in Jerusalem, and, there's still going to be sin and death, even though Jesus, who is glorified God on earth, is going to be on earth physically. That doesn't make any sense. So, it's important to understand that there are two verses, when used with Daniel, like the sun and the moon and the stars, three witnesses together, that testify to the truth of when this period happens. It's very simple, folks, and if you can learn it, you can really help a lot of people come out of deception. Here's what they are. Psalm 110, verses 1 through 2. Yahweh says to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Then Yahweh sends forth from Zion your scepter, your mighty scepter, rule in the midst of your enemies. So, the ruling begins. There are two very important, I just love Scripture, man. It's so just to the point. There's such profound information, and it's said in such a perfect way that tells you exactly what you need to know, without any fluff. There's no wasted words in the Bible. It's truly a marvel. I've written a lot in my life. I have written a lot. Probably, over 1 million words, very easily, I've written, in terms of articles and books and everything. It's a lot. And I can tell you that writing is a constant journey. You're always learning to write better and, refine your writing techniques. So when I read something like this that tells you such a profound thing without wasting any words, it really reveals to me that an infinite intelligence composed this and was revealing it through David when he was writing it down. Nevertheless, there are two important points from Psalm 110. Psalm 110 tells you that the period that the Messiah rules from begins when he sits at the right hand of God. That's number one. So if we can prove when the sitting at the right hand begins, then we know that the reign has begun. Number two, the quality of the reign has to be in the midst of his enemies. He has to rule while his enemies are being put under his feet. Okay, that's two important markers. Now, if we go to 1 Corinthians 15, where Paul is talking about the resurrection, this is verse 26. He says, the last enemy to be destroyed, actually 25 through 26, for he must reign until he has put all enemies under his feet. Are we bringing Psalm 110 into view? Absolutely. Now Paul is going to make a qualifying statement to tell you when the ruling comes to an end. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. How is that being destroyed? It is being destroyed through the resurrection, because once everybody is resurrected and transfigured, there is no more death. So death is gone. It will be a thing of the past. The defining quality of this life, of this age, which is death, is going to be destroyed. When does that happen? Well, if you read other places where Paul talks about at the last trump will be raised, the dead will be raised and will be transformed who are alive. And of course, the Revelation tells you that the seventh trumpet is when Jesus returns. So you put one and one together, what do you get? Not very difficult. at the seventh trumpet, when Jesus returns, the resurrection will follow. And it's a resurrection for everybody. The one who are alive, the one who have passed away, even the wicked will be resurrected and punished. Everybody's going to be resurrected. When Jesus returns, it will be a massive supernatural situation. The greatest supernatural situation in the history of the earth. Judgment, resurrection, supernatural judgments, all kinds of crazy stuff. So if you're alive to be there, if you're not alive, doesn't matter. You're going to be experiencing some major supernatural situations. So the point is this. If the last enemy to be destroyed is death, and that ends when Jesus returns, then we are already in the ruling period. The question is, when did that begin? Well, if you read about Stephen's martyrdom, he was the first martyr to be made in 34 AD. What did he see like right before he's killed? He sees that the heavens are open and I see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power. Now, was he just saying like random stuff? Or he's like, oh, this is what I see, or, I'm just saying that? No, he was appealing to the thing that all the Jews knew about, which is that the Messiah was the Son of Man, he was God, and he was going to take dominion over all things, i.e. Daniel 7. Do you get it? Just like Jesus appealed to the Son of Man in Daniel 7 in his trial with the Sanhedrin, so too did Stephen exclaim right before he died a burst of good news. By the way, everybody, I'm having a vision that this has been fulfilled. This has been fulfilled. The Son of Man has taken dominion. He's ruling from heaven amidst his enemies, and the time is near. That is the good news, that the powers of darkness have been subjugated. Daniel 7 has been fulfilled. So you have to understand how Daniel 7 plays into end times, because it proves that the ruling is now. So now, one more step here. If Stephen looks on 34 AD and sees this vision of the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power, i.e. Daniel 7 has been fulfilled. When is the most logical point in Scripture when this could have been fulfilled? Obviously, God is going to reveal this to us because it's an important point. Is there a point in Scripture? Yes, there is. In Acts, I forget which chapter, but it's the very beginning, what verse, where a cloud takes Jesus away from them into heaven. Now, a cloud, that's a very specific thing. He could have just levitated. He could have had a golden chariot. He could have had, whatever he wanted to. A cloud took him into heaven. Why? Because so you would know that what Daniel saw 500 years previously is that the Son of Man being brought on a cloud to the throne to take dominion was being fulfilled. That is exactly what's happening. That's intentional. There are no wasted words in the Bible. The cloud is there to tell you that Daniel 7 has been fulfilled, and as of the ascension, the reigning period has begun. The reigning period has begun. The ascension is when it begins, and of course, when Jesus returns, the reigning period comes to an end because he's going to reign on earth forever. So there is no future 1,000-year golden age physical millennium. There is a period of time longer than 1,000 years between the first advent and the second advent, where Jesus is reigning amidst his enemies. That's the millennial rule. But of course, millennium is a misnomer. It's really an error. You shouldn't even call it the millennium. Just Christ ruling, because the millennium is 1,000 years. Millennial, I guess you could mean like colloquially just thousands of years. But the point is still that it's not 1,000 years exactly. And we'll get more on that when we get to Revelation 20. So back now to Daniel 7. The point is you have to understand Daniel 7, Psalm 110, 1 Corinthians 15:26. These three chapters are critical to proving that the reign is right now. It's not in the future. I call myself an amillennial in terms of the millennium or approach to the millennium. But again, these things to me are misnomers. I don't really believe I'm an amillennial because amillennialism is it has its own problems. It over-spiritualizes everything to where you can't have an understanding of anything. There's no historical respect for prophecy. It's all just spiritual, and this is just spiritual this, spiritual that. It's over-spiritualized. It's almost like they're reading it Gnostically, to be honest with you. And of course, that sets you up to be ignorant of history. And a lot of people who are in the NAR, Christian nationalists, all this stuff that's going on right now, are amillennials, because that opens you up to post-millennialism. It opens up to Seven Mountain Men. It opens up to all sorts of ideas by not having a grasp of history. Because history anchors everything down in the real world, folks. God is God of the living. He's now. He's here in the present. This is. God is. Okay, he's real. So history is a reflection of God in that sense. God has decreed these things. And so history is very important to anchor things in life and reality, as opposed to over-spiritualizing them. So amillennialism would be the position that I just explained, but it's not really. Because amillennialism, you have to divorce amillennialism from all the low-hanging fruit and bones that it comes with all the spiritualization. The millennium, quote-unquote, the ruling of Christ is now. I don't even want to call it millennium. The ruling of Christ is now. It's not a future millennium. Very, very important. Now, let's continue with this vision. This is 15 through 18. Daniel 7. As for me, Daniel, my spirit within me was anxious, and the visions of my head alarmed me. So did Daniel understand the visions? No. I approached one of those who stood there and asked him the truth concerning all this. So he told me and made known to me the interpretation of the things. These 4 great beasts are 4 kings who shall rise out of the earth. Now, really quick, before you say, see, these are individuals, they're not powers and kingdoms, wait, because kings and kingdoms are being used interchangeably, and you'll see that very clearly. Verse 18, but the saints of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and forever, forever and ever. So again, bad news, but don't worry, God's got it. Here's the good news. Remember that God is sovereign. And remember also that Daniel didn't even understand the full scope of his visions. So these are important reminders that everything is revealed in time. Notice again the pattern of you're revealed to you history, and then right away God comes and reassures you with his sovereignty over all things. The righteous will inherit the earth. Verse 19 through, 22. Then I desired to know the truth about the 4th beast, which was different from all the rest, exceedingly terrifying with its teeth of iron and claws of bronze. Interesting, because there's a lot of Greek influence in the Roman Empire, and Greeks were the Bronze Kingdom. Greco-Roman, that's why we call it that. And which devoured and broke in pieces and stamped what was left with its feet. And about the 10 horns that were on its head, and the other horn that came up, and before which 3 of them fell, the horn that had eyes and a mouth, and spoke great things, and that seemed greater than its companions. As I looked, this horn made war with the saints and prevailed over them, until the Ancient of Days came, and the judgment was given for the saints of the Most High, and the time came when the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus he said, actually I think I read too much, up to 22, until the saints possess the kingdom. So, important things to talk about even just with these few verses. Up until here, we haven't really had a very clear picture of what this 5th power is doing. But now we see that this is a persecuting power. We see it's a persecuting power, and this power rules until the very end, just like the iron mixed with clay. So we have a consistent theme being painted, that very likely there's a relationship between the little horn that comes out of the 4th beast and the iron mixed with clay. There's the same reality being painted to you from 2 different angles. We also see other qualifiers, like speaking great things. You'll see later that this is blasphemies and things against God, but it's not really clear here. It could be, wisdom, false wisdom or whatever else, but there's definitely some sense that this horn, which has a personal power to it, or I should say a personal quality, also is a speaker of great things. He's on a platform on the world stage, which is very important. So all of this so far is setting up a particular reality to zone in on what historically fulfills this power, the little horn, which of course, hopefully you already know. Now, back to the chapter, verse 23 through 28. Thus he said, as far as the 4th beast, there shall be a 4th kingdom on the earth. So right away, when it said kings before, it meant kingdoms, because the beasts are kings. They are acting as kings. A king rules for a particular time. So a kingdom, a beast, so let me put it this way. Let's take a little break really quickly. A kingdom is a system. It doesn't have a sex. It's not male or female. However, God uses personal individual units as representatives of things. For example, the nations of the earth were all individual people. Egypt was a person. Israel was a real person. But Israel is also referred to in the personal pronoun when it's talking about the nation of Israel. Very important. And so is Moab, so is Edom, so is all these. Because to God, these are people. These are individuals that originally sprouted these nations. So the same is with these beasts. These beasts are individual beasts. Nevertheless, they represent powers. So when the beasts are kings on the earth, they are basically in charge of the situation. God has given them authority for a period of time. It's not saying that the beasts are individuals. And the reason you know that is because right here in verse 23, it says there shall be a fourth kingdom on the earth, meaning the other three were not individuals, but kingdoms. When you say a fourth kingdom, that's a fourth in the sequence of things. It's assumed then that the things are the same, in this case, kingdom. So these are kingdoms, and the beasts are acting as kings. That's why they were using the word kings. Which shall be different from all the other kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and trample it down, and break it to pieces, just like iron. As for the 10 horns, out of the kingdoms 10 kings shall arise, and another shall arise after them. He shall be different from the former ones, and he shall put down 3 kings. Now we're getting a little bit more history that we can tie and confirm with our historical record. He shall speak words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and shall think to change the times in the law. And they shall be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time, which is 1260 days. But the court shall sit in judgment, and his dominion shall be taken away to be consumed and destroyed to the end. Same punishment we see with Mystery Babylon, with the rock hitting the statue, and so on. And the kingdom and the dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, and his kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom, and the dominions shall serve and obey him. So, one more. Here is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my thoughts greatly alarmed me, and my color changed, but I kept the matter in my heart. You'll see also with the next vision in Daniel 8, Daniel was besides himself. He was very confused at what was happening, didn't really understand how to make left or right of it, which is an important point to get. And we'll come back to that next chapter. So, a lot to break down in these couple of verses. Very important things. Now we see the qualities of this little horn power that comes out of the Roman power, and it has several markers that identify it to a particular power in history. The fourth beast is a kingdom, therefore the other beasts are kingdoms also, even though they're described as kings, and the kings are ruling for a particular time. So the beasts will have their time, but remember that their lives will be prolonged even though their dominion is taken away. So, the little horn power. After Rome crumbled, it dissolved into 10 nation states. This is attested to by the prophecy in Daniel, and that's consistent. 3 of those nation states, Heruli, Vandals, and Ostrogoths, were destroyed before the papacy rose to power in 538 AD. See my End Time series, we go into quite a bit with this particular prophecy. The papal power was different than any other powers before it. It was a spiritual power. It had no army of its own. By peace he'll destroy many. You'll see in Daniel 8 another shadow or contour of this little horn. So now we're starting to get more and more qualities of this 5th power that comes on the scene. That is the one that rules until the very end. So, very different than the other powers. And it's also different because it's not pagan, not in the front. You see? All the other ones were pagan. Whereas this final power, it's not told to you here, but of course with the context of history and other, in Revelation, we can come back and see that the reason it's different, one of the reasons it's different, is that it's also not pagan, not on the outside. It's basically, it's a counterfeit Christian reality. It's a counterfeit worshiper of God. It's not a blatant rebellion against God through paganism. So very, very important. It's different from the other powers. It doesn't have an army. It's a spiritual power, destroys by way of peace and changes the times and laws. And it's not pagan overtly. It's counterfeit. It also speaks blasphemies against God. Again, see my Synagogue of Satan series. There's episode 4 on the Jesuits. There's a section there called the Man of Sin. We document all of the blasphemies that the popes have said, like calling themselves our Lord God the Pope, like saying we are in place of God Almighty on earth, like saying we are the vicar of Jesus Christ, which literally means Antichrist, in place of Christ. Like other people saying, finally thou art another God on earth, and so on and so forth. There are so many blasphemies the papal institution has claimed against God, and there is no other power in history that comes even close to this institution. It persecutes believers. We see that through history, Inquisition, Sunday laws, the Jesuits, and so on. It changes times and the laws. Of course, the popes created the modern calendar, the Julian, and the Julian, of course, was Julius, but Julius was the Pontifex Maximus, which the pope is today. So he's changed the times and laws. He's also created an ecclesiastical calendar, which is basically recreating the sacrificial system of the Old Testament. and glorifying the church rather than glorifying God. You see, the sacramental or the sacrificial system with its various feast days and various things that were happening was designed to point to Jesus. But of course, once Jesus has returned, you don't need that system anymore. That's why I say in my Sabbath series, you don't need to keep the feasts. I have a very lengthy and in-depth, very edifying episode on that. So if you are somebody that believes you need to keep the feast, or you know people that do, then watch that, please. You don't need to keep the feast. The feasts were there to point you to Christ. Now, the Catholic Church has created the ecclesiastical calendar with its various feasts. And what do these things do? The feast of St. Peter's Chair, or the feast of the Mary's Immaculate Conception, which of course is not true. All of these things point to the Roman Catholic Church, pointing to itself and to its institution and justifying its power, rather than pointing to Jesus Christ. So it's changed the times. It also changed the laws. The Catholics have their own version of the Ten Commandments. The popes have changed the Sabbath from the seventh day to the first day. The Pope Sylvester in 386, I believe, changed the first day's name to the Lord's Day. Of course, the Lord's Day is the Sabbath day because that's the day of the Lord, both in a judgment sense and also when Yahweh says it's my holy day. That's God's day is the Sabbath. But now we have a counterfeit through the Lord's Day being the first day, which is the day of the sun. As a result, the commandments have changed because the fourth commandment says the fourth has been changed to the third because the Catholic commandments omit the commandment on idolatry. They got rid of that, very conveniently so. And they split the 10th commandment into two: don't covet your neighbor's goods, don't covet your neighbor's wife, rather than just don't covet. That's the sin of coveting. But you see, again, this is the difference. Right and almost right. And unless you have the discernment of right and almost right, then you will be destroyed. What is coming is the counterfeit law, which seems good. On the surface, it seems good. But if you have no context, then you think, oh, okay, sure, I'll just do that. That sounds good. But you're actually obeying the devil, because the devil is going to counterfeit the law of God. So he changed the times and the laws. There's no other power in history that even comes close. We will have a very in-depth look at the 1260-year period that is mentioned here for the first time. Of course, that's echoed in Revelation quite a few times, and there's a lot of different things that are, layered for this period, so you can understand what this period is in history. It's not just an arbitrary 1260 years. It has to match all of the qualities. You see, this is how brilliantly God encodes this information. And unless you're willing to patiently plaster each prophecy on top of each other and see, okay, what are the similarities and how do I testify with history with this? It's just like looking at the moon and finding the alignments of the stars and what constellation am I in. You have to be patient. You have to track it. Do you get the similarity? It's the same thing. So this is the same way, because a key, when you put a key in, the way the key works is it has little grooves, right, on the key. And those grooves are the shape, the particular ups and downs of those grooves are what unlock the lock. And they all have to match. Otherwise, if one doesn't match, then you can't open the lock. This is the same way with Bible prophecy. That's why it's very important to take note of everything that the Bible says and then come to a conclusion. The 1260 here is mentioned the first time. There'll be other times it's mentioned. And then in Revelation, it's also mentioned multiple times. You put all of those times on top of each other, and you realize that there's only one power that fulfills all of these things. And of course, that's the papal power, the papal institution. Nevertheless, we'll get into that. But it also rules until the end of history, where the return of Christ comes, which is the same as the clay and iron power, the Fifth Empire. So this is all now consistent. All of this matches very consistently with history, which of course, history and the Bible both testify against the Roman papacy. Now, a note on literal days versus figurative days. The day-to-year principle is something that God uses quite a lot. An example, again, I mentioned Ezekiel turning on one side or the other. He uses day-to-years there, jubilees, Daniel's 70 weeks, which you'll see in just a bit. I talk about these in my various series. We'll talk a little bit about Daniel's 70 weeks when we go through it. But the point is that you have to understand that the days listed in Daniel and Revelation are not literal days. They are figurative symbols for years. It's not 1260 days, but 1260 years, because these are historically fulfilled prophecies. They're not either for the past or for the future. This is how preterism and futurism justify themselves by saying, oh, well, these are periods of 3.5 years, so you can find any time in history to appropriate this to, because there's been a lot of upheavals and antichrist activities. And certainly on face value, there's a lot of easy matches, like Antiochus Epiphanes, like Nero, like yada yada, the judgment in Jerusalem. There's a lot of things that seem to match, but not all of them. They have to match all of the qualities. Like I said, the key has to match all of the little spikes in there, right? Otherwise, you can't open the lock. So, unfortunately, people believe Jesuit eschatology, and Jesuit eschatology is turning figurative days, which are years, into literal days. Because if you do read this as years, number one, preterism and futurism are immediately refuted, which is why Daniel's 70 weeks will be so important. We'll get to that soon. But also, you realize that these are historically fulfilled. Do you get it? If it's years, if it's 1260 years, then you have to look in history for a large period of time. Now, here's a very important clue. Remember that if we go back to our end times prophetic timeline, where's zero? Here's 0. Here's 0 approximately, right? Where is most of the action happening with all of these prophecies of Daniel and Revelation? It's happening in the church age. Do you get it? After Jesus. That's when most of the action is happening. That's when the fifth empire is happening. The little horn is happening. Most of the action is happening. The various judgments, all of this is happening. The 1260 period is happening. So if you realize that 1260 years, these are years and not days. Well, the time between Daniel receiving this vision and Jesus is only like 500 years. So obviously, the 1260 years is in the church age at some point in time. Well, what power in the church age fulfills everything I just described to you? That's very obvious. You get it? Do you get why the papacy invested so hard in deceiving people away from this truth and away from using history? Because the day to year thing immediately reveals the truth. Immediately. So this is why all of this is very important. So this is our next layer. We had the statue. To go back to this little thing here. We had the statue. We had the 4 beasts and the little horn. And now we're going to Daniel 8, which lays some more of the same stuff, but from different angles. You'll see some different things. But it doesn't have, like, for example, I might as well just talk about this now because there's a gap here on this chart. Okay, it seems like there's a gap, but remember I told you there's no gap in God's prophecies. God's prophecies are continuous. This is just showing you what powers are highlighted in this particular prophecy. But the way that it's presented to you, again, the beast's dominion was taken away, but their lives were prolonged. This is one continuous system. You will see that the horns, the little horn comes out of the 4-horned ram, and it comes out of them at the latter end of their kingdom. Well, we know that Rome isn't mentioned, but Rome is really part of this statue. It's part of the same Antichrist system. So when it says at the latter end of their kingdom, it's referring to this system. And then the little horn comes. But the little horn, we know, historically didn't come until 538, until 1798. Actually, in this case, until the end. Because it's not specific until the mortal wound. The mortal wound is over here up in Revelation. So you don't get that quality in Daniel. You just get the quality that this power comes out of the Empire of Rome. It does a lot of very specific Antichrist things, which we can identify with the papacy. But you don't know about the mortal wound. At least, not until Revelation. So, anyway, on to Daniel 8. Let's see here. Daniel 8, Daniel's vision of the ram and the goat. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me. Daniel after that which appeared to me at the first. And I saw in the vision, and when I saw, I was in Susa, the citadel, which is in the province of Elam, and I saw in the vision, and I was at the Ulai Canal. I raised my eyes, and I saw, and behold, a ram standing on the bank of the canal, and it had 2 horns, and both horns were high, but one was higher than the other, just like the lopsided bear. And the higher one came up last. I saw the ram charging westward and northward and southward. No beast could stand before him, and there was no one who could rescue from his power. He did as he pleased, and he became great. So again, this is now letting us know that there's another layer of these beasts. And we don't know yet from reading this which empire this is, but I think you have a clue based on the shape of the horns being lopsided, kind of like the lopsided bear. But this is a beast, so it's a kingdom. And of course, that kingdom, you'll find out very shortly, is Medo-Persia. Verses 5 through 8. Right. As I was considering, behold, a male goat came from the west across the face of the whole earth without touching the ground. So he's moving very quickly. And the goat had a conspicuous horn between his eyes. He came to the ram with the 2 horns, which I had seen standing on the bank of the canal, and he ran at him in his powerful wrath. I saw him come close to the ram, and he was enraged against him, and struck the ram and broke his 2 horns. And the ram had no power to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground and trampled on him, and there was no one who could rescue the ram from his power. The goat became exceedingly great, but when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and instead of it, there came up 4 conspicuous horns toward the 4 winds of heaven. So now we're seeing a similar thing, which you have Greece coming after Persia. And it's interesting because if you actually had a real ram with 2 horns like this, right? And you had a ram or a goat with like a unicorn, like a rhino, basically. Well, the goat would win because the goat's horn goes right between the ram's 2 horns. So in physical reality, it works too, which is really interesting. But nevertheless, Alexander the Great is the great horn, right? It says the great horn. And you'll see later that it's identified as the first king. So it's Alexander the Great. But it's called the great horn. A horn is a picture of a leader or rulership or authority or a king. And of course, in this case, it's a great horn, and Alexander was called the Great, which is very interesting. Confirms the track record of history, because after the great horn is destroyed, 4 horns come up in his place, which confirms the 4 heads of the leopard, that the Greek kingdom basically went from having a ruler, a king, into 4 subunits of generals, which is very interesting. Now, continuing into verses 9 through 14. Out of one of them came a little horn, which grew exceedingly great towards the south, towards the east, and toward the glorious land. It grew great even to the host of heaven, and some of the stars it threw down to the ground and trampled on them. It became great, even as great as the prince of the host. And the regular burnt offering, the daily, this is, in the ESV, see, in the KJV, this is better. And this is something you have to know. Oh, shoot. Verses 9 through 14. Let's see. Exceedingly great. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah. You see, he magnified himself, even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. So this word sacrifice is added. The ESV translates it as regular burnt offering. But that is a mistranslation, because the daily here, I have a whole episode on this. Again, we mentioned it earlier. The daily is not, it's like, what is the daily? Well, the word there is the continual. The continual was taken away. And there are theories on it. We'll talk about it in just a minute. But it's not sacrifice. If you read this as daily sacrifice, it's very easy to become a dispensationalist and say, well, not super easy if you have good context, but the dispensationalists will say, see, this is sacrifice, the daily sacrifice is taken away by the Antichrist. That means the Jews have to build a 3rd temple. No, not at all. If you understand that this is added to try to make sense of this, but they added it in error, because this is not talking about the daily sacrifices, it's talking about something else, a little more profound and continual, being the pagan systems of the time. Either way, we'll read this in the KJV, because I think this section is a little bit better with the KJV. And a host was given him against the daily by reason of transgression, and it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered. Then I heard one saint speaking, and another saint said unto the one that... Then I heard one saint speaking, and another saint said unto that certain saint which spake, how long shall be the vision concerning the daily, and the transgression of desolation, to give both the sanctuary and the host to be trodden under foot? And he said to me, unto 2,300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. Important to note that in the Masoretic, this is 2,300, but in the Septuagint, oh gosh, it always changes my place. Where are you? 8:14. It says 2,400 days. Now, I have a whole thing on this in my Masoretic PSYOP episode, where we looked at the various errors in the Masoretic, and I'm very, not 100% convinced, but I would say I'm fairly there that the 2,300 days is not the right one. I believe that it's 2,400 days, based on everything I've looked at in the Masoretic being corrupted, and how the 2,300 days goes with the Kabbalah magic of building a second temple and all of the numerological things that they like to do. I'm very convinced, not 100%, but I'd say maybe 90%, 95% convinced that the 2,400 days is the correct reading. which is very important for many reasons. But either way, we see some now qualities of this little horn power yet again. In this vision of the ram and the goat, Rome is skipped. It's not mentioned. That's important to realize. It doesn't mean there's a gap, because remember, there's one statue. The beasts, though they are destroyed, their lives are prolonged. Their dominion is taken away, their lives are prolonged. So there's a continual. Get it? There's a continual. And that continual is taken away by the little horn power, because he's different. He's not pagan overtly. He's interrupting that sequence of paganism. Either way, the little horn becomes great even as the prince of the host, which of course is Jesus. The papal power says that it's the vicar of Christ, meaning I'm in place of Jesus, God on earth, basically. It casts stars to the ground, and of course stars later in Daniel are compared to the saints. You'll see that, I believe, in, I think it's Daniel 12 that it does that. Either way, that's a precedent to show us in history that this power also is trampling on the believers, and possibly even things like the apostles and martyrs with all of its blasphemies and harlotries, like taking the statues of Jupiter and these pagan gods and converting them to Peter and Paul, and making all these feasts about Peter and the feast of the Peter's chair and St. Nicholas and all this stuff, and people who are real people, but then turning them into these idols that people pray to and creating blasphemy as a result and maximizing sin on the earth. Verse 11 is interesting because, again, there's a comparison between KJV. Again, people say that just because I made that KJV only PSYOP documentary that, I have something against the KJV. Absolutely not. The KJV in this case is far superior to the ESV, hands down. For example, in verse 11, it says, if we go to KJV, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily was taken away. And it tells you that sacrifice was added, so at least you know. And the place of his sanctuary was cast down. Okay, that's a much better reading than ESV, where it says, it became great, even as great as the prince of the host, and the regular burnt offering was taken away from him. From who? From the little horn or from the prince of the host? And the place of his sanctuary was overthrown. So the regular burnt offering was taken away from the prince of the host. The sacrifices were taken away from Jesus. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. So that's why the KJV is, I think, far superior in this case. Again, see my daily episode. I think it's like episode 12 in the End Time series. Either way, daily is the continual. The question is, what is the original meaning of this? What is the meaning of the continual? There's two main theories of people who espouse the historicist view. And of course, that is either paganism was taken away, disrupted by this power, or the gospel was taken away because the sacrifices are a type and shadow of God's ultimate plan of salvation through Christ. So I lean personally more towards paganism being disrupted and taken away by the papal power because, again, he's different from all the rest. He disrupts this system and he makes paganism go underground, and he's basically parading himself as a believer. However, both of them have some meritorious arguments. I think there are some arguments to be made that obviously the papacy took away the gospel and established the sacramental system, the abomination that makes things desolate. The sanctuary was a picture of the plan of salvation. So if you're going to make the sanctuary desolate, right, what does that mean? Well, there's only one door to enter the sanctuary. And of course, Jesus said that he's the door. All these things are physical things that are pictures of spiritual realities. So the abomination that makes the sanctuary desolate, what is that abomination? Well, the abomination is the Catholic system, because the gospel is pictured in the sanctuary. And if the sanctuary is desolate, nobody's going in the sanctuary, guys. Nobody's going through the door. Why? Because they're going through the papal door, through the sacramental system, through religion, through praying to Mary and the saints. This system that stands in between the people of God as, hey, God is doing his thing through his chosen church. Like that Catholic said at the very beginning, oh, we are the kingdom that's growing. That's why we're Catholic. So it's the system that parades itself as the true church, when in fact it is the final empire on earth, counterfeiting the plan of salvation and destroying many. So, very important to understand what the abomination of desolation is, what the daily is. All these things are tied together to the little horn. I talk about them in great detail in my End Time series, so check it out. Again, personally, I lean more towards paganism being disrupted. The continual was taken away. The continual succession of these pagan empires was taken away by this power because it judged paganism on the surface. Of course, it did judge paganism, but of course, it also integrated paganism into itself. So, either way. Now, the 2300 days versus 2400 days. The question is, which one is the truth, I lean towards 2400 heavily because I've documented many reasons why the 2300 is probably wrong. Why this is important is because it refutes the Seventh-day Adventist interpretation of the sanctuary doctrine. When you are learning about the historicist way of interpreting Bible prophecy, you are bound to run into some Adventists. And there are some good channels out there. I still recommend, like Walter Veith. I think he has some great stuff. I love Walter Veith. I watch his What's Up Prof regular episodes. It makes me cringe when he cites Ellen White, but either way, hopefully he'll come out of that one way or another. Nevertheless, there are very good resources in the Adventist world. However, you have to also understand what Adventists get wrong. And I have a whole series on that, Adventism and Mystery Babylon, how Adventism is a harlot daughter of Mystery Babylon. There's a relationship there, and I won't talk too much about it here. Just go check it out. But nevertheless, this refutes the Seventh-day Adventist doctrine of the sanctuary teaching because their doctrine relies on the 2300-day reading and how 1844, the investigative judgment happened and yada, 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 and all the stuff, and it has to do with the Adventist movement and so on. But if it's 2400 days, which is really years, remember, then it takes us to 1944, which is after the World War II, with the state of Israel, and really the final phase of this deception. Now, what's significant about that? This particular day is, again, one of those things where it doesn't have that much impact. It's not super important to know, even if it's 2300 or 2400 days. It's not super important to know what happened at the end of that period. I believe it's 2400. At the end of that period, that takes us to 1944. And what that means is, okay, what happened significantly there? Well, that was kind of the end of World War II. Shortly after the State of Israel was created, Zionism, Christian Zionism, dispensationalism took off, all the delusions of the final age. We are now in that final generation. Do you get it? And also that period is behind us, which is also another marker that we're at the end. It also means that we're in the last church. The last church began around that time as well. You'll see in Revelation as we cover those various churches in the beginning. So who knows exactly what that is marking, but nevertheless, it's 1944, and that is really kind of the final phase. We finished with 2 world conflicts. Everything has been restructured. The United Nations was created. All of these globalist schemes were created, and the final delusion was setting its stage to basically come. A lot of things have happened in the last 80 years. A lot of major, major things have happened to bring the world under the beast. In 1929, the mortal wound was healed, and so that was shortly after the political healing of the mortal wound, which is also very significant. So, now let's move onward to 15 through 17. And for this one, we can go back to the ESV because there's, again, certain things are okay to do, certain things it's better to understand to use the KJV. The interpretation of the vision. When I, Daniel, had seen the vision, I sought to understand it, and behold, there stood before me one having the appearance of a man. And I heard a man's voice between the banks of the Ulai, and it called, Gabriel, make this man understand the vision. So he came near where I stood, and when he came, I was frightened and fell on my face. But he said to me, understand, O son of man, that the vision is for the time of the end. So this is a historical thing far in the future. These are big ideas. And when he had spoken to me, I fell into a deep sleep with my face to the ground. But he touched me and made me stand up. Let's see. Oh, I think we already read a little too much. But either way, I was going to read till 17. But either way, this vision is not something that concerns Daniel. It's something that is much bigger. This is a historical situation yet again. And of course, another important point to remember, I will reiterate this as we go through the end of this chapter 8, Gabriel is the one talking to him. You have to remember this. This is so important. Gabriel is the one explaining the things to him about this big vision of 2,300 years that he just saw, or 2,400 years. Okay? He's explaining it to him, and he's going to be back in chapter 9. And that is very, very important that you remember, because chapter 9 is connected to chapter 8. Some of those other chapters that we saw, there was a break of time of unknown origin. There's not a lot of continuity. It's like, here's a scene of Nebuchadnezzar and the statue. Then, there's a dream of Nebuchadnezzar. Then a couple years later, now we have a scene of Belshazzar, defiling the holy cups and having a party in his Babylonian thing, and Persia comes and takes over. These are individual events. Daniel 8 and Daniel 9, yes, they're 2 individual events, but they are linked. They are linked inextricably from one another. You have to understand why they're linked, because of this situation. You'll see Daniel did not understand this vision because it's very grandiose, 2,400 years. How could you possibly understand such a thing? It came to him. He's getting explanation from Gabriel, and he doesn't understand. Gabriel comes back in Daniel 9 to explain it, and one of the things that he explains is part of this vision is the 70 weeks prophecy. And why that's important is because the 70 weeks are using the day-to-year principle. Why is that significant? That's super significant because Gabriel is saying out of the 2,400 days that you just saw, a part of that is dedicated for your people. And that part is counted as days to years. Therefore, the 2,400 period that you saw is not days, but years. Therefore, the times, and half a time, the 1,260 period is also years. Everything in Daniel is years because of this event right here between Daniel 8 and Daniel 9. If you understand this, you can refute preterism and futurism in one argument. Because if you can prove that the 1,260 is years, those two just evaporate. They evaporate like water in the sun. In the sunny sun of Phoenix. All right, let's go from 18 to 22. And when he had spoken to me, I fell in deep sleep. We were at that part already. He said, behold, I will make known to you what shall be at the latter end of the indignation, for it refers to the appointed time of the end. As for the ram that you saw with the two horns, these are the kings of Media and Persia. So consistent with the beasts, consistent with the statue of Daniel 2. And the goat is the king of Greece, and the great horn between his eyes is the first king. Now, notice here really quickly that king is used for two things. King is used for like the kingdom of Greece, and king is also used for an individual, a great horn. So that's why when the beasts were kings, they're acting as kings. And the first king of Greece is the great horn, which is Alexander the Great, if that makes sense. Verse 22, as for the horn that was broken, in place of which four others arose, 4 kingdoms shall arise from his nation, but not with his power. This checks out with history. We're talking about Alexander the Great and then the Seleucid Empire and the, I forget the other one, but anyway, the 4 empires that were there. So Gabriel's interpretation matches the sequences of empires from Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. We are talking about the same thing. Of course, there are different things that are added every time. Just like with the Pink Panther cartoon, you had the table, then a little coffee table, then a little coffee trinket on there, then a Pink Panther, then he had a suit on. Every layer adds a different dimension. Now notice, verse 22 says that the 4 horns are kingdoms. But verse 20 to 21 before that describes horns as kings. So again, if we go back to 22, it says, as for the horn that was broken in place of which 4 others arose, 4 horns, 4 kingdoms shall arise from this nation. So the 4 horns in this vision are 4 kingdoms, but not with his power. The verses before that, you have horns being described as kings. As for the ram that you saw with 2 horns, these are the kings of Media and Persia. And the goat is the king of Greece. But of course, Greece is a power. And the great horn between his eyes is the first king. So now we're talking, the great horn, we're talking about an actual person, the first king in a sequence of kings, which is Alexander the Great. But the word king is used here previously as like a kingdom. Greece is acting like a beast as a king for a particular time. Just like the 2 horns, the kings of Media and Persia. There were many kings of Media and Persia, but they are being symbolized as kings that rule for a particular time, as systemic kings. Why is all of this so important, what I'm telling you? Because king and kingdom and horn are all interchangeable. Do you get it? By just these couple of verses, horn and king and kingdom are interchangeable. This means that the little horn power that emerges from the 4th kingdom, which is Rome, which we also see here at the end of the latter end of their kingdom, this power, which is a horn and has personal qualities, is also a king and a kingdom. Do you get it? It's an institution. The papacy is a king. It's a kingdom. That's why when you see the Knights Templar, or the Knights of the Sovereign Order of the Knights of Malta, or whatever other order there are, knights are defenders of a kingdom. What kingdom is that? Well, the Vatican is a sovereign city-state. It's its own little kingdom within a kingdom. Nobody tells the Vatican what to do. It's a sovereign kingdom because the Pope is a king, and the papal institution as an institution is a kingdom. It's an empire in the world. It's the final empire, of course. That's what the Bible prophesied. So, very important to understand these things because I just had to change something here because I forgot to. But it's very important to understand these things because people do not read in context. You need the context of the entire prophecies as a whole to understand what they're saying. And the little horn is not just an individual person, because remember, persons don't live for 1,260 years. That's number one. But number two is that horns are used for kingdoms and kings interchangeably. So we're dealing with something institutional. Verse 23 through 27. At the latter end of their kingdom, remember, beasts are, dominion is taken away, but their lives are prolonged. So at the latter end of their kingdom, we're talking about the kingdom of the Greeks, which is living through the Romans. At the latter end of that, when that's coming to an end, when the transgressors have reached their limit, a king of bold face, one who understands riddles, shall arise. His power shall be great, but not by his own power. These are the verses I was telling you that makes this power very different. And he shall cause fearful destruction and shall succeed in what he does and destroy mighty men and the people who are the saints. So again, persecuting power. By his cunning he shall make deceit prosper under his hand, and in his own mind he shall become great. Without warning he shall destroy many, and he shall even rise up against the prince of princes. And he shall be broken, but by no human hand. So again, this power is only going to be destroyed by the return of Jesus to the earth. Now, a couple more. The vision of the evenings and mornings that has been told is true, but seal up the vision, for it refers to many days from now. And I, Daniel, was overcome and lay sick for some days. Then I rose and went about the king's business, but I was appalled by the vision, and I did not understand it. So, did Daniel understand what he was given? Absolutely not. That now leaves us with an incompletion. We're left hanging. We don't understand what this means. Daniel doesn't understand it. So Daniel 9, you'll see, is connected to this because there needs to be a resolution there. It's like in music where you're playing a scale and you don't finish it. Supposedly, Mozart's parents would play a scale on the piano, but they wouldn't finish it to force him to get up out of bed, and he would run down and just, press C or whatever to finish the scale. I don't know if that's true or not, but either way, if you are a musician, if you've ever played a scale and you not finish it, you have this desire for resolution. And that's exactly what happens here. There's a desire now for resolution. Daniel's overcome. We still have questions about this. How does this work? How does this happen? And of course, we get some more answers as we go along. So, again, we see the confirmation of the previous things about this final fifth kingdom on earth, the little horn power. In verse 23, it says, at the latter end of their kingdom, remember again that this is at the end of the Roman power, because the Romans, Greco-Romans, were continuing the life of the Greeks, as per Daniel 7. The beast's dominion was taken away, but their life were prolonged for a while. As the statues say, it's one statue, it's just de-evolving into various systems. So Rome is a continuation of the mystery religion empire. Therefore, at the latter end, that's when this power will come in. And of course, the latter end also intersects with the church age, because the church age is the end of days. Do you get it? The church age is the end. All the apostles believed that now that Jesus had shown himself and revealed the truth, we are now at the final days. Therefore, at the latter end of this pagan system, which is really the final days, a king of bold face will show up. So this power comes in the church age. Again, we see a parallel there. So now, what are some of the qualities of this little horn? Well, it understands riddles or dark sentences, if you use the KJV. So he's wise, he's crafty, he possibly occult knowledge, of course, is in there as well. His power is mighty, but not by his own power. We know that the Pope doesn't have his own army, but he's able to deceive and manipulate people economically, politically, spiritually. Verse 25, it says, by his cunning, but in the KJV it says, by peace he shall destroy many, which is interesting. I think the KJV does a better job, so we're going to look at that. KJV, where are you? Here we go. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, i.e. he's going to maximize sin on the earth. And he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace he shall destroy many. That's something that the ESV should not have omitted, because that is a very identifying feature of this power. Remember, this power is different from all the rest. So one of the ways that it's different is that he doesn't have his own army, and he destroys by peace and ecumenism and, these peace deals and false light. By peace he shall destroy many. Very, very interesting situation. And of course, he causes craftiness and deceit to prosper, which is the man of lawlessness, maximizing sin. The Pope is the embodiment of Satan on earth, maximizing the rebellion to God through counterfeit worship and the abominations of the Catholic Church. And again, I don't have anything against, please hear me out here. If you are Catholic, if you're listening to this for the first time, I have nothing against Catholic people. I really do not. Please don't get me wrong. I went to Catholic schools. I loved my Catholic schools. I had a lot of fun. They were very intimate situations. They were very high quality education. I went to a Jesuit high school. I had good education, of course. I had Catholic friends. I have Catholic friends. I have nothing against Catholics. I really don't. My mom taught at a Catholic school. So organized religion, institutional religion was a big part of my life. I have nothing against Catholic people. I think there are many average Catholics who are completely deceived and ignorant about these things. They've been deceived by their institution, who are well-meaning and want to please God, and they love Jesus, even though they're deceived about praying to Mary and all these other things that they think they need to do. That being said, the institution must be exposed. You must get out of her, my people, Revelation 18:4, lest you share in her plagues. So please realize that although I'm exposing to you something very dark, and these things are true, and of course they're very damning because history is very honest, it's brutally honest, it doesn't mean I have an agenda against Catholic people. My only agenda is the truth, and I wish for Catholic people to learn the truth and get out of this system before it's too late, folks. So either way, this power gets broken by no human hand. Again, there's a direct reference to the rock, coming and hitting the system and destroying it. And of course, it rules until the very end. So the same stuff over and over again from different areas, from different directions, but nevertheless, it's the same stuff. Now, very, very important before we transition again to chapter 9, please notice that Daniel at the very end was completely overtaken. He was confused. He fell sick. It was so overwhelming that he didn't know what to do with himself. This is the context that we now transition into chapter 9. You have to understand this. This is such an important piece of context. Otherwise, you will divorce Daniel's 70 weeks from the rest of these prophecies in Daniel, which is what people do. And as a result, they miss the entire thing. Daniel's 70 weeks is about the Messiah, which is coming up next. And in the prophecy about Jesus, God has encoded the key to the rest of the end times. That's why my episode on this, which is 3.5 hours long, is called Daniel 70 Weeks, the Key to the End Times. Because if you understand that the Daniel 70 weeks, which is using representative days, 70 weeks are not 70 literal weeks, but 70-year weeks, 490 years. If you understand that that system is being used, and that system is a direct chunk of the 2400-day period, then the 2400-day period is not 2400 literal days, it's years. And because the 2400-day period encapsulates the little horn power trotting over the saints and yada yada, all the things that we talked about, then all of the other prophecies, are not literal days, but years. And therefore, John's revelation is not literal days, but years. Do you see how it all just goes boop, 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 boop? It's all related to another. But what people do is they read the 70 weeks as apart from everything else. They just rip it out of the Bible and say, oh, it's just this thing. Even dispensationalists will acknowledge that it is a 490-year prophecy. The problem is they divorce it from the context. The context is here. We are at the bridge between these two chapters. Daniel did not understand what was happening. That is the suspense that we're left in with. Now, when we go to chapter 9, you'll see now the context of him praying for his people, and Gabriel comes back and says, all right, I'll give you some clarity. Here's the deal. Out of the stuff that you saw, X amount of time is reserved for your people to complete their mission of the plan of salvation, because he was worried about his people. So let's read Daniel 9, verses 1 through 2. Daniel's prayer for his people. In the first year of Darius, so now we are where? Remember, he had the first year of Belshazzar, then the third year of Belshazzar, then some time passed, and now we're in the first year of Darius the Persian. So we are, I don't know how much time passed exactly between the ram and the goat vision and this situation now with the 70 weeks, but some time has passed. He was confused this whole time, and now we have a context for the next situation. The son of Ahasuerus of the seed of Medes, which was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans, in the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood by the books the number of the years whereof the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet, that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolation of Jerusalem. Just go back to ESV because this one is not super important. It will be important later in Daniel 9. We're going to go back to KJV, which does an enormously better job than the ESV for sure on this particular one. So now we're back in Daniel's life. We were in the historical situation, the historical timeline. Now we're back with the camera in Daniel's life. He's in his room. He's looking through the scriptures and he goes, oh man, the time for God's 70-year period of exile to Babylon is coming up. Well, now what? What is God going to do? Are we going to go back to Israel? Are we going to be, is there another judgment? He wants to know. So he perceived in the book, because Daniel is very smart, he's very intelligent, and it proves to you that Daniel listens to Bible prophecy historically. He interprets things historically because he's watching current events and he's watching scripture. And he's saying, I perceive, based on everything the Lord has said, that this time is coming to an end. Now I need guidance. So this should be a model of how we should react to prophecy as well. Nevertheless, some time has passed. He's perceiving this time is coming to an end, this time period of 70 years, and he's praying. And Daniel proceeds to intercede for Israel to get clarity on what to do next. Why? Because he's confused still. Remember, the last point in time, he got this huge vision. And the question is, well, how does Israel fit into this? There's all these powers and kingdoms. You have to put yourself in his shoes. Daniel was kind of an intercessor for his people. So he wants to know what's going to happen to Israel. All these empires coming and going, Antichrist power trotting over the saints. What is going to happen? So this is the position Daniel is in, and he asks for clarity, to which Gabriel returns to give him the answer in regards to the people of Israel, physical Israel, which of course is the 70 weeks. However, before we go on, I want to resolve another challenge with Daniel's historicity. It's not an actual challenge, but it's a challenge people bring up, which has to do with Darius the Mede. So we're going to go to this article. This is again from Evidence Unseen, Daniel 5, who is Darius the Mede? The claim is this. Critics argue that Daniel made a gross historical error here. On their view, Daniel believed that Darius was the one to conquer Babylon rather than the Persian king Cyrus. Of course, Darius I ruled the Medo-Persian Empire from 522 to 486 BC, so he could not be the man mentioned here in 539. Response. Before we respond to this difficulty, we should note that Daniel's historical accuracy has been attested elsewhere throughout the book. This is, I think, from a book that they wrote. We looked at one of the articles with Belshazzar previously, so Daniel's historicity has been proven before. In this instance, Daniel gives more information about this ruler than any of the others, including his age, his father, and his nationality. Daniel didn't believe that this was Darius the Persian from 522 BC. He specifically calls him Darius the Mede. In other words, he distinguishes between the two. Daniel acknowledges that both the Medes and Persians conquered Babylon. He also knew that Cyrus was the king of Persia. In other words, Daniel is far from ignorant regarding the historical details surrounding Darius. Yeah, Daniel was very intelligent. He was a scholar. So he's not going to be very, careless with his words. He's going to be very specific. So this is an example where you find a contradiction, or it seems to be a contradiction in the Bible, but it means it's a test. It's a test for you to go deeper in history, in context, in your trust of God, and so on, because there are many situations embedded in Scripture that are tests. They are. That will test whether you believe that God has preserved His word, that He's sovereign, that He's good, and so on. All these things are baked into it. And of course, those are always a chance to grow deeper in your faith. Moving on, how do we then understand this historical difficulty? There are two plausible ways of answering the objection. Option 1, Darius is a title that describes Gubaru. This view was held by scholars like Robert Dick Wilson, Gleason Archer, and William Albright, Friedrich Delitzsch, and John Whitcomb. Under this view, Daniel was given the title Darius, i.e. the royal one, to a temporary ruler named Gubaru, who ruled Babylon immediately after the invasion. There are a number of reasons for this view. First, Cyrus gave temporary leadership authority to Gubaru immediately after the invasion. Stephen Miller writes, quote, ancient records reveal that Gubaru did in fact govern Babylon during the period in question. For example, the Nabonidus Chronicle relates that Cyrus appointed Gubaru, Gobrias, as the governor of Babylon immediately after the city was conquered. A man named Gubaru existed during this time. Archer writes, a Gubaru appears as the governor of Babylonia and of Ebirnari, the western domains under Chaldean sovereignty. in tablets dated from the 4th to the 8th year of Cyrus, even as late as the 5th year of the Cambyses. It seems altogether probable that during the transitional period of 539 to 538, he was appointed as viceroy over Babylonia for the purpose of bringing it into full submission and cooperation with the Medo-Persian Empire, of which it had now become part. Baldwin writes that Gubaru ruled almost as an independent monarch. The Nabonidus Chronicle states that Gubaru operated as a governor and appointed officials in Babylon. Such a historical detail is not out of character with King Cyrus. History tells us that Cyrus was friendly with leaders whom he had conquered. Herodotus records that a Median general named Harpagus encouraged Cyrus to revolt against his grandfather Astyages, the king of Media. Yet even after the revolt, Cyrus still installed Astyages as a satrap over his kingdom. Critics of this view argue that Gubaru may have ruled in Babylon, but he was never called a king. However, critical commentator John Collins writes that Cambyses held the title of king of Babylon in the first year of Cyrus, so such a suggestion is not without warrant. Second, it's possible that Darius is not a name, but a title, a very important point. Let's see what it says. Archer argues, quote, the viceroy was given the title Dar-e-Yawesh, which apparently meant the royal one, from Dara, which is attested in Avestan Persian as a term for king. Josephus records that Cyrus, the king of Persia, conquered Belshazzar. Yet Josephus also writes that Cyrus was the son of Astyages, and another name among the Greeks. After all, it was common for ancient kings to receive new names. For instance, Eliakim became Jehoiakim, and Mattaniah became Zedekiah when he took the throne. Archer adds, even the later Darius, son of Hystaspes, gosh, that's a tricky one, bore the personal name Spantadatta. Even the casual reader of Daniel quickly discovers that Daniel and his three friends had dual names, which is true. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Third, the language implies that Darius passively received the kingdom from someone of higher authority. Daniel says that Darius received the kingdom and he was made king over the kingdom. This language is in the passive voice, which is an odd way to describe Cyrus actively conquering Babylon. This may imply that Darius, Gubaru, received authority from King Cyrus. Fourth, Gubaru installed satraps like Darius in Daniel 6. Miller writes, the Nabonidus Chronicle reveals that Gubaru installed sub-governors in Babylon, and Daniel 6 relates that Darius the Mede appointed subordinates to rule the kingdom. This too would fit Daniel's description of the historical person. Option 2. Darius is another name for Cyrus. T.J. Wiseman, Joyce Baldwin, and Stephen Miller hold this second view. The benefit of this second view is its simplicity. Namely, Daniel used an unknown name, Darius, to describe King Cyrus. The main benefit of this view is that the historical data given for Darius by Daniel perfectly fits with Cyrus. Miller writes that Cyrus's age would conform to known historical data. Bowman points out that Cicero reported Cyrus's age as 70 when he died, and that the cuneiform texts relate that Cyrus reigned 9 years after he conquered Babylon. Thus, 539 BC, Cyrus would have been about 62 years of age, and the figure given by the writer of Daniel in Daniel 5, verse 31. Baldwin adds, whereas there is no evidence that Gubaru was a Mede called king, named Darius, a son of Ahasuerus, or aged about 60. Cyrus is known to have been related to the Medes, to have been called king of the Medes, and to have been about 60 years old on becoming king of Babylon. So again, very specific details that Daniel records that prove that this is first-hand eyewitness testimony. Furthermore, the Septuagint and Theodotian translations render Daniel 11 with Cyrus's name, not Darius's name. Yeah, when we get to Daniel 11, you'll see that in the normal, like the Masoretic, it's Darius, but in the Septuagint, it's Cyrus, which is interesting, because that was earlier. The Jews who translated that were much more connected to that recent history than we are, 2,000 years later. Baldwin comments that this suggests that the Greek translators knew of the double name and preferred to use the one that was better known to avoid confusing his readers. Moreover, the apocryphal work of Bel and the Dragon records Cyrus as the one who threw Daniel into the lion's den. So Cyrus was the one who was doing those things. And again, Cyrus felt bad about throwing Daniel into the lion because he got tricked. He got tricked into making a rule, and he felt bad, and he seems to have acknowledged God. There's a lot of stuff between God and Cyrus, so it's an interesting situation. Critics of this view raised a couple of objections, however. How could Cyrus be called a Mede rather than a Persian? Yet Stephen Miller notes that Cyrus's father was a Persian, but his mother was the daughter of Astyages, the king of Media. Thus Cyrus was half Median. Furthermore, Herodotus called Cyrus king of the Medes. Archer notes that Herodotus and Xenophon use the terms Medes and Persians interchangeably. A lot of things gets lost in translation and lost in history if you don't go in very good depth. Since Isaiah 13 and Jeremiah 51 both predicted the fall of Babylon by the Medes, Daniel used this title to reinforce the fulfillment of this prophecy. Why? Because he was noticing that the time was coming to an end. So he's encoding that in his language by using a term for Cyrus that would appeal to the fact that the Medes are the ones who, the word says in Isaiah 13 and Jeremiah 51, conquers Babylon. He's very specific about his language. Daniel is very intelligent. Why does Daniel refer to Darius and Cyrus as separate persons? In order to harmonize this, we would need to translate Daniel 6:28 in this way. Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius, that is, in the reign of Cyrus the Persian. Yeah, because the actual translation says, it's lost in translation because of something in the original language. Baldwin notes that this is frequently the sense of the Hebrew particle, which is usually the conjunction and indeed, examples of it can be found elsewhere in this book, citing various chapters in Daniel. A similar vav conjunction is used of Tiglath-Pileser in 1 Chronicles 5:26. So the and there, the conjunction and, it's not like if we go to it, here, let's just, was it 628? 620. All right, let's go. So this Daniel prospered during the reign of Darius and the reign of Cyrus the Persian. This and in the original language is a vav. And in the Hebrew, the sense of this is not and as in, like these two are two different people. The sense of it is Darius, that is the reign of Cyrus the Persian. It's referring to the same person in the original language, but something's lost in translation. Just like the genealogies in Matthew, where it says there's 14 generations, but actually if you count them, there's 13. Why? Because the Joseph in that particular generation is not the husband of Mary, but he's actually the father of Mary. In the Greek, it says Andras. Andras is just a name for man, like the man of Mary. And it's not clear translating it to English. Does it mean husband of Mary? Well, Joseph, we know Joseph was Mary's husband, but Joseph was a really common name. He was also Mary's father's name. And you don't get that sense unless you go to the original Hebrew, some of the Hebrew manuscripts that were written about Matthew that show that this is actually the father of Mary, not her husband, which proves the 14 generations correctly. So anytime you run into these situations where it's like, man, this seems like a contradiction, doesn't make sense, you have to trust God's word has been preserved and something is being lost in translation or history somewhere that needs a deeper look. It's an opportunity to go deeper. Most people do not take that opportunity and they go into apostasy. Oh, you can't trust God's words, or you make up their own version of what it means, and so on and so forth. So back to this really quick article. Conclusion: while both options are plausible, we favor the second view for its explanatory power and its simplicity. It is the simplest explanation that harmonizes both the biblical and extra-biblical data. Only time will tell if a historical source will fill in the argument from silence from the critics, connecting Cyrus with the alternate name Darius. So the Bible, yet again, is proven correct, and the conclusion is that the critics are wrong, and as usual, they never go deep enough. They never use context to really understand the issue. Daniel was a top scholar in his time. He was a top intellectual. He was trained in all the classics. He was very intelligent. He was gifted with intelligence and wisdom. So he's not stupid or careless. You have to trust that the things that he wrote down, he had the scribes write down, are first-person testimony. And of course, some of these things get lost in time and through different cultures and languages, but nevertheless, the truth is there. So we can trust the book of Daniel as accurately describing history because it's first-hand eyewitness testimony, which is very important. Now, back to this Daniel 9. So now we're at the 70 weeks prophecy. We're coming up on it. So let's look through Daniel verse 3 through 19, where he's basically now praying and hoping to get an answer from God about this situation. Then I turned my face to the Lord God, seeking him by prayer and pleas for mercy with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. I prayed to Yahweh my God and made confession, saying, O Lord, the great and awesome God who keeps covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keep his commandments. We have sinned and done wrong and acted wickedly and rebelled, turning aside from your commandments and rules. We have not listened to your servants the prophets, who spoke in your name to our kings, our princes and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. To you, O Lord, belongs righteousness, but to us open shame, as at this day to the men of Judah, to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to all of Israel, those who are near and those who are far away, in all the lands to which you have driven them, because of the treachery that they have committed against you. To us, O Yahweh, belongs open shame, to our kings, to our princes, and to our fathers, because we have sinned against you. To the Lord our God belong mercy and forgiveness, for we have rebelled against him, and have not obeyed the voice of Yahweh our God by walking in his laws, which he set before us by his servants the prophets. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. And the curse and the oath that are written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us, because we have sinned against him. He has confirmed his words, which he spoke against us and against our rulers who ruled us, by bringing upon us a great calamity. For under the whole heaven there has not been done anything like what has been done against Jerusalem. As it is written in the law of Moses, all this calamity has come upon us, yet we have not entreated the favor of Yahweh our God, turning from our iniquities and gaining insight by your truth. Therefore Yahweh has kept ready the calamity and has brought it upon us. For Yahweh our God is righteous in all the works that he has done, and we have not obeyed his voice. And now, O Lord our God, who brought your people out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand, and have made a name for yourself, at this day we have sinned, we have done wickedly. O Lord, according to all your righteous acts, let your anger and your wrath turn away from your city Jerusalem, your holy hill, because of our sins and for the iniquities of our fathers. Jerusalem and your people have become a byword among all who are around us. Now therefore, our God, listen to the prayer of your servant and to the pleas of mercy, and for your sake, O Lord, make your face to shine upon your sanctuary, which is desolate. O my God, incline your ear, and hear, open your eyes, and see our desolations and the city that is called by your name. For we do not present our pleas before you because of our righteousness, but because of your great mercy. O Lord, hear, O Lord, forgive. O Lord, pay attention and act. Delay not for your own sake. O my God, because your city and your people are called by your name. So Daniel intercedes. A lot of these things, again, these are in time, in history. We're seeing the camera zoom into Daniel's room. He's on his knees. He's praying towards Jerusalem. You know, it's a scene of his life. But this is also typological. Remember, all the historical things that are in Daniel's life are typology for future generations, for the Messiah, for various things. It's revealing God's mercy. It's showing you the gospel in plain sight in the Old Testament. It's setting a type for Christ. It reveals Christ as the intercessor for his people, spiritual Jerusalem, spiritual Israel. And of course, it reveals very importantly that salvation is for God's name's sake. Therefore, God is going to do it. And this is another important point to remember. The reason God saves is because his name is on the line. When he says to Israel, it is not for your sake that I act, O stubborn Israelites, but for my glorious name that I will act, so that nobody can ever say, look at those Israelites. Even God couldn't save them. They were so rebellious. Can you imagine? That's God's reputation on the line. Throughout the Old Testament, you see this. And if you understand this simple fact that salvation is for God's namesake, for his reputation, then you realize why Arminianism and synergism and religion are false. Because God cannot let his eternal glorious name be in your hands and for you to decide what you're going to do with that. That is not the God of the universe, because then God would not be glorified. And of course, then the universe would implode. So God will be glorified. It is to God's power that he can save you without your cooperation. It's not for you to determine whether God is glorified or not. God will be glorified. And that is the point of the gospel. Ezekiel 36, Jeremiah 31, I will put my spirit in you and I will cause you to walk and obey my statutes. I will cause you to do it. You're not going to do it. I will cause you to do it for my own name. Therefore, glory belongs to God and peace belongs to you, because you know God is doing it. God is going to persevere me. God is going to give me awareness. God is going to provide for me and for my needs. God is going to tell me what I'm going to do next in my life. God is going to give me purpose and direction. So this is very important, folks. You have to have a monergistic, God-centered view of the gospel of salvation. Otherwise, you'll be very, very tripped up by especially what is coming. Now, we come to the meat and potatoes of this, which is Gabriel bringing an answer. This is verse 20 through 23. While I was speaking and praying, confessing my sin and sin of my people Israel, and presenting my plea before the Lord my God for the holy hill of my God, while I was speaking in prayer, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the first, i.e. the last thing that I saw, like a year ago or however much time passed between these two visions, came to me in swift flight at the time of the evening sacrifice. He made me to understand, speaking with me and saying, "O Daniel, I have come now out to give you insight and understanding. At the beginning of your pleas for mercy, a word went out, and I have come to tell it to you, for you are greatly loved. Therefore, consider the word and understand the vision." So Gabriel, the one who he was talking to last time, not a different Gabriel, i.e. the one who gave him the original vision and was showing him these things, the 2,400 days and these grandiose things with the ram and the goat and the little horn power, that same Gabriel has come to give him understanding. Understanding of what? Understanding of that previous vision and how all of this ties together. The 70 years captivity coming to an end, the visions that he saw of the Antichrist power ruling until the end of the earth, what's going to happen with Israel. All of this is on Daniel's mind. He's very overwhelmed, right? He needs some answers. Remember, Daniel did not understand that vision. And now that the time is up, he needs to get clarity. So what Gabriel is about to give him is a part of the 2,400-day vision. It's a part of it. That's the thing to understand. It is a part of the previous vision. They're connected. And if they're connected, that means all of the time periods in Daniel are connected to that vision. And John is building on top of that. Therefore, John is connected to Daniel. And therefore, the 1,260 years, days are years. They're not literal days. And therefore, preterism and futurism evaporated instantly, very easily. Why are they evaporated? Well, very, very simple. Both preterism and futurism rely on personal antichrists, persons that come either in the past, that came in the past, or that come in the future. But persons don't live for 1,260 years. Do you get it? If we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt this is years, not days, then the personal antichrist goes poof, and preterism and futurism have nothing to stand on. Preterism is also in the past, but the 1,260-year period brings us into the church age. Same thing with the 2,400 period. It brings us into the common time. So most of that period is in the church age, even if you just started it from Daniel. So the point is that also testifies against preterism, because preterism has to do with what the Jews were experiencing locally in a very brief window of history. Futurism is also refuted because futurism relies on a very quick succession of events in the future, the 7-year tribulation and so on and so forth. But 1,260 years is historical. And that means, especially because the prophecies, all prophecies are continuous. So that means that if this 1,260-year period is tied to things like the 4 beasts, like the Daniel 2 statue, then we have to look for a continuation. Do you get it? We have to look for a continuation from these empires. What was the empire? What's the last empire on earth that's a continuation from the Roman Empire? Well, of course, that's the Roman Catholic Church. So both of these views are immediately refuted if you simply understand the connection between Daniel 8 and Daniel 9. Very simple. That is the key to the end times. It is the prophecy of Jesus. It all comes back and anchored so beautifully to Christ. So profound. Now, we're going to go through these last couple verses, and we're going to do them in the KJV, the 70 weeks. And I suggest that you do the KJV because the ESV is horrendous at these, and you'll see why. Oh, and if I don't have it selected, it always goes back to the top. Let's see. The 70 weeks. Verse 24. 70 weeks are determined upon thy people, i.e., out of the 2,400, 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city. To do what? To finish the transgression, to make an end to sins, to make reconciliation for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, and to seal up the vision of the prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. Now, if you didn't know anything about anything, and I just read that to you, what do you think this prophecy is about? Very simple. What would you think this is about? It's about Jesus, obviously. And that is an important point because it is about Jesus. Dispensationalists at the end will flip this, and they will turn it into, oh, it's about the Antichrist. You're going to see that little flip at the very end of this. So it's about Jesus. Very, very important. Gabriel is saying, all right, Daniel, out of all the crazy stuff that you saw, here's an important part having to do with your people so that you understand what's happening with your people next. what's going to happen? Here's a 490-year period left for the people of Israel to fulfill their mission to bring forth the Messiah. Now, this also proves that dispensationalism is wrong because of many reasons. The first reason is the historical reason, which is that the 490 years proves the 1260 is a year period, not days. So therefore, dispensationalism is wrong. But it also proves that the period of the physical Israel being chosen for a particular purpose comes to an end. The dispensationalist view is, well, God, the Jews are God's chosen people. It's just money, money, money. Israel, Israel, Israel. And they're going to have the revival and we're going to be raptured and stuff. And of course, there's two plans of salvation. Where God does one thing, the devil does two. Where God does two things, i.e. two genders, the devil does one. So it's always the opposite. That's how you know it's Antichrist. Dispensationalism says, oh, the Jews have their own plan with God and the Christians have their own plan. There's two things. There's Israel and the church. There is not that distinction. Israel has always been Israel. Israel in the Old Testament was limited to physical Israel. Israel, spiritual Israel, in the New Testament is expanded to include all people from tribes and tongues all over the world. So this 70 weeks prophecy, when properly understood, actually refutes dispensationalism in two ways that I just explained to you. Israel as a nation was chosen to bring about the Messiah. Daniel's praying for guidance on what's going on with Israel, and Gabriel reveals that out of all that crazy stuff that you saw, here's the part that concerns Israel and what's going to happen. Now that the 70 years of captivity is up, here's what you can expect. Jerusalem's going to be rebuilt, the Messiah is going to come, the Messiah is going to be crucified, and they're going to be judged for it. That's basically the topics of this particular prophecy. Again, notice that this is having to do with the Messiah through and through, not a personal Antichrist that the dispensationalists will flip in at the end to justify their ridiculous theories. Putting an end to sin, who put an end to sin? It was Jesus, paying for sins through the atonement. Making reconciliation, who reconciled us with God? The veil was torn in two, that was Jesus. Bringing everlasting righteousness, of course, the righteousness through the sacrifices. The book of Hebrews says the blood of bulls and goats can never take away sins. They were just placeholders designed to point you to the real sacrifice, which actually gives the legal precedent for God to infuse you with his Holy Spirit, to take over your will, your limited human will, and give you his will that is capable of repentance and faith and good works and believing in God and loving your neighbor and giving you that ability to have everlasting righteousness. And of course, that is maximized in the resurrection where we have righteousness and purity for eternity. So bring in everlasting righteousness, seal up the prophecy and the vision. Jesus is the word revealed. After Jesus' revelation, there's no more prophets. John the Baptist was the last prophet. That's why Ellen White, Joseph Smith, Mohammed, modern charismatic NAR prophets, all these people are false prophets, folks. There's no such thing as prophets after Jesus. How can you claim that there's a prophet? How can you claim that God has anointed somebody to be a prophet when you have the Christ who's anointed, who is God on earth, have come to reveal all things to you? How to be saved and prophecies, what's going to happen until he returns. How can you claim to be a prophet? To me, that is just such a horrible thing. Now, we all have gifts, and I don't believe that things have ceased. I think that God can still give people dreams. I think that God can still heal people. But certain things have definitely ceased. You don't see people resurrecting from the dead. You don't see true speaking in tongues. All the prophets that I have seen, I have yet to see one that isn't a fortune teller. Remember, the girl with the demons, what was it, Acts, I forget, 4 or something like that, or I forget where, but in the book of Acts, the girl with the demon made a lot of money through fortune telling. So demons can give you some information, but how you know it's a prophecy from God is it's very, very specific. And most of the time, prophecies from God are coming with judgment and other things. You never see one of these prophets, these NAR prophets say, well, judgment is coming. They always say, oh no, it's going to get great. The Lord has this word for you and there's going to be prosperity in your life. And I just feel like the word is coming to me that you're going to be very rich and this and that. It's like, are you kidding me? That's like never. In fact, all the times where false prophets are highlighted to you in the scriptures, they're doing exactly that. They're telling you the good news. They're telling, there's only good stuff that's going to happen. We're not going to go into captivity. The best is yet to come. That's an example of false prophets. So this is the thing. The anointing, the sealing up the vision and prophecy means all prophecy is done because Jesus has now been revealed. So we're talking about the Messiah. To anoint the most holy is the last one, of course. Christ is the anointed one, the monogenes, one of a kind. So this is very important because, again, there's that little flip at the end where they try to make it about the Antichrist, the dispensationalists do. So do not let them. Now, verse 25. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem unto the Messiah the Prince shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. The street shall be built again, and the wall even in troublous times. This is a very important verse. Now notice in the ESV how this is phrased, which is so, gosh, it's such a poor translation. So bad. Verse 25. Know therefore and understand that from the going out of the word to restore and build Jerusalem to the coming of the anointed one, a prince, there shall be 7 weeks, period. Then for 62 weeks it shall be built again with squares and a moat, but in a troubled time. What are you talking about, ESV? What on earth could you possibly be talking about? The way this is now an error. This basically says that from the order to rebuild Jerusalem, there are going to be 7 weeks, which would be 49 years. And then after that, assuming the princes come after 49 years after the order to rebuild Jerusalem, then for 62 weeks, it's going to be built again with squares and a moat and built in troubled time. Like, what? What are you talking about? That's not at all what it says. What it's actually telling you is 2 periods of time, but together they form 1 period, which is, here we go, verse 25. From the commandment to rebuild Jerusalem, there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks, total of 69 weeks. So from the commandment to rebuild Jerusalem to Messiah the Prince, there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. Why is it in 2 segments of time? I don't know. But the total time is 7 weeks and 62 weeks. It's a way of saying 69 weeks total, which is 483 years. The qualifying statement for the order to build Jerusalem is that the street shall be built again and the wall even in troubled times. Why is this an important detail that God includes? Well, it's very profound and very highly detailed. I have a whole episode. Like I said, it's a 3.5-hour episode on Daniel's 70 weeks. We break these things down in great detail, but I'll talk about them very briefly here. There were actually 4 orders by the Persians to do various things for the Jews. The first one was by Cyrus and had to do with just the temple. It wasn't an order to rebuild Jerusalem. The second one, I believe, was by Darius, and then Artaxerxes had 2 orders. The point is this. Out of all those orders, the first order of Artaxerxes, which is in 457 BC, is the one to go with, because that last qualifying statement, the street shall be built again and the wall even in troubled times. It's not just the temple that's being rebuilt. We're rebuilding the whole city, and there's being resources being marshaled for that effect. And out of all of the orders, the first one by Artaxerxes in 457 BC, which we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that that's the year that it happened. It's documented, I believe, in the book of Ezra. And it's basically the Persian government giving resources and allotted various funds to basically help Ezra go and do this thing and rebuild the city and rebuild the wall. So you can look at that. There's a very detailed explanation there, but 457 BC plus 69 weeks, which is 483 days or years, 483 years, comes to 27 AD. Now that's really fascinating. It's really fascinating because Jesus was born in 3 BC, and we know that from Revelation 12, which confirms the date of his birth. We'll talk about that when we get to it in Revelation. If you've never heard about that, then he was born in September, probably in the fall sometime, in 3 BC, based on the stellar alignments revealed to us in Revelation 12, which is really profound. So the point is this. And just a really quick point, notice the connection again between John and Daniel. Daniel has a prophecy about the Messiah that's very specific. John has a vision that he sees of exactly the Messiah's birth, which confirms the prophecy of the 70 weeks. Confirms it perfectly. Why? Because Jesus was about 30, quote unquote, according to Luke, when he began his ministry. The only way he could have been about 30 in 27 AD was if he was born in 3 BC, which is exactly what those stellar alignments prove. So it's all just incredibly specific. That's why I said anybody who claims to be a prophet today has yet to show this kind of specificity in their prophecies. But again, demons can give you certain things, and so we have to be careful with false prophets. But nevertheless, all of these things check out. There's other political timestamps and historical markers that confirm this timeline. Check that episode out. Daniel's 70 weeks proves that the Bible is supernatural because this is written hundreds of years before Christ, and it has marker after marker after marker that is achieved. That means that God is completely sovereign over time and has coordinated all of these things for his glory. Imagine how many things have to be coordinated, how many empires have to follow exactly the day and the time, and everything has to happen in time so Jesus can show up on the scene, 27 AD, about 30, ready to begin his mission in fulfillment of this prophecy. It's profound. It is just totally profound. Again, the rabbis put a curse on people in the Talmud, you can read about it, where they didn't want people reading these chapters. Of course, their excuse was, if you try to calculate the Messiah's arrival, then, he might not come, which of course is a lie. They don't want people to realize that if you do calculate this correctly, you realize, it's Jesus. Of course it's Jesus. 27 AD. So this is a very important thing to get right. Now, verse 26. This one I believe we can do ESV, and that's okay. Just know that some of these, the KJV is far superior. And after the 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war, desolations are decreed. So after this period, now again, the way that this is phrased is, I wonder if the KJV does a little better job with it. It's the same thing. After the 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off. It's not after 62 weeks. It's after 69 weeks. Because again, you have two periods of time here. In verse 25, it says there are 7 weeks and 62 weeks for a total of 69 weeks. After the 62 weeks, meaning after this second chunk of time, which is really the 69th week, Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. This is something the ESV should have translated, which is, I think, a mistake that the ESV didn't include it, because it points to the sacrifice of the Messiah being for others. Very, very important. Now, this also talks about the destruction of Jerusalem as a result. So again, it gives us a shadow of the Messiah coming, the Messiah having to be cut off, which is very strange now because up until now we've seen the Messiah as a God king, as the rock who destroys the Antichrist system, and as the Son of Man receiving dominion. Both of those images of the Messiah were godly. Now this is the first time where the Messiah seems to take on a different role as being cut off and not for himself, so he's a propitiatory role. And of course, which is really interesting, I have a whole study in my Trinity series on the Son of Man. The Son of Man is a title that Jesus uses the most for himself in the New Testament. It's like 80-something times. The Son of Man is very interesting because it has both God-like qualities, very divine. The Son of Man can forgive sins, etc., etc. The Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath, and these types of things. You'll see the Son of Man on the clouds of heaven in fulfillment of these things. And other very lowly, humble, propitiatory things, like the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. Foxes have holes, birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. So the Son of Man has very humble things and very divine things, which is this very interesting duality. Of course, the Christian teaching of the incarnation encapsulates that duality in one person. The humble servant who had to die and be treated as a criminal, and God on earth, which is just like, this duality is such a profound thing that it's in one person. And this is still something that the Jews stumble over today. And a lot of people do. Muslims stumble over this. Unitarians, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses stumble over this truth, that these two things are the same. God and the person who died on the cross are the same person. It's one person. Two natures, one person. Don't divide the persons. Don't confuse the natures. That is the simple way to think about the incarnation. But nevertheless, this gives you an idea that, hey, Daniel, the Messiah is going to come, but he's going to be cut off. It's not clear from this context right now that it's the Jews rejecting the Messiah. It's just telling them the Messiah is going to be cut off, and as a result, the people of the prince to come will bring upon judgment upon Jerusalem. Verse 27. Now, this is the final verse, and it is the most notoriously misinterpreted. And he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week. Who is the he, folks? Pop quiz. Who is the he? Are we suddenly talking about an Antichrist in the future? Or are we talking about Jesus? And in the midst of the week, he shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease, and for the overspreading of abominations he shall make it desolate, even until the consummation, and that the determined shall be poured upon the desolate. So, notoriously misinterpreted verse by dispensationalists. And of course, this is where they flip it. They flip it to be suddenly about the Antichrist in the future. Do you see how, first off, they make a gap that's longer than the prophecy itself, and this has to be about the Antichrist that comes in and confirms the covenant with the Jews, peace treaty, and then he flips on them and puts an end to sacrifice in the future temple. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. Who have we been talking about so far? Who have we been talking about? We've been talking about the Messiah. Now, they take the he here from the previous verse, and the people of the prince that shall come, i.e. the final power, shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Of course, the Romans destroyed it, and the Roman power of the Pope that comes out of that, it's a Roman power, it's iron mixed with clay. But they take that the prince to come, i.e. this power that judges Jerusalem, is the he that confirms the covenant. Well, there's many problems here, folks. There's no gap in the history of prophecies, ever. Everything is completely consistent. So this already defies that pattern, and we know God is completely consistent. So there's no precedent for the dispensationalist hermeneutic. There is no precedent to say, well, there's a gap between these two verses of, 2,000 years or whatever it is. That's nonsense. This is a continual thing. This is just now recapitulating, because it's given you an image of the Messiah being cut off and then the judgment in 70 AD. Now it's going back and writing another layer, like on the typewriter. And he shall confirm the covenant for many for 1 week. And in the midst of the week, he shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease. So who did that? That was Jesus. He caused the sacrifices to come to an end. It was an earthquake. The temple veil tore in two. In the midst of the week, he caused the sacrifices to end. Why? Because the Messiah was cut off 3.5 years into his ministry. He was 30. He died at 33. 27 AD is when he started. 31 AD, 27 AD in the fall, he started. 31 AD in the spring, he was crucified. Exactly to the letter. So this is what this is talking about, because this is a continual thing. And now it's just recapitulating. Because the question is, okay, he's going to be cut off, but how did that happen? I need more details. It goes back a line. It says, well, he's going to confirm the covenant. Which covenant? Jesus was the one who confirmed the covenant of grace, the new covenant in my blood. And he put an end to sacrifices because the sacrificial system had come to the end. Now, for the overspreading of abominations, what overspreading? Because they kept sacrificing afterward. For 40 years, the Talmud records that the Jews' signs for the Day of Atonement did not go through. God did not allow any supernatural signs. So what do you think? What does that come to you? If you're a rabbi and you're sitting there and for the first time in a while, you just contributed to crucifying Jesus, and the Day of Atonement doesn't come through. No more supernatural signs. That's interesting. 5 years of that. That's really interesting. 10 years of that. That's really interesting. 15, 20, 30 years. 40 years God gave them to repent. And they kept offering sacrifices. The book of Proverbs says the sacrifices of the wicked are an abomination to God. Or is that the Psalms? I forget one of the two. By the way, sacrifices of the wicked are an abomination to God. Abomination, especially you reject the sacrifice that God has provided for you to atone for you, and you're like, no, I don't need that. I'm going to do my own thing, God. That is like the ultimate rebellion. So yeah, for the overspreading of abominations, he shall make it desolate. He made the temple desolate. Not a single stone shall be left unturned. And it will stay desolate until the consummation, and that determined shall be poured upon the desolate. So of course, the people who believe in building a third temple because that's been prophesied, no. The Bible doesn't prophesy of a third temple. The Bible prophesies of a great delusion that people will come under. Because both Daniel and Jesus tell you that the temple is going to remain desolate. Of course, the enemy will counterfeit things and build their own counterfeit thing and deceive a lot of people, but nevertheless, dispensationalism is wrong. Dispensationalism's lists say he is the prince to come. He, and this is the prince to come, and it's the Antichrist. But this makes no sense. It makes no sense for many simple reasons, folks. So far, this entire prophecy has been about who? Jesus, the Messiah. So to suddenly change and make it about the Antichrist and glorifying the Antichrist, what he is going to do, when this verse 27 is about the ministry of Christ, to invert it and say what the Antichrist is going to do, that's nonsense. It's Antichrist to believe that. Again, who confirms the covenant? Matthew 26, verse 28. Where are you here? For this is the blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remissions of sins. I think the ESV says covenant. Let's see. Is it covenant? Yeah. For this is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many of the forgiveness of sins. He is confirming the covenant. What covenant? The covenant that God made with mankind from Genesis 3. He promised to Eve that a Messiah would be born to crush the snake, the head of the snake. That covenant was repeated through Noah, which created basically a type and shadow for baptism, which Peter talks about. Then it was repeated through Job in the sense that, you have a picture of Christ. Then you see Abraham around that time as well, the promise being made to Abraham. Then Moses, then all throughout history, the covenant, the ultimate covenant, which of course is a unilateral covenant, not a bilateral covenant. That's why people who believe in dispensationalism say, oh, the Jews are this, the Jews that. Well, what do you mean? The Jews don't have anything. The Jews don't inherit anything. Nobody inherits anything unless you are inside Christ. You are with Christ in faith. You're in Christ. You're in the body of Christ. You don't inherit anything. There are no promises made to anybody who is rebelling and outside of Jesus. The idea that you think God owes land and prosperity to people who reject Christ shows you do not understand the gospel. You do not understand who God is. Simply put, you haven't read the New Testament, for crying out loud. Read the New Testament. There are no promises made to anybody who is outside of Christ, folks. Very simple. You don't even have to be a scholar or a specialist in end times to know that. Just read your New Testament. Read the book of Galatians, read the book of Romans, read, all these various letters. So it's Jesus who confirms the covenant. And of course, that covenant is done by God. Do you get it? God is the one doing it. He's the one who's confirming the covenant. He's the one who's dying. He's the one who's giving you the Spirit. He's the one who's persevering you. It's God who's doing the work. That's number 2. Number 3, as to why this is the dispensationalist version is nonsense, is again, there's no gap. There's no gap in any prophecies. Everything is continuous, always. So dispensationalists have to prove that God would have a precedent for such a thing, and he has set no precedents. God sets precedents because he's absolute, and what he does here, he's going to do over there. Therefore, all you need is one situation. And I challenge any dispensationalist to show me one situation in the Bible where God gives a prophecy and then there's a gap and then the rest of the prophecy continues. It's interrupted. No, God is life. God is self-existent. God is. Therefore, the prophecies are an extension of how he does things. The prophecies just are continuous. Just like God is continuous. He continually exists. So, therefore, the 70th week is not future. It is in the past, meaning it was fulfilled by Christ. It has to do with Christ's ministry. It began in 27 AD. It ended in 34 AD, which, of course, is Stephen's martyrdom. He's the first martyr, and that began the persecution of the church. The rejection of the Jews was official, and it's time for the gospel to go out into the world. It confirms the covenant of salvation, the plan of salvation, because in the midst of the week, Jesus was sacrificed in 31 AD, and he put an end to the sacrificial system. Now, very important to see that after this prophecy, we move now into Daniel 10. And Daniel 10 is a timeless view, kind of like we saw with the Ancient of Days and with the Son of Man. So this is now, we moved from the timeline of history with the 70 weeks prophecy. Actually, Daniel 9 kind of has 2 segments. Daniel 9 has a view of him in his room, right, doing his thing, and it's typological. He's creating types for Christ and for intercessions and the plan of salvation. And then it goes, the camera zooms back out to the timeline view. And it says, okay, here's a period of time for Israel to complete its purpose. Now we're going to a timeless view in Daniel 10, which is a heavenly vision of an angel. And of course, there's much to talk about with that, but let's read Daniel 10 verses 1. Daniel's terrifying vision of a man. In the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia, a word was revealed to Daniel, who was named Belteshazzar. And the word was true, and it was a great conflict. And he understood the word and had understanding of the vision. So again, this is a great situation. It's in the 3rd year of Cyrus. And so this is like a year or 2 later. I believe the last one was in the 1st year of Cyrus. So we're having time in between these visions. This is now in the future of Daniel's life, after the previous situation. This vision is similar to John's vision that you're about to see, but it's not Jesus, and we'll read why it's not Jesus, and that's important to know. So, again, notice that it says in the 3rd year of Cyrus, king of Persia. In the previous one, it was Darius the Mede. It was the 1st year of Darius the Mede. So the point is that the context of everything shows you that the previous article we read was true, that Cyrus and Darius are just things that are being used intermediate. Cyrus is the man's name. Darius is likely a title. Darius is not a proper name, even though Darius can be used as a proper name. There were people that were named Darius, but Darius is like, like conqueror or whatever. I think was it Holy One or something like that. Either way, it's a name in this case that's being used for Cyrus. So, verse 2 through 9. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning for 3 weeks. I ate no delicacies, no meat or wine entered my mouth, nor did I anoint myself at all for the full 3 weeks. On the 24th day of the 1st month, as I was standing on the bank of the great river, that is the Tigris, I lifted up my eyes and looked, and behold, a man clothed in linen with a belt of fine gold from Uphaz around his waist. And his body was like beryl, his face was like the appearance of lightning, his eyes like flaming torches, his arms and legs like gleam of burnished bronze, and the sound of his words like the sound of a multitude. And I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, for the men who were with me did not see the vision, but a great trembling fell upon them, and they fled to hide themselves. So I was left alone and saw this great vision, and no strength was left in me. My radiant appearance was fearfully changed, and I retained no strength. Poor Daniel, every time he sees these visions, he's just totally overwhelmed. Verse 9, Then I heard the sound of his words, and as I heard the sound of his words, I fell on my face in deep sleep with my face to the ground. Now remember, this is a similar reaction that happened with Gabriel. So I think this might be Gabriel. That's just my hunch. But nevertheless, this is similar to what John sees about Jesus. However, they are different. And if we go to this article from Biblical Hermeneutics Stack Exchange, the title is, Who is the man in Daniel's vision in Daniel 10? And I highlighted something somewhere here, page down. Here we go. Although many sources claim otherwise, it is clear after examining the scripture that the man whom Daniel encounters is not Jesus Christ. When people compare Daniel's vision of this angel to the similarity of John's vision of Christ in Revelation, they do not seem to take notice of the differences in the details of their descriptions. It's the differences that make the difference. Revelation 1:13 describes Christ dressed in a robe reaching down to his feet, whereas Daniel 10 clearly states that he was able to see the man's arms and legs like the gleam of burnished bronze. Christ is not dressed in a manner which exposes that much of his body. In fact, Revelation 1 states that the only visible part of Christ's legs were his feet, which were like bronze glowing in a furnace. On top of that, the word burnished indicates a finished work and means shining, polished bronze. However, John's description of Christ's feet glowing in a furnace indicates that he's still directly connected to the heat source of the Creator, God the Father, the master craftsman, and is therefore emitting the intense heat and brightness of an object still in a metalsmith's hands with a furnace. Really quick pause. I talk about this in my Black Israelite documentary, especially with the Black Israelites. They like to use that vision in John 1 of Jesus as like, oh, look, this is a glistening black man being, and it's not true at all. The skin that John does see is not burnished bronze, like finished bronze. It's glowing bronze. Like if you put bronze in a oven, in a metallurgy oven, and it's glowing red because it's hot. It's burning with energy and fire. That's what he's saying. So you're looking at something supernatural, not something ethnic or racial, which is very important. Anyway, verse 2, point 2. Daniel 10:6 clearly states that the man had a belt of finest gold around his waist, whereas Christ is described in Revelation 1 with a golden sash around his chest. The next undeniable difference is that the man in Daniel's vision had a voice like the sound of a multitude. This word is used over and over in the Bible to refer to a great multitude of something. As in, and they give you various examples here, the word multitude, however, is most often used when not followed by an object to refer to a multitude of people. As in, and now you think to withstand the kingdom of the Lord, which is in the hand of the sons of David, and you are a great multitude. And with you are the gold calves which Jeroboam made for you as gods. That's in 2 Chronicles. Therefore, it can be safely assumed that Daniel meant when the angel spoke, his voice was like that of a great number of people, which is a profound thought to understand what that would sound like. In comparison, Revelation 1:15, John clearly states that Christ had a voice like the sound of rushing waters. This is clearly a very different voice than the one heard by Daniel. Lastly, although there is a similarity in the way the faces of both Christ and Daniel's vision are described, it is undeniable that the description of Christ yields a more intense picture than that of the angel described by Daniel. John describes Christ's face like the sun shining in all its brilliance, but Daniel describes the face of his vision as definitively having a face like lightning. Lightning can be viewed with the naked eye, but the sun shining in all its brilliance arguably can't even be seen without causing damage to one's eyesight. Daniel also describes his vision as having eyes like flaming torches versus John's description of Christ in Revelation 1:14 as having eyes like blazing fire. A blazing torch paints a picture of a fire contained, whereas a blazing fire indicates a flame that is unconstrained and that can spread. A fitting picture of the light of our Lord Jesus. Here's a table in this article of the various comparisons, which I think would be kind of neat to have. Clothing, body, accessories, voice, face, eyes. You can see the differences. Conclusion, it was an angel that Daniel witnessed, most likely of a very high order. So I think it's probably Gabriel in his Super Saiyan form, because the other two angels that appear on either side of him inquire of his knowledge in Daniel 12. John's vision of Christ dwarfs Daniel's vision when compared in intensity, and it is imperative to understand that when Daniel saw his vision, he stood gazing at the great vision, although he had no strength left, and his face turned deathly pale and was helpless. He also fell into a deep sleep, which his face to the ground, and when he listened to him, he also fell into a deep sleep. Whereas when John saw Christ, he fell at his feet as though dead. This difference in reaction must not be ignored. Daniel was able to stand before his vision, and although he felt helpless and turned pale, it was not until the vision spoke that his body was taken into a state of deep sleep, with his face to the ground. Make no mistake, John fell down as though dead at the very sight of Christ. Daniel did not see Christ, or his reaction would no doubt have been exactly the same upon merely viewing this being. So there's some very important differences, and again, chances are it's not completely obvious. The being in this case does not identify itself. However, I think that it's very likely, it's a good guess to say, it's an educated guess, to say that this being is Gabriel, appearing in obviously his spiritual, angelic and energy form, because Gabriel is the one that comes to him twice already to explain these truths. And Gabriel is also talking to him again in Daniel 12 about these very same prophecies. So it's the same thing. We know Gabriel is also the only named angel besides Michael, who is an archangel. So Gabriel has, basically some status. We know that, for example, with Zechariah, was it Zechariah? I forget the John the Baptist's dad. With, what's her name? Elizabeth? Was it Elizabeth? Was John the Baptist's mother? Where Gabriel comes in and announces this thing, and Zechariah doesn't believe, or he wants more clarity, and Gabriel says, listen, I stand in the presence of God. So there is a status that Gabriel communicates when he says this thing. So Gabriel obviously has a very high position. He's named, which is important. He is doing very special errands for God. He can appear as an angel. Obviously, it didn't seem from the New Testament that Gabriel appears to Elizabeth and Zechariah as like a supernatural, energy being. He appears like a human type of messenger, like he did to Daniel in those two chapters. However, I think that in this particular case, Daniel is seeing the spiritual world, right? He's seeing Gabriel in a spiritual sense. That would be, to me, the most consistent thing, as opposed to, maybe just some random archangel. Who knows? That's just a thought. I think it could be another archangel, but my feeling is that it might be Gabriel. Nevertheless, the conclusion here is that the important differences between these two visions are important to take note of, because there is a lesser to the greater. Again, these two books are connected. Daniel and Revelation are connected. You saw how Daniel has a thing about the Messiah, and John has a thing about the Messiah. Daniel has a really crazy vision. John has a really crazy vision. But this one, John's, is about Jesus. Daniel's vision is about a very powerful angel. This is a lesser to the greater. Like Daniel saw this super crazy being, John saw Jesus in his, glorified form. Lesser to the greater. The lesser light, the greater light. You see the connection? I think it's really, truly profound. Now, let's read verses 10 through 14. And behold, a hand touched me and set me trembling on my knees, hands and knees. And he said to me, O Daniel, man greatly loved, understand the words that I speak to you and stand upright, for now I have been sent to you. Similar language to Daniel 9. And when he had spoken this word to me, I stood up trembling. Then he said to me, fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that you set your heart to understand and humble yourself before your God, your words have been heard, and I have come to because of your words. Same language as Gabriel. You see why I think this is Gabriel? 13. The prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days, but Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, for I was left there with the kings of Persia. And I came to you to understand what is to happen for your people in the latter days. For the vision is for days yet to come. Again, this is, to me, like very similar to what just happened in Daniel 9, with Gabriel coming and answering, being the answer to Daniel's prayers. God sends him to give him, some clarity on what's going to happen with the people, what's going to happen in the latter days. Same kind of language. So far, very similar. Now, there's important things here because people believe that, like Seventh-day Adventists, who are very big on the historicist perspective, believe that the Archangel Michael is Jesus. It's just another name for Jesus, which of course is wrong. And one of the ways you can refute it is with verse 13 in Daniel 10. Why? Because it says Michael is one of the chief princes. But Jesus is monogenes. In Greek, that is one of a kind. The unique, only begotten. That is what only begotten means. It doesn't mean he was birthed cosmically by the Father. Only begotten has to do with an appointment. It has to do with the Christ being the only chosen vessel for God to enter the world, so that you know who God is. You don't go after other gods or other Christs. There's the only begotten. This is the only vessel. This is it. This is the Messiah, the anointed one. And we talk about that in my Trinity series because the Catholic and the Orthodox view of the only begotten is a misinterpretation. It's a relic from when the church was very subordinationist in the early phases. So anyway, that's a whole other conversation. The point is one of a kind versus one of the chief princes, meaning there are other chief princes like him. Therefore, Jesus is not one of the chief princes. Do you get it? So Michael and Jesus are two different things. There's also the issue of Michael not being able to rebuke Satan, but the angel of Yahweh rebuking Satan. And of course, the angel of Yahweh is Jesus, according to Jude, who says that it was Jesus who was in the Exodus who led the people out. So there's all these things that are very important. The Adventist teaching that Archangel Michael is Jesus is wrong for many reasons. Notice also that the vision is for many days to come. This is, again, a picture that this is a historical situation over large periods of time. This is far future for Daniel, and it confirms everything else we've said previously. Now, 15 through 21. When he had spoken to me according to these words, I turned my face toward the ground and was mute. And behold, one in the likeness of the children of man touched my lips. Then I opened my mouth and spoke, and I said to him who stood before me, O my Lord, by reason of the vision pains have come upon me, and I retain no strength. How can my Lord's servant talk with my Lord? For now no strength remains in me, and no breath is left in me. Again, one having the appearance of a man touched me and strengthened me. And he said, O man greatly loved, fear not, peace be with you. Be strong and of good courage. And as he spoke to me, I was strengthened, and said, Let my Lord speak, for you have strengthened me. Then he said, Do you know why I have come to you? But now I will return to fight against the prince of Persia. And when I go out, behold, the prince of Greece will come. But I will tell you what is inscribed in the book of truth. There is none who contends by my side against these except Michael, your prince. I wonder, I'm really curious actually what the Brentons says about this, the Septuagint. But I will tell thee that which is ordained in the scripture of the truth, that there is no one that holds with me in these matters, but Michael, your prince. The same thing. So one of these, I remember there was some slightly different rendition, but either way, the point is, what is the point with this? There is a view of the supernatural world that is behind the political upheavals of the world. Earlier, like in Deuteronomy and other places, we see that God apportioned the nations to various angels. And these angels rebelled. They listened to the devil to become their own gods and goddesses, basically masquerading as basically different principalities that people were worshiping and creating this entire mystery religion, the death cult that people partake in. And God allowed that so he could pick a teeny tiny people and reveal his power and shame. The wisdom of the world is foolishness to God. He uses the weak things to shame the strong, the foolish things to shame the wise. And he used that tiny people to conquer all of these rebellious empires. So nevertheless, though, we are told that principalities and spiritual powers are behind the earthly conflicts that we see. And this is I think, a view behind the veil of the world, so to speak, into the spiritual world, that there are principalities warring against each other. And there's a very dynamic situation happening that moves these political upheavals along. Of course, if you've watched my various series, especially the Synagogue of Satan, you know that the Antichrist power, that Satan gave his throne and power to the Catholic Church, meaning Satan as the principality, as the arch-evil principality, has given his power and authority to this organization. Therefore, all of the things that you see where it's dominating and doing all these things and coordinating the world with deception in such a way that's a marvel, truly a marvel. John marveled when he saw Mystery Babylon. And it's a marvel. It's a marvel because these people are not doing it of themselves. They have spiritual guidance and spiritual power, which is confirmed to you by what you see here and other places like in Ephesians, where it says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but of spiritual wickedness in high places. So these things are all by design, and they reveal to us again that we need a savior. We need somebody to protect us, that we are helpless without God's power, and of course that God is ultimately sovereign in all of these things. People in Daniel's time believed in watchers, guardians of nations, Elohim, plural. People were very comfortable with a supernatural reality. Now, they also knew that people like Daniel knew that God was sovereign over all these things. So there's that. People today that do get in tune with the supernatural quality of the world tend to go off into myths and fairy tales and all the other stuff. So make sure you watch my episode number 5 in Afterlife, so you can learn to walk a narrow road with the supernatural. Now, Daniel 11 is the next chapter, and we're going to read it. Daniel 11 is probably, I would say, in my opinion, the hardest chapter in Daniel to reckon. It is the hardest for many reasons, because Daniel 11 has a lot of historical things that happen, but none of them are really particularly time-stamped. And so my point is, it's very easy to misappropriate what's being talked about in Daniel to historical happenings. So with Daniel 11, it's much more important to understand what is happening metaphysically, and like what's the big picture of this chapter, and what can we relate this chapter to the previous chapters in Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, and so on. So let's read the first verse here, if we can get it. The kings of the north and the south. And as for me, in the first year of Darius the Mede, I stood up to confirm and strengthen him. Now, I think this is the angel speaking, because again, you have the conflict between the Persians, the Greeks, and there's something going on there, spiritual battle. And there's many things happening to you from this going forward about what's going to happen with the Persia, with the king of the north, the king of the south, and all the local stuff happening at the time. So it's a prophecy, but part of the prophecy is historical in the sense that it's, let me put it this way. I shouldn't have said that because all of the prophecy is historical. What I meant to say is this: the part of the prophecy is more relevant to the ancient world, and part of the prophecy is related to the great timeline of history that we've been looking at. Okay? It's like Matthew 24 and Luke 21. A lot of people like preterists will say Matthew 24 was all fulfilled before the judgment in 70 AD, which of course is not true. Yes, it did have to deal with 70 AD, but there's a portion of it, as you read through the Matthew 24, you realize that, okay, now there's a shift that's happened in this particular discourse. There's a shift that's happened from local time to, like 10 to 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, to now we're talking about big things, big scope, zoom out. And if you don't catch that shift, it's very easy to be deceived. Both of these prophecies, Luke 21, Matthew 24, have immediate fulfillments for the people in front that were the audience that needed to be warned, and typological greater fulfillments, secondary, tertiary fulfillments in history. For example, Jesus says that there'll be many false prophets, wars and rumors of wars, false Christs. Well, just these three, wars and prophets and Christs, no amount of prophets can measure up to the amount that we've had in the last 100 years alone, and wars and false Christs, compared to what, the 40 years between 33 AD or 31 AD to 70 AD? No way. Not even close. So these things have immediate fulfillment and secondary fulfillment and tertiary and so on. Because again, prophecy runs like waves. They're like threads through a tapestry. They're not points and periods of time. They're threads. And like we saw with the statue of Nebuchadnezzar and the lion's den with Daniel, those are threads showing you the Antichrist power wanting to enforce worship. That thread starts over here with Daniel, and it goes all the way to the papal power passing Sunday laws in our modern day and doing a digital inquisition. That's a long thread. And if you were to just do that thread alone, you would see it goes all the way through history continuously, because this power has always enforced worship. So that thread is there. It's one thread. And this is just another thread. So the important point with Daniel 11 is to understand that it has, part of it is relative to the ancient world, things that are happening in Persia and Greece and in that near time for him in the next couple decades and centuries. And then there's a shift to, okay, we're back on the scene of time again, the entire timeline of history until Jesus returns. And the reason that's the case, you'll see, is because there are many important linguistic connections between the king of the north and the little horn power that we've identified now several times with Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and Daniel 8. All of these layers now give us an understanding that the king of the north, at least at some point in this, is now a typology of the little horn power. You'll see they're identified in the same way. And that's really important, because if that realization is made, and you realize that this is not all completely a preterist chapter, meaning everything's in the past, then there's a very important one verse in this entire chapter that reveals to you a final little detail about this fifth power. The little horn power, the fifth kingdom, the fifth empire. There's one tiny little detail, but it's so ever important. It's so profoundly important. And if we can make that connection, then good. So again, to get to that connection, you have to realize Daniel 11 is like Matthew 24, Luke 21. It's not completely having to do with Daniel's time. Some of it is, but some of it has to do with the greater timeline of history. That's realization number one. Realization number two helps, because you've made realization number one, you make realization number two because you realize that the language about the king in the north at some point has to deal with the little horn. It's the same person. It's the same entity. So now we're talking about the little horn power that we were talking about in these other chapters. That's realization number two. Realization number three, you'll see, is a profound realization about an element that this power has that will deceive many, and people are being deceived about it today. So, with that in mind, there are various interpretations historically of Daniel 11, and of course, all of those interpretations come from the Seventh-day Adventist Church, because there are, not to my knowledge, this chapter is not one that a lot of people tackle. And the people that do believe in historicism, in the historical hermeneutic, are Seventh-day Adventists largely. Not exclusively, but largely. And so we're going to read an article from an Adventist magazine that describes the various positions. There's three various positions on this particular chapter, and I think it will be good to help jog your imagination, jog your focus to see how to interpret what I'm going to read to you. Because after we read the article, we're going to go through the entire thing, and then you'll just see what I mean, that it's a tricky chapter. It really is. So, onward to this article. Now, this article is from Adventist World, and the title is, What Does Daniel Chapter 11 Mean? So, let's have ourselves a little read here, if I can. Here we go. The Turkey and Egypt position. The first view holds fairly closely to what Uriah Smith wrote in his 1884 book, Daniel and Revelation, and defends a strong literal interpretation throughout the entire chapter. The king of the north in verses 40 through 45 is interpreted as being Turkey, either as the Ottoman Empire and its conflict in 1798 AD with Napoleonic France and the breakaway rulers of Egypt, or as the last days reincarnation of the Caliphate, and the king of the south in verses 40 through 45 represents Egypt. Uriah Smith's interpretation argues that all of the verses up to and including verse 44 have been already fulfilled. The modern exponents of this position argue that verse 45 is to be interpreted as Turkey, leading in a re-established caliphate, which will establish a newly restored caliphate in Jerusalem, after which this power meets its end, leading to the final time of trouble of Daniel 12. This position has many adherents. Now, notice, really quick pause, Daniel 12, we haven't gotten there yet, but Daniel 12 talks about a time of trouble, but That time of trouble is not a future tribulation, okay? We've been in the tribulation since the cross. When John writes his revelation, he says, I'm your partner in the tribulation. I mean, the tribulation has already begun. So that's an important point that this would not be in alignment with. Moving on. This position has many adherents because it appears to use consistent literal hermeneutic throughout the chapter. That is to say, the king in the north is always a literal earthly power situated based in north of Jerusalem, and the king in the south is always a literal earthly power situated based of the south of Jerusalem. This is also a problem because this chapter does not have completely literal situations, not all the way through. Number 2, Ellen White appears to provide strong support for the views contained in Uriah Smith's preaching on the Eastern question and the contents of this chapter in Daniel 11 in this book. It should be noted that some recent Adventist commentators cast doubt on the extent of White's support for this interpretation. Yeah, and if you've seen my Adventist series, you know that Ellen White is a false prophet. She fails the test of the prophet in Deuteronomy 18, and that's very clearly documented. And she's also one of the greatest plagiarists the world has ever seen, at least in the last 200 years. The papacy and atheism position. This is the position that I tend to lean with. The second position takes the latter half of the chapter symbolically, arguing that the papacy is represented in its persecuting phase during the 1260 years of the papal supremacy. This position agrees with the first position of a literal historical interpretive framework for verses 1 through 22 down to the death of Jesus Christ on Calvary, but argues that after Calvary, the New Testament consistently applies a more spiritualized interpretation of the Old Testament actors. You'll see, verse 22 talks about the Messiah. And so the point here is that after this verse, because the New Testament spiritualizes things, right, then the other things having to do with King of the North and King of the South become spiritual in nature. So there's a shift. Again, there's a shift just like you have in Matthew 24 and Luke 21. You have to be keen on these things. For instance, historical Babylon in Daniel becomes spiritual Babylon in Revelation. Ethnic Israel through the Old Testament era to the end of 490-year prophecy of Daniel becomes spiritual Israel in New Testament times and so on. Thus, although this position identifies historical actors from verse 23 onward, these historical actors are no longer considered to represent the literal earthly powers to the north and south of Jerusalem, but rather they are representing spiritual powers that are manifest in earthly realities, such as, for instance, the papacy is the king of the north. Verses 36 to 39 represent the full flowering of the blasphemous and persecuting papal power before 1798. In verses 40 through 45, the papacy remains as the king of the north and atheism is the king of the south. This position parallels the identification of the atheist French Revolution in Revelation 11, which we'll talk about in Revelation, and revolutionary France being the power that overthrew the papacy in 1798. This view came into vogue from the 1940s onward, after the writings of Louis Ware, and is driven by two main factors. Literary parallels between the little horn, papal power of Daniel 7 and 8, which is what I was mentioning, and the king of the north from verse 36 onward. Number 2, the reason is seeking to correlate the eschatology of Revelation 12 through 14 in 2 Thessalonians, i.e. the man of sin, with the actors mentioned in Daniel 11. This view is probably the most commonly held view in the Adventist church today. Last position, the papacy and Islam position. The third and most recent position among Adventists reads Daniel 11 as the third basically literal interpretation of the symbolic vision in Daniel 8, 1 through 14, after the interpretations in verse 17 through 26 and the 70 weeks prophecy. Daniel 11, 2 through 21 profile a sequence of historical events after the time of Daniel that affects his Jewish people and comprise background to the Messiah's coming. Verse 22 predicts the death of Christ under imperial Rome at the heart of the chapter. Verse 23 through 30 trace the rise of the religio-political Church of Rome and its political military exploits, including the Crusades and later campaigns against the Islamic power, in which the Catholic forces coming to the land of Israel from the north and Muslim armies coming to it from the south sought to control it. Then, verses 31 through 39 flesh out the predictions in Daniel 7 and 8 concerning the papacy's unique and astonishing religious pretensions and vicious persecutions. In verse 40 through 43, the papacy and its allies, which is Babylon in Revelation, finally triumph over the Islamic power, its longtime religio-political nemesis, during the, see also, yada yada, okay, during, this is very strangely written, religio-political nemesis, see also the fifth and sixth trumpets in Revelation 9, during the time of the end, after 1798, 1844. In the course of the final campaign, which apparently aims to persecute God's true people, the papacy abruptly meets its end, just before a time of trouble and Christ's second coming, Daniel 12. This interpretation accepts religious emphasis and globalization developing after Christ's first coming as Israel becomes the Christian church and Rome becomes the papacy. However, God's true Christian people are also affected by the political military activities of Rome and Islam at particular times and locations. This one has some compelling points, but also, again, it's like some of this stuff you have to eat the meat and spit out the bones, obviously. I like what they say in some of these things, how there's this evolution of these dialectics between, obviously, God's people being surrounded by these people on one side and people on the other all the time. However, there's some things that don't make a lot of sense, which is like, for example, the time of trouble being future. The time of trouble is we've been in the tribulation since the cross. And you will see that more and more in Revelation. But either way, the point is this. Now that we've read that article, what's the conclusion? Daniel 11 has a lot of complex historical happenings. And they're not specific enough to where you can easily apply them. Like in Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, these things are identified to you. Here's what the king is. Here's what they do. Here's the empire that comes after it. You can find it in history. It's much easier. Daniel 11, you'll see as I read through it, that there's a lot of ways that this could go. So a lot of people have a lot of different approaches to it, but the important point is that you keep your eyes focused on the fact that, number one, it's not completely preterist, that part of it has to do with the timeline that we've been looking at this entire time. Because, again, you'll see similarities with the little horn. I have a episode on the King of the North. I think it's number 22 or 23 in the series, in the End Time series. Make sure you check it out. We talk about that as well there. I have a playlist of current events called Dark to Light, My Venerable Day of the Sun, ongoing news coverage, Christian nationalism playlist. All of these playlists are describing dialectical things that are happening in the current events with these two opposing sides. Because this is what you really see in this chapter, folks. You see two opposing kings, okay? And there's a really powerful lesson that this chapter offers you. And though we may not be able to discern exactly every single detail as it applies to history, again, the things that have impact, God has made it able to be discerned. That's the brilliance of it. So, the thing to get is that there's this conflict between these two forces, King of the North, King of the South. And because this chapter identifies the King of the North as similar to the little horn and the little horn power towards the end, obviously it's talking about the same power, then that means that the little horn power has a power that it is conflicting against. And at the very end, the little horn power conquers this power. It rushes upon the King of the South and takes all this stuff. So this is a profound thing, because if we're now talking about the greater scheme of history, and we're talking about the little horn power, and the little horn power has an opposition to it that is opposing it, and the little horn power is going to win over this opposition, that is a very important clue as to how the little horn behaves in history, especially towards the end. Now, we don't have much context beyond that, but once we get Revelation in, with the mortal wound, with the false prophet, with the various dialectics that emerge to bring the beast back to power, we can come back to something like Daniel 11 and understand, wow, this is really interesting, because the opposition to the little horn, of course, is atheism. It's communism. It's not Islam. Islam may have been an opposing faction in the sense, and that's why I said, like, some of this stuff, maybe you could blend all three positions in some sense, because Islam was a thorn in the papacy's side as a power that God raised up to judge the papacy, to make a window open for people to create the Reformation, to run to America, and so on. And so there was a different role for Islam, and it's between the fifth and the sixth trumpets. So there's that. And in that sense, there could be some part of that applies to it. But then really, the final opposition really is between communism, atheism, and religious nationalism and Catholicism. Because atheism was created by the Jesuits. They practiced it for 150 years. I talk about all of this in my Synagogue of Satan series, and in my news series, and all my end time stuff. But especially in the Synagogue of Satan, you will see how the Jesuits created communism as expressly as a system to oppose the papacy, to give people a taste of like complete, abolishing of the family, of everything sacred, so that then the papacy can come in and reinstitute its counterfeit salvation, give you family time, give you Sunday sacredness, give you rest, give you prosperity, give you your property back, give all this stuff. It's all designed to bring the papacy back to power. And so until then, there's this fight between the right and the left. And that started with the French Revolution. There's a whole thing there where the French Revolution was created by the Jesuits. And of course, we talk about that quite a bit. We'll talk about it in the Revelation section of this presentation. So point is that there's a duality here. There's these two forces that are opposing each other. One of them is the little horn, very clearly. At least part of this prophecy is having to do with the little horn, having an opposition. And that little horn is successful over its opposition. That's a profound thing, because there's a verse here, you'll read it immediately, it's 27 and 28, that it says, these two opposing kings, despite this opposition, they work mischief and they eat at the same table. So they are united. Just like I used that meme of the chess playing hands, where you have the good-looking hand, the Jesus hand, and then the devil hand, and the claws that are playing. One's white and one's black, and who's going to win? That's an illusion, folks. This is what people believe today. Oh, we're fighting the deep state. We got to vote them out, and we have to, speak, and we the people have to take control. When in fact, if you look under the table and you zoom out and bird's eye view, use God's word, because God sits over the circle of the earth and he looks at everything. So you have to see it from God's eyes. You have to see what he's saying. You zoom out and you see the devil's actually under the table playing himself. That's what he's doing. And people are sucked into the first person view of the chessboard. And instead of seeing perspective and seeing the whole thing like God wants you to, you're sucked into it. You're in the drama. You're on the chessboard. Here's the big queen piece, and here's the rook, and here's the knight, and everybody's moving. Oh my gosh, who's going to win? That's the synergistic delusion. So you have to return to history. You have to return to God's sovereignty. You have to understand how these prophecies work together, because otherwise it's very easy to get deceived by the dialectic that's happening right now. The world is going from dark to light. The opposition is between secularism, atheism. It's not Islam. Islam is not in control right now. Islam is just a puppet. Islam is just a puppet of the Catholic Church. They're going to be converting very soon. The great enemy right now, the counterfeit Satan, is communism. It's secularism. It's humanism. It's atheism. And that enemy is about to be defeated by religion. A return to religion, a revival, quote unquote. It's going to be an apostasy, not a revival. But it's going to be a revival of the Roman Catholic Church. So that's going to happen, and that checks out with history. So, without further ado, why is Daniel 11 dealing with the papacy? Well, a couple of verses before we read this is very important to take to heart. There are many clues embedded in this prophecy that link Daniel 11 to the previous prophecies of Daniel 8 and Daniel. Obviously, it would be linked because God is not just going to give him a random prophecy. Everything is very systematic, as you can see. It's layer upon layer, and now we are at the end. In verse 31 of Daniel 11, it says, forces from him shall appear and profane the temple and fortress and shall take away the daily. Let's read this in the KJV. Shall take away the daily, and they shall place the abomination that make desolate. So this king of the north is connected with taking away the daily and the abomination of desolation, which is also what we see in other places, like Daniel 8, verses 11 through 12. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily was taken away. There is no other power that takes away the daily than the little horn power. So now we're talking about the little horn. And the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And the host was given him against the daily by reason of transgression, and it was cast down to the truth. It cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered. So it's taken away the daily. It puts up the abomination of desolation. And a couple verses later, in verse 36 through 37, it says, and the king shall do according to his will, and he shall exalt himself. This is king of the north. And magnify himself above every god, and shall speak marvelous things against the God of gods, and shall prosper till the indignation be completed. For that is determined shall be done. Neither shall he regard the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any god, for he shall magnify himself above all. What does this sound like to you? Everything we've read so far about the little horn, where he basically, magnifies himself, speaks blasphemies against God, man of lawlessness in 2 Thessalonians 2. Very, very key texts here that connect this king of the north, at least now in the prophecy, later in the prophecy, to this final power, the fifth empire. It also says he won't have the desire of women, which could be, maybe he will be a homosexual, maybe he'll be celibate, so to quote unquote. Who knows? Some people have a different take on this. I believe the ESV says the gods of, the God of his fathers, or to the one beloved by women, as in to the God beloved by women. So that's a different take. I wonder what the Septuagint says. Let's see. And he shall not regard any gods of his fathers, nor the desire of women. So that's rendered the same way as the KJV. So who knows what this is? It's not super important. But the part that's important is that he has the same blasphemous aspects as the little horn power. There's no other power. And he's connected with taking away the daily, which is only connected to the little horn power. So conclusion, to some extent, this prophecy, Daniel 11, has to be discussing the little horn power. That is pretty clear. The final empire that comes out of Rome is the main villain of the story, because it rules for the longest period of time until Jesus returns. The language of these sections matches the previous descriptions that we looked at in Daniel 8 and other places. Therefore, this makes sense. That part of this prophecy, though we may not understand everything historically happening here, has to deal with the little horn. That's important. And because it has to deal with the little horn, it means that the little horn will have opposition somehow. Somehow the little horn's going to have opposition. Yet, this opposition, according to verse 27 and 28, is a controlled opposition. That is the lesson to take out of this chapter. And everything else, is surely fun to learn and open up for grabs, like some of those theories that we saw on the Adventist site. But nevertheless, you don't have to be dogmatic about it. That's what you need to take, is that the opposition to the little horn is controlled opposition. So, let's go through the whole chapter 2 through 45. Let's read the whole thing. And now I will tell thee the truth. Behold, there shall yet rise up 3 kings in Persia, and the 4th shall be very far richer than all. And after that he is a master of his wealth. He shall rise up against all the kingdoms of the Greeks. And there shall rise up a mighty king, and he shall be lord of a great empire, and shall do according to his will. And when his kingdom shall stand up, it shall be broken, and it shall be divided to the 4 winds of heaven, but not to his posterity, nor according to his dominion which he ruled over. For his kingdom shall be plucked up and given to others besides these. And the king of the south shall be strong, and one of their princes shall prevail against him, and shall obtain a great dominion. And after his years they shall associate, and the daughter of the king of the south shall come to the king of the north to make agreements with him, but she shall not retain power or of arm. Neither shall his seed stand, and she shall be delivered up, and they that brought her, and the maiden, and he that strengthened her in these times. But out of the flower of her root there shall arise one on his place, and shall come against the host, and shall enter into the strongholds of the king of the north, and shall fight against them, and prevail. Yea, he shall carry with a body of captives into Egypt their gods with their molten images, and all their precious vessels of silver and gold, and he shall last longer than the king of the north. And he shall enter into the kingdom of the south, and shall return to his own land. And his sons shall gather a multitude among them, among many, and one shall certainly come and overflow and pass through, and he shall rest and collect his strength. And the king of the south shall be greatly enraged, and shall come forth, and shall war with the king of the north, and he shall raise a great multitude, but the multitude shall be delivered into his hand. He shall take the multitude, and his heart shall be exalted, and he shall cast down many thousands, but he shall not prevail. For the king of the north shall return and bring a multitude greater than the former, and at the end of the times of years, an invading army shall come with a great force and with much substance. And in those times many shall rise up against the king of the south, and the children of the spoilers of thy people shall exalt themselves to establish the vision, and they shall fail. And the king of the north shall come in and cast up a mound and take strong cities. And the arms of the king of the south shall withstand, and his chosen ones shall rise up, but there shall be no strength to stand. And he that comes in against him shall do according to his will, and there is not one to stand before him. And he shall stand in the land of beauty, and it shall be consumed by his hand. And he shall set his face to come in with force of his whole kingdom, and shall cause everything to prosper with him. And he shall give him the daughter of women to corrupt her, but she shall not continue, neither be on his side. And he shall turn his face to the islands, and shall take many, and cause princes to cease from his reproach. Nevertheless, his own reproach shall return to him. Then he shall turn back his face to the strength of his own land, but he shall become weak and fall and not be found. And there shall rise out of out of his root one that shall cause a plant of the kingdom to pass over his place, earning kingly glory, and yet in those days shall he be broken, yet not openly nor in war. One shall stand on his place, one who has been set naught, and they have not put upon him the honor of the kingdom. But he shall come and prosperously and obtain the kingdom by deceitful ways. And the arms of him that overflows shall be washed away as with a flood before him, and shall be broken, and so shall be the head of the covenant. So this is the verse now, basically, they were saying in that previous article that now we're up to the crucifixion of Christ. So it's very likely that the verses up until now, we're talking about political things and all the upheavals that happened from Daniel's time with Persia to Jesus, basically filling in some time on that 70 weeks prophecy. Because the 70 weeks prophecy was just about identifying how the Messiah is going to show up, what year is he going to show up. Now, there's some other political things happening as a layer on top of that. Probably. That's my guess. Not 100% certain on it, but that's my guess. Continuing on. And actually, let's go to ESV, because this is Brenton's. All right, let's see. I think we're on verse 23. And from the time that an alliance is made with him, he shall act deceitfully, and he shall become strong with a small people. Without warning, he shall come into the richest parts of the province, and he shall do what neither his fathers nor his fathers' fathers have done, scattering among them plunder, spoil, and goods. He shall devise plans against strongholds, but only for a time. Now, really quick pause. Notice how these things so far, there's nothing you can really tie to anything specifically in history. There really isn't. I mean, this stuff is fairly general, like a lot of powers have acted this way with each other. So it's really difficult to say, there's something really specific here that I can tie down. So to me, the thing that this tells me is that God, this is more relevant for Daniel. God did not intend this to be like super relevant to the church age. Just a guess, just an educated guess. Because otherwise he would have put things very specifically like he did with other prophecies to mark them in time. Meaning this to me is, we're still in history right now, in Daniel's time, like the time before Jesus, like from, Persia to Jesus' advent. So we're still talking about stuff that's relevant to that. That's probably been somehow lost in history or whatever else. Nevertheless, I'm sure these things happened, but you can see why this is very open to interpretation. Let's put it that way. Verse 25, and he shall stir up his power in his heart against the king of the south with a great army. And the king of the south shall wage war with an exceedingly great and mighty army, but he shall not stand, for plots shall be devised against him. Even those who eat his food shall break him. His army shall be swept away, and many shall fall down slain. And as for the two kings, here we go. This is the most important part. Their hearts shall be bent on doing evil. They shall speak lies at the same table, but to no avail, for the end is yet to be at the time appointed. Doesn't matter with all this trickery and controlled opposition, the end is still going to come because God is just. But this is the verse to know. Daniel 11, verse 27. The two kings, their hearts will be bent on doing evil, meaning they're both aligned satanically, and they speak lies at the same table. The opposition that the king of the north receives from the king of the south is controlled opposition. And of course, if you've watched my Synagogue of Satan series, you know exactly that that's true. Moving on. And he shall return to his land with a great wealth, but his heart shall be set against the holy covenant, and he shall work his will and return to his own land. At the time appointed he shall return and come into the south, but it shall not be this time as it was before. For ships of Kittim shall come against him, and he shall be afraid and withdraw, and shall turn back and be enraged, and take action against the holy covenant. He shall turn back and pay attention to those who forsake the holy covenant. Forces from him shall appear and profane the temple and fortress, and shall take away the daily, and they shall set up the abomination that makes desolate. So this, because this ties to the little horn, the abomination of desolation and the daily, all these things happened in the 4th, 5th century, a while ago, 6th century. So we're still in history leading up to the little horn power. But nevertheless, we now have a very bona fide connection to the previous chapters. That now, at the very least, now we're starting to talk about something that's not just having to do with literal kings north and south of Jerusalem. This is now a spiritual reality. Because the only other power that took the daily away is the little horn power, which was a spiritual power that ruled for 1260 years. So, very important. He shall seduce with flattery those who violate the covenant, but the people who know their God shall stand firm and take action. This also is a verse that to me strikes me as a little horn-ish, in the sense that you have a power that is seducing with flattery. By peace he shall destroy many. He knows riddles and dark sentences. He's very subtle and conniving. This is the type of power that the little horn is described as. Verse 33, and the wise among the people shall make many understand, though for some days they shall stumble by sword and flame, by captivity and plunder. Sounds to me like the Inquisition and other things that happened. When they stumble, they shall receive a little help, and many shall join themselves to them with flattery. And some of the wise shall stumble, so that they may be refined, purified, and made white until the time of the end, for it still awaits the appointed time. So you see, now it's broadened out. Now it's broadened. We've gone from a lot of very detailed historical things that are happening to now we're talking about the time of the end, and people are going to purify themselves until that time, till the final judgment. So now we're expanding the vision. That's why I said it has two aspects to it, and you have to see that transition. Verse 36, and the king shall do as he wills, he shall exalt himself and magnify himself above every god, and shall speak astonishing things against the God of gods. He shall prosper till the indignation is accomplished. For what is decreed shall be done, i.e. he will rule until the end comes, and this is the power that blasphemes God and, makes himself God on earth and that kind of thing. Verse 37, he shall pay no attention to the gods of his fathers, nor to the one beloved by women. He shall not pay attention to any other god, for he shall magnify himself above all. He shall honor the God of fortresses and instead of these. A God whom his fathers did not know, he shall honor with gold and silver, with precious stones and costly gifts. He shall deal with the strongest fortresses with the help of a foreign god. Those who acknowledge him he shall load with honor. He shall make them rulers over many, and shall divide the land for a price. At the time of the end, this is also another interesting verse. The king of the south shall attack him, but the king of the north shall rush upon him like a whirlwind, with chariots and horsemen, and with many ships. And he shall come into the countries and shall overflow and pass through. So the king of the south attacks the king of the north, and of course you saw that quite a bit. But then suddenly there's a landslide, i.e. landslide victory for Trump, world flipping to the right, conservatism going, atheism crumbling. We're now in that landslide. We're now in, I believe, this king of the north rushing upon the king of the south with all of his forces like a whirlwind and taking over. This is exactly what's happening at the time of this video in late 2024. He shall come into the glorious land, and tens of thousands shall fall, but these shall be delivered out of his hand, Edom and Moab and the main part of Ammonites. He shall stretch out his hand against the countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. He shall become ruler of the treasures of gold and silver, and all of the precious things of Egypt, and the Libyans and the Cushites shall follow in his train. But news from the east and the north shall alarm him, and he shall go with great fury to destroy and devote many to destruction. And he shall pitch his palatial tents between the sea and the glorious holy mountain. Yet he shall come to his end with none to help him. So, if the king of the north is the little horn, which is spiritually pictured by Babylon, the papacy, of course, is the modern continuation of the Babylonian Empire through Pontifex Maximus. What opposes the papacy? Well, it's obvious. Atheism and communism. Egypt was traditionally considered the king of the south, which is why these things work. Egypt was associated with atheism because Pharaoh's refusal to believe in God despite having evidence for God's existence. So Egypt is traditionally associated with atheism and rejection of God. So Egypt and Babylon historically opposed each other, king of the north, king of the south, and these were physical, typological for the spiritual realities that you see of this communistic order opposing the papal order, the religious order, which of course is just a ruse because the kings eat at the same table. Again, see my Synagogue of Satan series to understand how the Jesuits created communism to bring people back to the mother church. But we are in the phase where the king of the south is getting rushed upon and taken all his stuff. So very important. The point to get all of this is that Daniel 11 verse 27 says they speak lies at the same table. This means that the little horn and its opposition, which is atheism, not Islam, at least not in the final stage of history. Probably at some point it was Islam for like a couple hundred years, for sure. But now, especially after the mortal wound, which is where we are at, the opposition of the papacy is atheism and communism, very clearly so, designed to bring people back to the papal power. Anyway, that opposition is eating at the same table. Does this pan out with history? Is it true historically? Absolutely. I have a whole I forget how many hours, like 4 hours that one video is in Synagogue of Satan on Jesuits and communism. Go check it out. You'll see for yourself the Jesuits are the ones who instituted communism, and they practiced it for 150 years with their reductions in South America. So the point of this chapter is not to know every little thing of what's going on. Obviously, you can see it's a very difficult chapter. Out of all the chapters we read, you can tell this is definitely the hardest one to figure out. So that's not a problem. It's not a problem because, again, the things that have impact, God has revealed them. Maybe some of these things will become more clear to us as the day arrives. But whether they become clear or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is you realize there is a connection between the little horn power and the king of the north. That means that this is not just completely preterist, that there's something having to do with the timeline. And if that's the case, that means that the little horn, what you're being shown here is that the final aspect that Daniel has to show you before we go into Revelation is that this little horn power, the fifth empire on the earth, the one that trods over the saints, the one that rules for 1260 days, etc., the one that comes from Rome, this little horn power is going to have an opposition. Yet that opposition is controlled. That is a profound statement that God is revealing to you so that you're not caught in the dialectic. It is truly, truly, truly profound. It's a phenomenal revelation, and I hope that more people can understand it because more people are getting deceived by the dialectical schemes. Dialectics and dark to light has been something I've been talking about with all of my news updates to try to wake people up from this false light system that's coming. Of course, I'm not the one doing it. God is doing it. And whether I do a good job or not, God is still going to use that and wake people up. But it's by the power of God that you'll wake up. So if you're woken up, thank God, because not everybody is going to receive that wisdom and awareness. Most people will fall to the great delusion. But this is the problem, folks. People think that the evil is either communism, Islam, Zionism, all these dark forces that are oppositions to the papacy. Do you get it? In fact, maybe there might be even something to say that all of these forces are king of the South. Zionism, Islam, communism. All three have their connection to the papal power. And of course, we talk about that in various videos. And of course, all of these are designed to bring the beast back to its power, which is phenomenal. So the point is that all of the opposition, I tend to think that this is talking probably about atheism, communism mostly. But either way, all of these dark forces are not the future. The future is a false light future. And here it tells you that the opposition to the little horn, which you can identify as the papal power, is conquered by the papal power. And that's not a good thing in the sense that, put it in perspective of history now, right? People now in the current events say, we're conquering the deep state. We voted them out. Trump won. Yay. We're going to have best yet to come. Prosperity for everybody. Bitcoin raining from the sky. Okay. But the Bible tells you that the opposition that's controlled opposition is going to be conquered by the little horn power. And the little horn power rules until the very end. So if the little horn power is the papal institution, and people like Trump are papal puppets, Jesuit-trained operatives, and they're surrounded by Opus Dei and Templars and whatever else, and Jesuits, and they're defeating the communistic deep state that was propped up by the Jesuits as a false Satan to be destroyed by religion, then this is being fulfilled. Do you get it? It's not a good thing that Trump won. It's a good thing in the sense that, hey, let's move the timeline along. Come on, Jesus, Maranatha. But it's not a good thing. People think it's a good thing. This is the problem. This is the problem with most people, that they believe that the good, the prosperous, the light, the revival, all of that is on the horizon. The best is yet to come because they have ignored the word of God. And that's exactly what 2 Thessalonians says. Because they didn't have a love for the truth. Who is the truth? Jesus. If you love the truth, then you love what Jesus says in these revelations to Daniel, to John. You love the truth. Because they didn't love the truth, they will suffer the great delusion and be deceived. So the real enemy is the false light. And of course, I believe that Daniel 11 adds that final little vignette, that final little cherry on the ice cream to give you a complete picture of this little horn power, so that when you come to Revelation, you have a historical base and you have a lot of scriptural identifications of who that power is in history, so that you can interpret all of the color and beauty of Revelation accurately. Very, very importantly. It warns you that the persecuting power of the church age before Christ returns, the one that rules for the most, the fifth empire, has a controlled opposition, which I think is phenomenal. I think it's such a phenomenal revelation. Now, one more chapter to go, and of course that's Daniel 12. So let's read the first opening sentence. The time of the end. At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince, who has charge of your people, and there shall be a time of trouble such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. Now, a lot of people say this time of trouble is future, like some sort of future time of trouble, but I don't think so. Because again, if you look at history, if Christians being fed to lions for sport and being crucified in the Colosseums and beheaded and tortured in inquisitions and burned at the stake, if that doesn't count as a time of trouble, if that doesn't count as tribulation, then I don't know what we can count as tribulation, to be honest with you. The horrors of the Inquisition and how people were tortured, you can't even repeat the things that people were experiencing. They're so horrible and so absolutely just gut-wrenching that if that doesn't count as tribulation, I don't know what does. If the Holodomor in World War II that has been hidden from history because of the Holocaust doesn't count with millions and millions and millions of Orthodox Christians fainting and starving to death, pictures of these anemic children, if that doesn't count as tribulation, I don't know what does. I really don't. So the time of trouble came since the cross, folks. You have to realize that Satan was thrown down to earth, and there's a connection here because Michael is the one who rises and does something here. Now in Revelation 12, again, there's a connection between the two books. Do you see how John comes in and connects this? So profound. It's so well designed. You really have to admire it. There's a mention of Michael rising up and doing something, okay, at that time, the time of trouble. Okay, well, the book of Revelation in chapter 12 mentions a war in heaven where Michael rises up and basically defeats Satan, kicks him out of heaven. And Satan is furious for being kicked out of his position because why? Because the Christ, the Son of Man, has ascended to heaven. He's taken his rightful throne. Satan, you're kicked out. You have no more legal power. And Satan, you're going to be judged. You're going to be destroyed. So now he is on his last leg, basically, and furious. So he's channeling all that fury into destroying the body of Christ and creating the counterfeit to receive worship. This is the time of trouble we're in, folks. It's the church age. The church age is a very dynamic time. And part of that time is tribulation. We haven't been connected to that because we live in a cozy first world situation. But soon, when the world turns against you, you will have to prepare for that kind of tribulation. And so this is why these things are very important. But nevertheless, God will provide for us at that point in time, whatever we need, whether we need food or shelter or protection or courage or whatever else. He will provide. But nevertheless, there's a connection. Michael in Daniel 12 and Michael in Revelation 12. Isn't that interesting? So there's a connection there. I don't think this is a future situation. Again, I think this is talking about something having to do with the church age. The period of 490 years prophecy was finished in 34 AD. Stephen was stoned, and from there, ever since then, it's been a time of trouble. Christians were persecuted, kicked out. There's all sorts of things that happened, but Christians have been persecuted since then. Since Stephen as the first martyr in 34 AD, where the 490-year period was over, then the time of trouble has begun. So that to me makes a lot more sense than some future time of trouble of a couple years, which I don't think is consistent with history. Now, verse 2. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Another important verse to remember, because when we get to Revelation 20, and it talks about the first resurrection, a lot of people believe that that is talking about a literal resurrection. It's not. The first resurrection in Revelation 20 is spiritual. It's talking about being born again. Very important, because Jesus also echoes these words when he talks about the resurrection being simultaneous, some to everlasting righteousness or life, some to everlasting content. He's quoting these exact words, meaning the resurrection is simultaneous for everybody. Some, the wicked, are going to wake up to shame and regret. Others are going to wake up to joy and everlasting life. A lot of futurists believe that there are two resurrections, but of course this is not what the Bible says. There are not two resurrections. There's one resurrection, because when Jesus returns one time, there's one resurrection, like we talked previously. Some hyper-preterists believe that the resurrection happened in the past, That's why you have Tartaria. And then for some reason, Jesus took everybody to heaven, teleported them, left all these wonderful buildings, and now we're in the little season of Satan, which of course is nonsense. Very easy to believe such a thing if you don't have good hermeneutics. We will unpack that when we get to Revelation. Nevertheless, some people also apply this to the resurrection that happened in Matthew. It's very briefly mentioned, and I talk about it in my Revelation 20 episode, but the people that were resurrected from the graves, that's written in Matthew, it's just a very short statement. There were some people that were resurrected from their graves along with Jesus. But these are not receiving everlasting life, right? They are not eternal bodies. And we know from the book of Acts that Jesus ascended into heaven by himself. Nobody has gone into heaven. Nobody other than Jesus has gone into heaven. Not Elijah, not Enoch. See my Afterlife series. All these things are misinterpretations because heaven is not for human beings. It's for Jesus because he's God. He went to heaven. He's ruling in heaven. He's coming back and he's ruling on earth. That's where we exist, on earth. We are resurrected and we live on earth. So the first resurrection is not this because these people did not receive eternal life. They were raised from the dead just like Lazarus was raised from the dead. Do you get it? Lazarus was raised from he was physically dead. He was brought back to life, like resuscitated, but given life. He lived a normal life and then he died again. Then he's going to be raised again from a full resurrection at the end of time. So this resurrection that it's speaking of here, it's the supernatural resurrection at the end of time, not whatever happened in the book of Matthew, which again, it's only mentioned in Matthew. It's very brief. It's not super significant. People make all kinds of wild theories about that, that it was the saints of the Old Testament and then, Jesus took them to heaven and those are the 24 elders. No. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that people went up into heaven with Jesus. It doesn't say that at all. Of course, the 24 elders, when we get to it, is a symbol. It's a picture. So be understanding that this verse, Daniel 12, verse 2, is going to come and play when we get to Revelation, especially Revelation 20. Now, verse 3. And those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky above, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. Now, do you remember when the little horn tramples over the stars? That's exactly what I was talking about. That later in Daniel, the stars are compared to those who turned people to righteousness. So you are an elect. If you're a star, it's a picture of the elect in this case. Not always, because sometimes star can be a leader, some sort of figure that's leading or a prophet figure type of person. But nevertheless, stars can also be the elect. So when the little horn is trampling over the stars and throwing the host of heaven to the ground, that tells you that there's a relationship between that and Christians being persecuted. Verse 4, But you, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. The book is sealed because it's not for a while. You're looking at big time periods. In Revelation, you will see indicators that the book is opened. The seven seals are opened. You see an open scroll, and so on. So the Revelation is opened. It also tells you that many shall run to and fro. I believe that these things are prophecies of increases in communication like the internet. And of course, today, like what we can do with this, I can record a video and go through articles and reference and search the Bible really quickly and show it to you, and you can learn it really quickly, where probably if you had to go to a temple and get scrolls or a synagogue, it would have taken you months and months and months, whereas you can just listen to this and learn it pretty quickly. So many will run to and fro, knowledge will increase, and knowledge is increasing. God is revealing a lot, especially as things are getting hotter and hotter. I believe he's going to reveal more and more. Now, verses 5 through 10. Then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, two others stood, one on this bank of the stream, and one on that bank of the stream. And someone said to the man clothed in linen who was above the waters of the stream, How long shall it be till the end of these wonders? And I heard the man clothed in linen who was above the waters of the stream. He raised his right hand and his left hand towards heaven, and swore by him who lives forever that it would be for a time, times, and half a time, and that when the shattering of the power of the holy people comes to an end, all these things would be finished. So again, we have the 1260 period yet again. And this is probably, right, again, Gabriel, I'm guessing, and two other angels with him, but it's not super clear. Verse 8, I heard, but I did not understand. Then I said, Oh, my Lord, what shall be the outcome of these things? Daniel still doesn't understand based on all the things that we've done. Can you imagine having thousands of years of history and being presented with all that? It's like, where do you even start to understand such a thing? He said, Go your way, Daniel, for the words are shut up and sealed until the time of the end. So again, a picture that this is now sealed nobody's going to understand it until God allows it to be understood. And little by little, it's going to be opened. As the seals are opened, more and more people are going to understand. Of course, we are now after the sixth seal, so we can understand quite a bit of it. Thank God. Many shall purify themselves and make themselves white and be refined, but the wicked shall act wickedly. And none of the wicked shall understand, but those who are wise shall understand. And of course, wisdom comes from God, and God grants wisdom, just like we saw with Daniel and everywhere else. So again, we see many themes with the 1260, with the prophecy being sealed, many being made purified white, meaning many will come to the knowledge of the truth. This is similar language you'll see in Revelation, describing martyrs dying in faith. And of course, again, the time period of these prophecies in Daniel and Revelation, what's the word I'm looking for? The most of the time period is the church age. From Daniel to Jesus is only about 500 years. From Jesus to the return of Christ, we've been so far 2,000 years. So there are much more historical things happening in the church age. Therefore, these things about many coming to and fro, learning the truth, getting white robes, are all about people coming into faith and coming into God's plan of salvation, which is very mirrored in Revelation, much more so in Revelation, because it's a little more specific to the church age. But nevertheless, 11 through 13. And from the time that the regular burnt offering, the daily, is taken away, and the abomination that makes desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he who waits and arrives at the 1335 days. But go your way, Daniel, until the end you shall rest and shall stand in your allotted place at the end of days. Which is, again, a way that it ends with encouragement that, listen, Daniel, God's plan will be fulfilled. You will be saved. Don't worry. Assurance of salvation. And a reminder that God is sovereign. So I have an episode on all these periods of the 1260, 1290, 1335. The 1260 is mentioned several times in both Daniel and Revelation. The 1290 is not at all. It's just mentioned one time. And so is the 1335. So what that means is, if God did not choose to mention them again in John, then they are not as consequential as the 1260. The 1260 is what you need to know. That's the one. As far as 1290, there are some thoughts. I think that's pretty clear that it's connected to the daily being the continual being taken away and the abomination being set up in its place, i.e. the sacramental system, Roman Catholicism, all these things we can talk about. Of course, there's a lot of correlations there with 508 AD, where Clovis I converts to Catholicism, and basically paganism in Europe comes to an end officially in that sense, because you had the Merovingian dynasty, you had all these pagan tribes, and they all converted to Catholicism. And the Catholic Church basically set the stage for 538, where Justinian, the next emperor, decreed the Pope to be the corrector of heresies. And that begins the 1260 period, which ends in 1798, which is the mortal wound. So that's exactly 1260 years, meaning the 1290 goes 30 years before that, and we can see a historical point there. So there's some stuff to talk about with that. With the 1335, I think it's a little harder, to be honest with you. Adventists have their own take on this, and again, this is one of those situations where I believe that they get into some harlotry, because harlotry is making yourself feel special. Oh, well, because 1335, if you count that from 538 AD, it's 1843. If you count it from, let's see, actually, if we count it from, where's my calculator? So if we count it from 538 AD, then it's 1843. If we count it from, what do we say? 1335 plus 508 from the 1290 beginning. Oh, sorry, I had it written wrong here. 508 plus 1335 is 1843. If we count from 538, 1335 plus 538, 1873. So 1843, 1873, there's nothing super meaningful. I mean, you could probably find stuff and apply it. The Adventists say, well, 1843, that's when William Miller and the Adventist Church and now the investigative judgments, they tie it all to their own harlot movement. So you can look at my Adventist series and see why this stuff is wrong. Remember that the 2400-day period is the 2400-day period, not 2300-day period. So that period ends in 1944, not 1844. The 1335 period ends, let's say, if we count it from 508, meaning beginning with the 1290 period, is 1843. Then there's a blessing for somebody who makes it. Of course, you're not going to live for thousands of years, but the point is, if you're born in that period of time or after, then you're blessed if you are arriving at these periods of time. That's all we get. In Revelation, there's a comment, I forget in which part of I was reading it the other day, but anyway, we'll get to it when we get to the book of Revelation. But there's a verse there, it says, "Blessed are those who die from now on, for their deeds will follow them." Meaning, in the church age, it's an encouragement to you to endure in faith, because you are going to be saved. You're going to get the crown of righteousness. Don't worry, God will save you. So it's designed as a way to encourage you. So in that sense, there is some blessing to anybody who comes into history in 1843 or after. Now, what could be significant there? What has to be there? Well, again, this is not listed too many times, so it's not something to obsess over or be dogmatic. However, there are many things that happen in the 1800s that are significant. We know around this time, the last church begins, and you'll learn about that in Revelation, the phases of the church. The lukewarm church begins at this time. We know that there are many things that are revealed after that point in time. Now, look, the Adventists are wrong about many things. However, they get a lot of things right that most denominations do not have right, and we have to give that credit to them. That's why I say, if you're an Adventist, please watch my Adventism series so you can discern, so you can rip away the meat from the bones, and you can take what is good from what you've been taught and discard the harlotry. Because Adventists do get a lot of right things. And one thing that they have contributed to, eschatology, is the notion of who the image of the beast is, who the false prophet is, and what the mark of the beast is. These things were not revealed to the reformers because the 1260 period had not happened yet. Do you get it? The 1260 period happened, it ended in 1798. So by then you had, the 1800s, and so within a couple decades, these things started to become obvious. Now, again, I'm not saying Ellen White is a prophet. I'm not saying, for all I know, to be honest with you, I think Ellen White was probably a Freemason and revealing the method. That's why she was dead on with some of these interpretations. And she's revealing the method, but God uses it for the good to reveal it to the elect. You get it? So anyway, uses the foolish things to shame the wise. But either way, the Adventists did help to reveal the image of the beast. And the point is, we are now at a point in history where it is a blessing to be alive because you are able to see so much of God's plan. If you were born in the Reformation, you wouldn't see all these things. You wouldn't have access to all these things. You wouldn't have videos in your palm of your hand. So blessing comes with knowledge and wisdom, and of course we're very blessed to see these prophecies and to understand them. For better or worse, we can understand a great deal of these prophecies, I believe. I'm not saying we can understand all of them, but we can definitely understand the things of impact. So all of these things were revealed in 1843, and afterwards, the final lukewarm church began. All of these marvels, like the state of Israel, the Vatican healing its political wound in 1929, so many big things have happened. 2 world wars, communism, many signs and marvels, the moon landing, NASA. Gosh, how many things have happened in the last 150 years since 1843. So a lot has happened, and it is a blessing to be alive to see such crazy things happen and to see the word of God being fulfilled. So there are some historical things to connect to these periods. I think the 1290 is a little stronger than the 1335. It doesn't matter either way. They're not super important. I don't mean that they're not important, but they're not something to be dogmatic over. What you need to know is the 1260, because that period is replayed and mentioned several times in both books. So God wants you to understand that this is the period to watch for, because that's the period that helps you identify the Antichrist power on the earth. And right now, you know that period is not literal days, but year days. Because why? Because Daniel didn't understand his vision in Daniel 8. Daniel 9, he asked for clarity. Gabriel comes back and says, out of that period that you saw, this is a chunk of time that's reserved for your people. So therefore, that original period of the 2400 days is actually year days, just like these 70 weeks prophecy. So with all that out of the way, let's wrap this up. Daniel is very important to understand first because it was written first, and it also lays the historical context for the book of Revelation. Without Daniel's historical context of all these various empires, it is impossible to understand Revelation. You cannot, and that's by design. Daniel has some things that are valid only during his time, like those various scenes of Daniel's life. But these things are also important precedents of trusting God's sovereignty, setting typologies for Jesus, setting typologies for the elect believers, setting typologies for the Antichrist power of the mark of the beast, all these things that we expect to see with this power that is revealed through Daniel, that is going from Babylon all the way to the return of Christ. Daniel has wide swaths of history that it covers, all the way from empirical Babylon to spiritual Babylon, reigning at the end of time. It sets up 5 major powers, 5, not 4, 5 ancient powers that are in succession and that continue, even though their dominion is taken away. They're a continual, it's the continual, right? And of course, the little horn power interrupts that continual, interrupts paganism, but of course, paganism just goes underneath, and it is in the package of Christianity. Nevertheless, there's a continual rulership of this Antichrist system from beginning to end. There's no gap. There's always somebody on the throne. Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and papal Rome as the 5th empire. Very important. Now, important chapters to understand in Daniel are Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8. These are not separate empires, but they tell the story of a continual succession of empires, one after another. There's different layers. Again, if we go back to our End Times Prophetic Timeline, this is the zoomed out view. Here's Daniel 2 at the bottom. Here's Daniel 7. Here's Daniel 8 with these 2 powers in the little horn. And then you have other things like the 2300. In this case, it's 2300s because I didn't know that the Masoretic text was corrupted on that one. Anyway, it doesn't really matter that much. But here's that long period of time. Here's the prophecy of the 70 weeks. And here's the 1290, 1260, and 1335, which all align with the little horn power and the woman running away from the dragon and the 2 witnesses and all these things that you see in history, various trumpet judgments, various seals. It's all very much in alignment. It's actually quite beautiful, to be honest with you. When I finally put this on a spreadsheet, and because I like visual things, I like to see them in charts and graphs, I was like, wow, this is so cool to actually see all this intricate layer, just layer by layer connected to each other. And I hope that helps you as well. So those are the 3 main chapters to know in Daniel. Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8. Of course, there are other chapters in Daniel. Daniel 3 through 6 paints typological pictures of Daniel through, as an intercessor like Christ, pictures of the elect being saved, pictures of the mark of the beast, and so on, and enforced worship. All these things are very important in the church age that are going to be very much part of our lives. Daniel 9 is the key to the end times, just like a key has a little bumps and ridges. That key matches everything because we have to match all of the historical dates to the dates prophesied in Daniel 9. And that way we realize that the 70 weeks are actually 70 weeks of years, 490 years. Day to year principle. Therefore, the other prophecies are day to year. Therefore, John, by extension, is also day to year. And it unlocks the view of prophecy by focusing on Christ first, which is, again, I think just really beautiful. Daniel 11 is very important to understand, not in the sense of knowing what happens in Daniel 11 specifically, but knowing that Daniel 11 has both relevant to Daniel kind of stuff and bigger picture stuff. However much where that transition is, I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I don't think it happens after verse 22 where it mentions the crucifixion of Christ. I don't think it happens there. It seems to happen in the 30s. I really don't know, and it doesn't matter. But I do know that unquestionably there are words and phrases and language there that matches the little horn exactly. Meaning we're dealing with at least part of this prophecy with the little horn power, which is in the church age. And that means, therefore, that the little horn has an opposition that it's fighting, that it finally conquers. But that opposition is controlled opposition. So that is super, super important to understand because it adds another element. And when we get to Revelation and the false prophet and all the things that are happening, we can paint a very accurate picture. This is how you use the books of prophecy with history, folks. You use the books of prophecy by making a case, okay? What do I know about the little horn? I know this, I know that, I know this, I know that. Okay, if somebody says, well, the little horn is Donald Trump. Okay, sure, let's entertain that idea. Let's see. Does Donald Trump live for 1,260 years? Oh, no, and immediately disqualified. So the little horn power has to match everything, just like a key has to match all of the grooves. When you take all of the information that God has given you and you put it layer upon layer upon layer. And then you take an argument and you say, okay, what is the argument? Oh, this power is the little horn power. Okay, let's compare it. Does it meet all the qualities? And of course, there's no other power in history that meets all the qualifications of the little horn other than the papal power in Rome. So, End Times Prophetic Timeline is there for you to download. And of course, you can print it up on a poster if you want. Now that we have gone through the book of Daniel and have two witnesses, history and Daniel, it's time, excuse me, gosh, I totally messed that one up. It's time to triangulate the events of the book of Revelation. Again, it's like the sun and the moon. My voice had a freak out moment there for a second. I've been talking for quite a while, as you can hopefully tell. This has been a continuous presentation, but nevertheless, it's time to look at Revelation because now we have history under us and we have the book of Daniel under us and we have the two witnesses. We have the moon and the stars, and we can now triangulate the position of the sun in the timeline of history. So onward to the final part of this, which of course is the book of Revelation.